definition of divine. Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the wind. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. Snow, let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me.
Hi everyone, Ginny here, and we are at Rainbow Six Siege at EWC in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We have 16 teams that battle through the open and closed qualifiers to be able to be here fighting for a $2 million prize pool. We're in the thick of it, so let's head over to some of the players and maybe even some of the talent to see what everyone's up to. I'm joined with Fabian from PSG. Talon, you guys have had a great run at the last major. You're back here on the international stage. I want to get your thoughts in terms of the chances that you have here for, because there's $2 million on the line.
Yeah, I think we stand a good chance to make some upsets, that's for sure. Like, who knows how it goes. In the end, we're here with 2 new players. We think we've upgraded in terms of firepower, but we've also taken a few steps back theoretically, because these players aren't as developed into the playstyle we want to perform. So how it goes, again, this year for us is about learning. If we win 1 or 2 games, I'll be super happy. If we don't, well, I'll be disappointed, but in the end, we all want to win. If we go all the way, I'll be realistic and say I doubt it. If we do, I'll be super happy.
It sounds like the philosophy from Manchester is like still around, where it's like, okay, this is a learning experience, we want to develop as much as possible. What were your main takeaways from Manchester coming into this?
Lacking firepower was the big one. Like, compare our firepower to European teams or Brazilian teams or North American teams, we were clearly behind. And with the 2 new players in Yas, which is, in my eyes, the best Korean player that we've ever had, and then also Romantic coming in with a lot of firepower being young, I think we're in the right path, but we're not there yet. It's next year is when I'm aiming at, and next year at this event, that's when you're gonna see results.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys next year, but also this year at the event. Thank you so much, Fabian, for the interview. I appreciate it. Do you want to say your name? I don't know if I want to say it.
Hello, I'm Ted.
Okay. I don't want to ask about the reasoning behind that name, but instead I'd like to ask about the competition here this week for Siege. And when it comes to your expectations heading into this international competition.
We're probably going to lose and enjoy our vacation here in Riyadh.
Okay.
Yeah, going to go camel riding, do some other cool stuff like that, enjoy the hotel. Yeah, it should be a good time. Vacation, that is, not the event.
I love the expectations. They're so high, and I'm really impressed by your honesty. Thank you so much for the interview. Let's talk about SSG here at the international competition. It's the first time that you guys are in Saudi. Did really well in the qualifier, so expectations heading into this tournament.
I wouldn't say we have any like metric-based expectations. It's more just kind of play the way we want to play, and whatever happens after that. As long as we, play like ourselves, then I think we'll get the results we want.
When you say play how we want to play and play like ourselves, what does that mean to you guys?
Yeah, it's like so just like in the server, making sure we're glued and we're playing the aggressive style that we like to play, and catching our opponents off guard and dictating the pace of the game.
You guys have also been in Saudi for a bit on a boot camp, if I know that correctly. How's that been going? How's the servers here in Saudi?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, Esports World Cup, they even took care of our couple of days stay before we got here, and hotel was amazing. We were able to practice at like a little booth, and honestly, the biggest thing with the boot camp is just getting used to like the sleep schedule with us being on such a drastic time change. So I think that's the biggest advantage. We got some practice done as well, which was great.
Awesome, thank you so much. Good luck out there. See you around.
Thank you.
Joyeux anniversaire Bridé, joyeux anniversaire Loïc, joyeux anniversaire Bridé, joyeux anniversaire. Now do it in English. Now do it in English. Now do it in English.
Happy birthday to you. That's all he's getting. That's all he's getting.
That's all you got?
That's all he's getting.
This is your third time in Saudi. Won it twice already. What's this year looking like?
I hope the same. We are here to win it again, so let's see.
I feel like every time you guys come to Saudi, it's like a buff for some reason. What do you think makes you guys so motivated to get in on the server here and just like win?
It's Shaiko and money. He just loves money. He only plays for money. He doesn't care about anything else, just money.
That is a really honest answer. What about you? What do you care about?
Well, this is my first time here. I've not won it. I do, but I'm here for passion. I play for the passion.
It's about drive, it's about passion. Awesome. All right, Benja, thanks for joining for the interview. You're back here in Saudi under a different jersey. Any comments on that?
Nah, new team, new tournament, so it's good.
Different results?
Hopefully better than G2 last time, but we will see.
Anything you want to say to G2 fans?
Hope you're watching, especially you, LMR. I'm going to teach you some split fury.
You're here for the first time in Saudi, and you've done a phenomenal job as a coach here in Siege. So I want to talk about the strategy coming into this international event, because it is so quick. You have to play the best of ones, you have to go into best of threes. From a coach's perspective, how do you prepare the team for that?
First, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. I'm very happy. It's the first time we make it, so really excited. It is indeed a very specific format, so it's very different, and we also have two very new players. So it's very different from what we used to do. Mostly we're focusing on making sure our two new players are very comfortable. They feel, like calm and like composed, and they are ready to play and enjoy the game. We're focusing on momentum, most and for all.
When you talk about making new players comfortable, how can a team environment ensure that they do feel that way? How can you set them up for success the best way possible? Is it comms? Is it activities outside of the server? What do you really focus on?
It's a mix of multiple things. It is making them feel at home and, within the family. That's how the team works. That's our environment and our mindset, making sure that we work together. We're good friends on top of being good colleagues. So it is making sure they feel, at home and stuff like that. But it's also taking care of them like outside the server, now that we are seeing them for the first time too. So yeah, just taking care of them, making jokes, relaxing them, and like making sure they're confident with their game too. So a mix of everything.
Leo,
Yes.
you are old and retired.
Oh, okay. Nice to introduce me. That's great. Thank you so much.
You're also an incredible member of the talent team. So I want to gauge your expectations in terms of how the tournament is gonna go, and maybe you can give us like fit check.
Everybody's saying that I'm dressing as a grandpa. I don't get it.
Everybody is me.
Yeah, no, but actually the Frenchies also told me I dress like a grandpa and I'm offended. They should have a sense of fashion. Yeah.
This is fashion.
Okay.
Anyway, let's go back to Siege. Let's talk about the tournament, and who do you think is like the most likely to win it? Because I know that W7M last year, Furia on the debater for this year, they obviously have great expectations on their shoulders, but Manchester was a little bit of an oopsie. So what do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, you know what? I think like the Brazilian teams, they have a lot of expectations on their shoulder. They've been the biggest and best region for so many years now in Siege. But I feel like our European BDS, they've been that close to the title every time.
Mm-hmm.
They deserved it in Manchester. I think it's their time to shine. And historically in Saudi Arabia, they've played really well.
Yeah, I asked them about their motivation when it comes to doing so well in Saudi Arabia. Can you guess what they said?
They want to win the cash prize.
I want to talk about the tournament particularly when it comes to, if you had to place your bets on one team, who would it be?
Bleed. They have a fish, they're trolling, it's class. It's class, I love it.
I had a conversation with Bleed and they literally said we're going to be enjoying our holiday in Saudi Arabia. Do you think that's a fair statement?
I think it's the best way to look at it. Like to put an honest response, when we were playing back then 2 years ago, it was also like treat it as a present, treat it as a gift. Have fun, enjoy, and then you'll be as good as you can be. If you have pressure on yourself and you're just like, oh my god, we need to win, we need to get these games, then you're not going to win, you're not going to be successful. You're going to struggle.
Do you think that makes teams like BDS and Furia, who BDS historically winning the Saudi tournament, and then you're looking at Furia, who had an incredible year last year, do you think those expectations on their shoulders actually makes it more difficult for them?
I think BDS and Furia are experienced enough to not have that pressure or to need that pressure to fuel it, but I think it can cause upsets. If you're a team like Bleak, for example, then you're not supposed to win games against BDS, for example. But if you treat it as a present and you're having fun, you're enjoying it, then you will cause an upset, and that's what I'm here for.
Ooh, it sounds like I'm interviewing Fabian all over again. Well, thank you so much for your time. I'm going to let you head off to the mall because I know that's where you want to head it. I'll see you around.
See you around.
So you're here this time around as talent rather than player because you've been in Saudi already twice. What's it like being on the other side of the coin?
I haven't gotten to the desk part yet, but I mean, I think how the experience is out here is amazing. Like, there was no real expectations when I came as a player, and then I got here and I feel like everything was blown out of the water. You know, with the way that they treat the players, with the way that the whole event runs, I think there was a lot of surprises for the better. Everything was like a surprise on how good it really was as a player. And now as talent, I mean, it's just the same thing, except now like I'm working on the other side of the desk. So.
Okay, when it comes to expectations for the teams particularly that are here this time around, because it's 16 teams, do you have anyone that you want to put your money on?
I feel like the easy bet is to say like Furia or FaZe, but
what about BDS?
No, that's what I was gonna say. Like BDS always turns up when it's not a major event. They all, like they'll probably win. They won everything that's not like an official like major invite or something like that. So honestly, I'd probably say BDS or FaZe. I feel like FaZe has to win at some point.
Do you think this is it though? Like, there's 16 teams in total. I feel like FaZe, every time it comes down to like that final moment, they kind of crumble a little bit. And would this really be considered, oh, they've got an international tournament?
I think the pressure is always going to be on FaZe if there's like a situation where it's bound to come, you know? Every event that you lose second place or something like that, at a certain point, you have to be able to like turn the tides. I feel like it's only a matter of time before they do win it. So would this be the one? I don't know, but it's like at a certain amount of time. It's like getting an alpha pack. Like the more you don't get it, eventually you'll get it.
Janig here, joined with Philippox from Furia this time around. Long time no see. But I want to talk about being in Saudi because this is not your first time here. How are your expectations heading into this tournament?
Yeah, it's actually my third time here, so I'm very grateful to be here once again in this amazing tournament. And I'm expecting to win, as always. Like I'm never coming to a tournament not wanting to win. But I know that we are struggling as a team. Like. So actually, I just want to play a good Siege, because if you don't play a good Siege, like, we won't win. So yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I want to talk about actually Manchester particularly and your learnings from that tournament heading into this, because you guys had an incredible year last year, getting every single title. What was the learning from not making it to the finals in the major, not securing that trophy?
Yeah, that hurt a lot for us because it was our first tournament with Furia, and we wanted to give the tournament for them. and we weren't used to lose like for a year. That's kind of not humble to say, but that's the truth. Like for a year, we didn't know what it was to lose. So it was a defeat that hurt a lot for us. But I think we learned a lot of things from that.
Is this like your time to bounce back? Is this the tournament where you guys are going to prove yourselves?
Hopefully so. It's a tournament that we want to win so bad because it's the only tournament we haven't won. So yeah, it's our main goal to win. Hopefully we can do that.
He says he's very excited to be here, and he's hoping that we'll do well. Yeah.
Wow, that's very great words of wisdom from the fish. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, fish. How do I give it a fist bump? Do I just like... Wow, that seems violent, but awesome. Appreciate it. Thanks. Want to talk about the expectations that you have heading into the tournament, especially the format? I feel like no one seems nervous about it, but I want to get a little bit more insight.
Well, it's best of ones to start it off. Be interesting against, you know, what we mean our first game's Geeky, so home team. I mean, just take it game by game, game by game.
Wow, English is really difficult today.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been ambushed here. I've been put on the spot.
This is like very candid interviews, so you know you can't fault you. I want to talk about if you had to put your money on whoever's going to be in the finals, besides DZ, of course. You can say that.
My money is going to be on the finals. It'll be a DZ BDS rematch.
I want to talk about you being here in Saudi Arabia at EWC. When it comes to your expectations heading into a tournament with the format that we have going on, how far are you expecting to make it?
I know it's our first tournament, like as players for all of us here, and it's a really fast tournament. The teams are really good. You know, I believe in my team, and we made it here for a reason. So I'm expecting us to go pretty deep.
We have Bliss here, the OST representatives, once again on the international stage. Welcome to Saudi.
It's a pleasure to be here. You know, it's the first OST team I think ever to be in a World Cup here in Saudi for Siege. So yeah, it's a pleasure to be representing the region again, and you know, hopefully we can come back with the win.
All right. Well, it's been a little bit of a change in terms of what we're used to when it comes to the World Cup. Usually we have 8 teams. This time around, it's 16 teams. Want to talk about your maybe emotions heading into this, particularly nerves. Are there any nerves there? Because it feels like it's a major.
Nah, not really any nerves. More excitement. You know, we've got Titan now, so our prep for this major event, feels like we're a lot more prepared for this one than we've ever been. So yeah, just showing off what we've done with Titan and the work we've put in. So yeah, just let the work speak for itself. Really, no nerves.
Thank you so much. I love that philosophy. We'll see you around. Bye.
Ready, set, go.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We are here for day number 2 demo. We're going to be rocking the B stream all day long. We got a couple of best of 3s headed your way. How are you feeling today? We had some banger games yesterday, and I'm sure we've got a couple more in the pipeline for today.
Yeah, I really enjoyed yesterday. I thought the games were top tier. I really enjoyed seeing a good mix of teams. Obviously, we got to cover here. We didn't get to cover every team. We get to see some teams here on this stream that we didn't get to have a look at, Ollie, but certainly the competition already. I would say there's been a big upset. You know, Bleed getting into that top 8, knocking down FaZe, I think is probably the biggest storyline from yesterday.
Yep, there really has. We have got a recap so we can have a look at just exactly what went down yesterday if you did miss it. That Bleed game, a bit of a highlight for me, but stay tuned. We've got a recap coming your way. It's going to fill you in on everything that went down.
Drop the diffuser. Deployed. You have some time. Attackers activating diffuser.
Reload! Well, there you have it. That was everything that went, well, not everything, but the highlights, I guess, of what went down yesterday. There is far too much to fit into a short recap video. But demo, for me, I think we got blessed over on the B stream with the games that we did get to watch. As you mentioned there, we got to see the Wolves upset against FaZe. We got a couple of decent games early on into the day as well. I think more toward potentially that BDS Cruelty game. I think, you know, despite the scoreline, we followed Cruelty all day, didn't we? And we struggled to see them get a map, and they have since gone home. But we did get to see some good games.
Yeah, we did. SSG was another good thing to see. Obviously, Benja coming into that lineup. Everyone wanted to see how he was going to really mesh. And yeah, you know, Benja done Benja things yesterday.
Absolutely. Let's remind ourselves of the format. Of course, this is the Esports World Cup. So we do have a good number of teams kicking around here. 16 teams, 2 groups, 8 teams in either group. Best of 1s to start things off, and then best of 3 elimination matches. And then the teams that qualify into the playoffs. We get 8 teams into the playoffs. Best of 3s all the way until a best of 5 grand final. So we're really giving these teams the best opportunity of getting themselves through and getting into that playoff zone with those best of 3 elimination matches. Let's have a look at the prize pool that is up for grabs. $2 million is going to be the total prize pool, with the split as registered underneath there. $750,000 for the winner. Second place, $350,000. Of course, there are all the other sort of mini prizes. I say mini prizes, the massive cash prizes, but there are smaller prizes along the way, demos such as the MVP awards. We've got prizes for the org that gets the most points. It runs pretty deep.
It does. A whole multitude of games, the way it corresponds over the organization. So you'll see a lot of different orgs get involved, a lot of different games just to increase their chance, of course, taking home that club trophy.
Let's have a look at the teams in attendance. I don't know if we got these teams grayed out, if they've actually gone home. Oh, no, we've not. So there are going to be a couple of teams here, of course, that aren't going to be competing today. They've already bowed out of the competition. Cruelty, Talon, a couple that immediately spring to mind. Who else are we looking at? Maybe GK demo? Yeah, GK lost. Wolves, they're going to be out as well. So good few that we've already said goodbye to over there on day 1, but that is just the nature of the competition, and we're going to be saying goodbye to a couple more teams today.
Yeah, we will. You know, you said it kind of grayed out. I would love to see a kind of Hitman assassination, just, you know, snipe out the teams as we went across them.
I want it Hunger Games style.
That would have been great to see. But yeah, look, 4 teams gone. We send another 4 home. We're kind of at the stage where every match that is played, whoever loses goes home. You know, everyone's out of second chances. Even whenever we get to tomorrow, we get to the playoffs. Again, you lose that, you're out. So this is really where teams need to dig in and just play their siege and try and get these wins.
Absolutely. And, you know, we've already got a couple of teams that are qualified through, so they're going to be on an off day today. They get to relax, enjoy themselves, and really just get in the right frame of mind. Let's take a quick look at the groups. That's going to really be able to cement just exactly where everybody is at the minute. So we're going to start off with the upper bracket inside of Group B. So yesterday's games, we covered the BDS Team Cruelty game here on the B stream. W7M versus Space Station. W7M getting the win in that one as well. Luminosity, they fell to Bliss. Bliss, their first time here at the Esports World Cup, their first host team in representation, and they've already got themselves through into the second round. Now, they did lose that second game against Team Liquid, so they did drop down, but they are not out just yet. Talon, they played up against Liquid, and they struggled pretty much all the way through yesterday. That leaves us with the upper bracket for Group B, with Team BDS qualifying and Team Liquid qualifying directly into that playoffs. We can bring the lower bracket up now, and we can have a quick look at how these lower bracket games went. So everybody that lost inside of the upper bracket gets dropped down to the lower bracket and continues to play on. Space Station got a 2-0 win over Team Cruelty. It was 7-5, 7-5, so it wasn't the most clear-cut series. Space Station will remember the win, and the win is all that matters. But Cruelty, you were so close to getting the map, and I know that me and Demo would have both loved you to see you get a map here at Esports World Cup. Space Station winning, they're going to drop down to the second part of that bracket just so that we get a little bit of variety, because otherwise they will be playing the same opponent again. Luminosity, they beat out on Talon, which leaves us with our semi-finals in the lower bracket being W7M and Luminosity Gaming and Team Bliss versus SSG. Of course, two of those teams will be going through to that qualified spot by the end of today. And now, Demo, do you want to run us through this bracket B?
Yeah, B. It's certainly the highlight one where, as you can see, the two teams going straight through was Fury and Bleed, surprisingly. Obviously, the starting games kind of went, as I would say you would have expected to see, but it was really that semi-final, that Bleed phase game. Bleed taking the win, getting APAC to a top 8 at a tournament for the first time in over a year, a massive accomplishment for that side. I also heard that the Furia DZ game was a cracking game. 8-7 went all the way, and Furia just in the end being able to nail it there. And I believe it actually came down to potentially a self-TK, a nade TK happen for DZ. You never know, little things that matters. Then if we look at the lower bracket, and we'll see how the two teams were eliminated and how this kind of lines us up for today, of course. If we have a look, again, I think it's something that people maybe didn't expect. Again, another bit of an upset. It's actually Wolves who get eliminated from this group. They lose to Scars, which is something that we just did not expect to see. And then also ITB, a team, Ollie, very close to our hearts.
I'm gutted.
They're still in it. They're still in it.
Well, I know they're still in it, and I'm still gutted because we didn't get to see them yesterday. Well, we didn't get to cast them yesterday, and I don't think that it's on the cards to get to cast them today. So it all depends really on what happens tomorrow. I think for me, inside of this group, maybe the shock result there is Bleed versus Wolves. Obviously, Wolves have made a couple of changes. Bleed have made a couple of changes of their own, but we expect a little bit more from Wolves. I think they are that team in Europe that attends a lot of international events, and they do have that pressure on them. And to see them fall to Bleed and then fall again later on, it was a little bit of a shame. If we drag up the lower bracket now, we can just see what this means then in terms of the results that happened inside of this upper bracket. We do have Furia and Bleed, of course, qualifying out of that upper. But into the lower bracket, GK played into the breach, hometown team versus ITB. ITB come away with the win there, but now look who they've got to go up against, Demo. They've got to go up against FaZe. Now, the fact that FaZe is even in the lower bracket feels like an upset to begin with, but Bleed were the ones that put him there.
I just don't think that Bleed really care about ITB, Ollie. That certainly seems to be the case. I will give you FaZe. You know, we'll pick the opponent for you. We'll take our win. But hey, to be fair, where would I be then if it was ITB and Bleed and one of them went home? Where would I be?
Well, exactly. I mean, to be fair, you've got ITB, Bleed, and FaZe. You're just spreading you're spreading your support at this point. You're just supporting everyone in Siege, and I absolutely love it. Wolves, they played up against Scars. Scars got the 2-0 win against Wolves. Now, that game happened, I think, after we finished, wasn't it? Yeah. So I was in mega chill mode by then, so I actually didn't watch that one. But just looking over the recap of it, it was a Nighthaven Chalet, a 7-5 and a 7-2. 7-2 on Chalet for Scars. That's a very good result, no matter which way you cut it. So Wolves there got a little bit of soul searching to do. Obviously, they're in that rebuild phase. They still have the same core, but they've lost a couple of players and they've got those replacements in. DZ to play Scars later on today then for a chance at that qualified spot. So there is a world here where we do actually see Scars getting through and maybe reliving a little bit of that sort of momentum that they saw over at Copenhagen Major so long ago.
Yeah, and it is a very long time ago, and I think to try and find that momentum again, you'll be digging for a while. But yeah, I think Scars being able to pick off Wolves, which, look, very unexperienced with the 2 players that they brought in. We knew that was going to happen. I think maybe the level of results, the level of play, you would maybe have expected a little bit better because you still have some really top-tier players. Like, I look at, Deadshot and Mowgli. I think they could probably walk their way in most EUL teams if they wanted to. That's the level of players that they do have. So you probably would have liked to have seen more from Wolves.
Yeah, I think that they would have liked to have seen more from themselves as well, and they're probably going to go away and work pretty hard on that. Obviously, there's a bit of time between now and the start of Stage 2 to start to cement themselves, but it does feel like not quite a back to square one, but they have gone, quite a long way back with the, the experience of the players they brought in. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it does take time to build that experience back up. Let's have a look at the schedule and see the games that we are going to be rocking here today. Of course, this is going to be the B stream. There will be games going on over on the A stream as well. I think the opening ceremony is going on over on the A stream at the moment. But here's our schedule for today. W7M versus LG versus Luminosity. So that is a best of 3. That's going to start at 6 o'clock AST, which, if you are in the UK, is at 4 p.m. So
in 3 minutes.
In 3 minutes. Spoiler alert, I don't think it's going to start in 3 minutes, but it is going to be starting as soon as it is all ready. Dark Zero will then play Scars later on today. If you're NA, we do run a fixed schedule, so don't worry. It isn't a case where we're going to sort of run over. We are going to be running a fixed schedule, so that game will start at 2100 hours AST no matter what. So you do have time, and you can set your alarms. You won't miss the game if you are a DZ fan. You will be able to, or if you're a Scars fan, who knows? I always just think of time zones and think of America being so far behind. So that's one of the things that I think about with Scars. I guess you're probably a little bit in front if you are in that part of the world. Now, which match of the day did we choose, Demo? Was it an obvious choice, or was it a choice that we kind of got led into just a little bit? It was, of course, the DZ and Scars game. How could we not? With Scars and the way that they played yesterday, I think we had to shine a bit of spotlight on them.
Yeah, we did, and even DZ as well, almost beating Furia. I think that in itself is a very difficult thing to do. Only one team has been able to do that, Ollie, in over a year. So I think for DZ to get that close shows not only great progress from DZ, but I think progress overall. Now Furia are starting to look, not as strong as what they used to. Obviously, time's going to catch up everything. Dynasties will fall at some point. So for DZ, now it's about how do they respond from being that close to beating one of the best teams in the world, going straight into the next stage, completely ignoring having to play today, getting a day off, and now they have to go again in a best of 3 against a team who have knocked out Wolves, who have caused an upset, and they're probably feeling really confident about themselves because they're probably playing that they've nothing to lose.
It's such a big rock in the road, isn't it? Because DZ have already done the hard part of the job. They've already got that win over... they already got so close to getting that win over against Furia that you just think it came down to one round, and one round on a border as well. Like, it's a coin toss. That's literally who got which side in overtime has almost decided that game. And now you're going up against Scars, who we know are just that rock in the road. They are that team that are the underdog, and they can just upset things. But if you guys have got an idea at home as to who you think is going to win the games today, make sure you get yourself over to stcplay.gg. You can get in there and put in your predictions and see if you can get yourself right. I'm not sure if there are any prizes up for grabs, but get yourself over there and check it out. We love a prediction. I'm going to force Demo to do predictions for every single map here today, not just series. What do you think, Demo?
Maybe not. We'll see. We'll see how the day goes. I'm currently also having a look at the opening ceremony. It's like the Olympics right now. I'm seeing because they've brought all the teams who are supposed to be off today. They've all brought them down as well, so they just don't get to lie in the hotel all day. They had to come out and do a little bit of showcasing themselves. So yeah, it looks quite good.
Fantastic. Well, I'm sure that all the players will be having one thing on their mind. The players that have been dragged there will probably be thinking, I want to get back and get some breakfast. And the players that are there thinking, we've got a game to play and we want to be getting ourselves into the zone. Of course, that is going to do it for our little pre-show. We do of course have a couple of teams coming up now. We're going to jump straight in to the W7M roster, and we can start digging a little bit deeper into these players and getting ready, I guess, for our first game, which will be W7M versus LG. Of course, W7M roster: Lobin, Dash, Volps, Dots, and Dudes. This is, I mean, these are names that we're very familiar with, Demo. A lot of these players have played on multiple different teams inside of Brazil at the moment. Obviously, for anybody that's looking at this and saying, W7M, didn't they just win SI earlier this year? The organization did, but the team is entirely different. Not to say that they're not as good as Furia. Well, they aren't, because they've not won an SI, but it is of a very similar standard, Demo.
It is. I think this team, we kind of first seen just how good they were during the Atlanta Major, where they were on a team called Loss. And again, they came really out of nowhere. You know, a Brazilian team that was led up by Cameraman at the time. And we've seen them get into the grand final, losing to Furia, which, yeah, we can't blame them. Everyone lost to them at the time, which was their org. I mean, they lost to the org they're now in. Again, it's a lot of time scale, time issues that we have with that. But certainly a team which have really established themselves as a top team in Brazil. You know, they've almost kicked NIP to the curb almost, haven't they? Because it always used to be kind of, you know, obviously Furia, W7M came up, but then you still had, you know, Liquid and FaZe, and then NIP, you're still looking at those your big teams. I think W7M now, this team has cemented themselves alongside the rest of them.
I think you're right. I think they've got in there and they've said, look, there's space for us here at the top. We know that Brazil's always been a region that has had real big heavyweight teams in it, and we want to be one of those teams again. And that's exactly what they've done. They've got themselves in there. They've performed well inside of the regular stage. And I think you really can't fault that. The teams have got a lot of experience as well. You know, you're looking at players like Dots, Lobin, Volps. They've all been on different teams. Volps spent a little bit of time over.
No, you kind of look at the Luminosity side, who came in, and I think if you really look at a team who's going to kind of come in from an underdog perspective, this is a side that probably didn't think that they would get to this stage. I know maybe they did, but in reality, considering how stacked NA is, I think NA might be one of the most stacked regions that we actually have in terms of similar levels. This side was able to get here over Sonics, over our major champions, Beast Coast, over M80. You know, if you look at those three teams, I think a lot of people would probably pitch them above Luminosity, but they kind of broke that trend. They said, that's not set in stone. And for a young team to come in with very little experience playing at LANs, to get a first win at LAN already, I think is a massive thing for that side, and especially in a best of 3. They beat Talon 2-0 in a best of 3. Look at Cruelty, who have been to more events than these guys. They didn't even win a map. You know, Talon were at the last major. They didn't, you know, they beat Talon. You know, already you're starting to see this team's actually been able to do something. But this is obviously a much bigger step up than what they have played previously.
Well, you say that they beat Talon. Is that really that much of a thing? Talon didn't look very good yesterday.
No, they didn't.
Talon looked really, really poor yesterday. I don't know. I don't feel like Luminosity have come up against... have they come up against a worthy opponent yet? They lost to Bliss and they beat Talon. That just tells me that it's very 50-50, isn't it? Either they're going to come out here and do something today, or experience is just going to get the better of them, and it's quite a young side, right?
You see, the only thing that you would kind of argue with that, and it's like an age-old question, it's who you kind of get matched up against. Beast Coast won the major. Beast Coast never played Fury at the major. Does that mean that Beast Coast is better than Fury? They never played them. You know, it's one of those.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It is difficult to sort of match up teams, especially when they're not going to loads of different international events. Obviously, Luminosity, they've got a bit of experience domestically, but in terms of an experience at an international, you know, where you're traveling halfway across the world and getting it done, that's when things start to get a little bit different, and it's something that you struggle to quantify on paper as to, you know, how that team is going to react in that sort of a moment. So I think, you know, that's really where I'm looking for it for this. It's going to be a great opportunity for them to play a team that, you know, everyone has to get battered by Brazil at some point online. It's a rite of passage. Now, is it going to be today or is it not? I don't know. I hope that Luminosity give a good account of themselves either way here in this fixture, but by no means is it going to be an easy one. And not an easy one for either side. We got some great interviews yesterday from a lot of the different players and even some coaches, and sort of a running theme was there was a very different mindset in. Some players were going in like, oh yeah, it's an easy game, and then other players were like, there's no such thing as an easy game. Now, I'm a big believer of there's no such thing as an easy game, so I don't think that either one of these two teams should be going in there and thinking, yeah, it's, you know, standard day at the office, let's just get it done. You've got to give these players the respect that they deserve, especially when you're dealing with players at a T1 level.
I don't really know how I feel about that, because I think there is games certainly that you kind of look at the matchup and it should be an easy game. I mean, I obviously respect people who say there's no such thing as an easy game. I think there still is. You know, there's games that you just see a total mismatch. There's games where we sit here and we're watching men versus boys. You look at Liquid versus Talon, for example, yesterday, Ollie.
Yeah.
That was an easy game. And it always was going to be on paper. Let's be honest. Liquid, I think, have really kicked on since beating Furia, and I think they've looked, this is probably the best shape they've looked at in the past year. And I think whenever you're a top team and you have the expectations, you should go in and get the job done. And maybe that's where I would maybe look at BDS and think the expectations I have from that team is, you know, right at the top, you know, should be contending for every tournament they're in. And, you know, EFAC goes in and says, yeah, there's no such thing as an easy game, but I really think that they should have went in and smashed Cruelty even harder than what they did. And I think that's just... I always think expectations. You've done it before. We've seen how well you can play. Now you need to do that week in, week out, because that builds consistency. And consistency,
Yeah.
Ollie, you know, I value that over anything else in the game.
Exactly, and it all starts to depend, doesn't it? It depends what kind of team you are. If you're a confident and aggressive team, then yeah, easy game, we're so much better than all these people. But if you want to take it a little bit steadier, a little bit slower, then you can be a bit more, you know, give it a little bit more respect. Let's see where we're going for this best of three. We've got the players in their seats, ready to rock and roll now. They're going to be getting themselves set up. We can find out where we are headed in this best of three. So Scar's going to kick things off with a consulate ban. DZ, a bank ban in response. Chalet and Labs both coming in there as maps to be removed. Remind ourselves of what was played yesterday between these two teams. DZ played a consulate and they played a border. So those two maps are still available.
We're not covering DZ, Ollie. That's the next game.
Oh, I'm seeing the DZ logo and I'm getting confused.
Yeah, that should be...
Is the W7M logo?
Luminosity. Yeah.
Where's the W7M logo? It's absolutely baiting me.
We've had a slight hiccup, but don't worry, guys. I'm pretty sure it is Luminosity were the first team to ban. So they fit in the place of Scars, and then W7M was where DZ logos were. But as it stands, Luminosity, they have chosen to go to Clubhouse. That's going to be our first map. Second map, we end up going to Kafe. Always a fun one for me and you to cast. And that was chosen by W7M. And if we get to it, our decider map will be Border. So on the surface of looking at how the bans have went and the maps that have been selected, Clubhouse, a favorite for Luminosity. During NAL, they played it, you know, almost half of their games were on Clubhouse. So it's going to be one they're very comfortable in. They beat Talon on it yesterday also. But then again, that gives W7M a heck of a ton of research that they can go for and look through and see how Luminosity are setting up. Kafe, a map that Luminosity usually ban. They don't play it. W7M like this map. They smashed Space Station on it. 7-3 in the competition already. And then even if we get to Border, again, it's a map that W7M are going to be really favorable on. It's that kind of Brazilian siege that we see Border play really well for Brazilians. W7M, again, it's one of those maps that they will go to it, but they never really get a chance to go to it a whole big lot. So I think based on the map veto, it does favor W7 just a little bit. I think just that Border sneaking in kind of gives it the edge for me.
There we go. We've got the map veto up now with the team logos in the correct spots. As you mentioned there, we love a little bit of Kafe, a Border for a decider. Again, as you mentioned, it's got to favor W7M. It's got to favor that Brazilian playstyle. And the Clubhouse coming in there as the first pick. Now, Clubhouse, we always say that teams should have a good Clubhouse and they should have a good understanding of how they want to play it. It was the map that went to an overtime yesterday for Luminosity. They played, obviously, against Talon. It was an 8-6 going to an OT. So is there a bit of an alarm bell there if they go into an overtime on a map like Clubhouse that you should be pretty good at against Talon, who, let's be honest, yesterday looked quite poor? Maybe time will tell.
W7M. You hope that this is where they can just kind of settle the nerves a little bit. I think them going in, losing that matchup against Liquid, what was that? You know, a big surprise? Are we really surprised that they go in against a team that obviously they know extremely well? Oh, sorry, BDS, should I say, sorry. Again, BDS know W7M extremely well. 7-2, you would have expected a bit of a better performance from W7M. You know, only 2 rounds against BDS. For a team of this caliber, W7M, where we say that, yeah, you know, they're kind of cement themselves in that new top 4 of Brazil. I think more than anything, it's performance I need to see from W7M. It needs to be better.
Well, this is a good opportunity for them to show us that they're going to be starting off on the defense here on Clubhouse. Live for day 2 here of Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Best of 3s all day today. First map Clubhouse, second map Consulate, and Border if we need it as a decider. I'm going to get a Maverick ban here, Demo. That's a bit of an unusual one, isn't it?
A little bit, because I just think Maverick at the moment, we've seen a great demonstration with Bleed versus FaZe yesterday. Or was it Bleed? Or was yeah, it was Bleed versus FaZe.
Yeah.
The C4s that you just fire
Maverick's
through with
terrible.
the lineups.
Maverick's really hard to use at the minute. If you're your designated Maverick player in your stack or team, then you've just got such a hard time because the C4s are going to be your biggest enemy. I hope we get a bit of all chat banter this game. It's been very light in the all chat.
SSG was a bit. Oh no, honestly, even SSG was tame for their standards.
Mate, for SSG standards, it was very tame. Players just getting themselves ready and waiting now then. You do wonder, is there any nerves on the side of Luminosity? I will always keep coming back to teams that haven't got a lot of LAN experience as being a big topic of conversation because you've got to take it. And a team like W7M, they're so experienced at this point that they know that and they can try their best to exploit it, and hence things like the all chat kicking off and stuff of that nature. You can really get in players' heads like that. Lobbing. Could be looking for something early here. Oh, boss GA cog action. He really is.
Oh, and nobody spawned there.
Oh, he's not going to do too much with it. He gets himself back inside and can start to hide out a little bit now. But it does just go to show that W7M are not going for an anchor hold here. We've got Volps. He's going to be playing at the top of Adam's stairs and keeping an eye on that window. We've even got Dudez upstairs in Garage. This is a very extended hold right now, Demo.
Would you like to hear my players to watch?
Go for it.
I think you have to be looking at Lobben for me. I think he's a player which done extremely well whenever they went to Atlanta, you know, their breakthrough competition. I thought he was a standout there. I still think he's been the standout player for them, you know, since then. So certainly somebody to keep your eyes on. He's going to want to get aggressive. He's going to want to try and get those opening picks. Yeah, just a player that you have to watch. You look over towards Luminosity. Honestly, I'm gonna fancy Surf here. I think somebody who has been a long-standing player inside of NAL for a while now, and this is really his first looking at a bit of success. You know, we think back to whenever he used to be on the Beast Coast roster, you know, way back when. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see how Surf plays today, because at the moment he's done not too bad this competition.
Dude's going to pick up the first kill there and nearly gets a second on the wallbang. Half the round wasted. There's still a player upstairs, Demo. Where's the roam clear? He's just shooting a bar of pellets off for fun.
No
Robin
way.
takes Surf down. Oh dear. Dash is still upstairs as the Cade, by the way. Cade. His Electroclaw. Nah, don't worry about that. I'm just going to sit at the top of Cash stairs. Minute and 5 seconds left.
Don't drop. Don't do it.
Oh, if he drops, it's over.
The player oil pit.
Oh, Eddie. He looks like he's tempted for it, but I think he knows that there's someone tucked into the corner. Dot's going to take Silent down. Oh, dear. What do you say? One by one. Everything is just a single engagement. No roam clear whatsoever to speak of. And he might pick himself up one here as he gets himself up the stairs. Not even with the pistol. The disrespect there. Dash picking up that final kill. A flawless round for W7M to kick it off. Honestly, I don't even feel like they broke a sweat.
I mean, what was that? Like, I really... I heard a few mumblings that Luminosity maybe haven't been playing the greatest of Siege. And I didn't want to come in here and immediately be negative. But we have just had a basement defense in Clubhouse, which is pretty important site for the defenders to win. And usually we like to see teams just turtle up, you know, use a Cade, for example, try and Cade off the hatches, play your crosses, bring mirror windows, for example, just really lock down that site. And the attackers have to go for this big fancy execute where they all need to be coordinated, all drop hats at the same time. What we had was a roaming Vigil going for spawn peaks, a roaming Cade who still had utility in the back pocket roaming upstairs in the CCTV room, and Luminosity went through the round as though those two didn't exist.
I just don't understand how you can have your Hibana pellets shot off and that not become like the #1 priority of trapping this roamer. If there's a roamer on the top floor of Clubhouse, they should be dead.
And the thing is as well, they had an Ash, silent. Instead of, you know, the Ash going and getting the kills, running upstairs, whoever it is, fighting the Vigil, fighting whoever it is, fighting the Cade, he has just decided to try and run down long in sight.
Yeah, silent. Just take. Yeah, I don't. That's what I mean. I don't get it. I don't know why it isn't the focus to go and clear out the roamer. Instead, you're starting to send people direct to site, and it just feels a little bit. I don't know. It's round 1. It's early days, but not impressed is the general takeaway from that. Now let's see how they go attacking elsewhere. W7M going to be locked out of defending the basement for the next couple of rounds, and as such, they will be getting themselves into that gym site, gym and bedroom. See what they can make happen here. Does require a little bit more setup, and there isn't as much potential to roam. You've got to use your utility a little bit more. Castles, frosts, all those things can be very helpful indeed. Deployable shield as well. They're going to be rocking the Fenrir mute combination along with a warden, so drone work could be a little bit tricky. Just wondering to see where we're going to see this armory going in.
It's a better start. And like you mentioned, it was only the first round. Again, still plenty of time for Luminosity to get back into it. But I suppose the worry is, Ollie, if you start your day in a car crash, how does the rest of your day end up?
In the hospital.
Probably the best way you look at it. But at the moment, they have got the man advantage. They had lost the sledge, who was trying to open up the castle barricades. Again, those exterior castle barricades is very common to see on this top floor site. You bring the sledge in, it makes quick work of that, and now we're seeing W7M just swinging windows, swinging everything that they have. Up goes the Amaru straight into gym now. 1:10 left on the clock. Silent has jumped in through the main breach. A great kill onto Dots, and that means Lobin. There's a lot of work to be done. Diffuser, it is going down from the Amaru. Silent needs to try and cover. That reinforced wall will keep Eddie alive, but Silent's dropped below. Amaru, where are you going? To be fair, your teammate's kind of baiting you there. Dropped straight away downstairs into the hatch, but he has no idea that Silent slipped in towards the back end of bar. Clutches up. An explosive round. We still had a good minute left on the clock, Ollie, whenever the diffuser was getting planted.
A calamity. I think that's how this game's going to be, isn't it? It's going to be stressful. It's going to be very high-paced. And it's going to be a little bit scrappy. I honestly thought that once Silent had dropped the hatch, I thought, oh, it's over. Surely Lobin wins this. Because there's just you've just left your teammate to die. It was a great hop in there and picking up that kill. Lobin had a chance here. It was a good play from Silent in hindsight, because he actually used his Ash breaching round. I didn't realize he had one left, but he actually used it to open up the floor below. So at that point, the round was pretty much won, and you were forced into pushing him as the defender there, and you've then got to just win the gunfight. But better stuff. Certainly better than round number 1. Good to see them on the quick bounce back there. Let's see if we're going to attempt there once again. I do believe we've gone upstairs to cash this time, so opting for the other top floor site.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds left before insertion.
Look at the lineup change immediately for Luminosity. This is A little bit more focus with the execute, of course, as the Ying makes an appearance. Also see the old striker being brought in. Usually used as utility burning operator. I think whenever you look towards CCTV room and cash. Gary's Rafters is always a big place of contestant, so I think being able to bring in, you know, a hefty amount of utility dump to help with that clear out of the player towards Rafters is always handy. I don't think, is there any other operator that gets, you know, 5 bits of utility? I mean, obviously, I think Ying does if you bring in, like, a little bit extra.
Ooh. Great shot from the Boss G, but just not enough. It was a bit too far on the range there.
He can get Doc. Silent, go ask Doc for a stim.
Oh, I mean, lobbing. He's not interested. He's just getting himself out there in the map and seeing what other chaos he can cause.
Yeah. Player to watch. This is it right here. He just wants to get angry.
Oh, goodness me. He's chipped so many players down. He's left 1 on 17, 1 on 7, and he's killed 1. The value is incredible at the minute out of lobbing there.
Look, can I get a Doc? This is what I'm talking about. Ah, oh, wait. I don't know why from my voice I'm silent, but we're even watching silent.
This is a competitive game, of course. He's not going to give him a Doc. This isn't a troll rank stack.
I don't know why my brain went there.
Could be an angle here for Silent on the Deimos, but I think they're going to know that he's down there roughly. Lobbin obviously had that little skirmish with him at the start of the round, so they know that somebody was there. Well, Lobbin's also probably telling everyone that there's 2 players on 1 HP and they just need to hold off and wait for these final executes to come in, and just a couple of points of damage is going to be enough. There aren't any C4s left in pocket, so they don't have to worry about the explosive aspect of things, but the clock is definitely going to be something that starts to put the pressure on Luminosity. 45 seconds and they still need to start clearing these areas out. They're not entirely sure about logistics. They're not entirely sure about construction yet. And even then you look at, well, what are they going to be able to get open? They've spent both of those exothermics, so this construction wall, if it's fully reoed, it's not going to be a goer.
Oh. It's going to be difficult. I think losing the Ying, where the Ying had the hard breach gadgets on, was probably looking to get the Ying in towards bedroom, open up that wall, and then use the Candelas over towards the top of the stairs. But now they just have to try and play almost with guns up. They don't have a hefty amount of utility left. Oh, a great double swing. And the Doc Stim comes in. Dash eliminates Silent, who already was so low to that plus GA cog, of course. But 2 kills back in favor now, Luminosity, but the time just doesn't look to be on the side of them. All W7 have to do is stay alive, and they'll do so. Leaving it way too short, Ollie, to be looking for those executes, but I think it all just stems from losing that Ying first right off the rip.
Yeah, that was the secondary plan, wasn't it? It was to use those tin openers to really get something done and to get that construction wall open after they'd spent everything, but I don't know, maybe Rowe needs to play that a little bit different. Maybe he needs to be a bit more active if you're going to send somebody down into the basement on the Deimos. There's only a couple of ways up and down from the basement. You've got blue, oil, and main stairs, so it doesn't take loads to lock that player out and really start to pinch him and go on that roam hunt. I don't know if it's a lack of interest in hunting these roamers from Luminosity or what, but they do seem to be a little bit hesitant at actually committing to that roam clear. We saw it in round 1, and we've seen it again then in round 3.
Well, honestly, I need to catch a breath already. Need to get the defib started up, because it's just so freaking fast, this game.
10 seconds left.
I really don't know where we're going to go next. I'm going to see a blitz now.
5 seconds left.
I see a vigil, but this time it's not Lobbin and the Boss G. Different again.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I mean, look at the setup. We actually have a full roam game coming out from W7M. They're going to try and extend with those castle barricades. See if they can control a hefty amount of the map. You can extend all the way to the top floor and work your way down into the mid floor. A lot of rat holes will be set up, of course, Ollie. Gonna make a bit of a maze upstairs. Also a strip hold. We haven't seen this since the TSM days.
Another fine angle being held there with the Boss GA cog. It makes sense from W7M because it's been Luminosity's biggest weakness in the minute has been that roam clear. So what do? You just exploit it, fully commit to the roam, force them to either directly push the site and then hit the retake, Alternatively, you've got to try and clear out that roam, and it is going to take you a good amount of time to do so. Dash has already made his way back down to site. They're joined with Dots, so there is a presence there in case a drop does come through. They're down.
Oh, they tried to rush.
Eddie just tries to walk his way on through. Silent hits the drop as well. That nade isn't ideal at all. The idea was great, but the execution was poor. 3 versus 2 now as Dots, he gets traded out there by Wi-Fi. The Vulcan canister has been blown. That is going to stop the defenders from getting themselves in, but the striker out there stuck inside a dirt tunnel. There's not loads that can go on here. In fact, it's Thatcher, sorry, in the dirt tunnel. Oh, a brilliant view, but Lobbins there with the kill. Now they know that the last player is inside a dirt row. His moments are numbered. All he can hope for here is a good lineup. But again, look at the amount of time left. There's a whole minute on the clock. 1 TK. Maybe another. Is this when W7M say, right, hold the phone, calm down? He's got live information. He knows where the castle is. Looks like he knows where the other player is as well. But Dudez, he's going to be a little bit quicker on the draw.
Oh, rookie mistake. A rookie mistake. This is a strategy that I'm pretty sure Furia were the first team to come up with the idea back whenever they were W7M. Don't forget, this was like a Furia's map whenever they were known as W7M. This was their fortress. Nobody was taking it off them. And yeah, it's a strategy I've seen happen a few times, and I'm really surprised that Luminosity have fallen for that. So the defense they set up with this elaborate room game where you're bringing in the castle barricades, you're extending all the way to the top floor, and obviously the natural objective is to get the attackers to waste a lot of time and a lot of utility. You open up the hatches and you just fall back down to site. That is the initial plan. The attackers have to do that. The attackers cannot try and go for a rush. Look at all the feet holes, the angles that were opened up. You also bring in the Goyo to assist the 2 players in sight if anything does go wrong and there is a rush coming in. The Goyos will make that push just impossible to happen. It then gives the time for the other defenders to either retake above and use the hatches above and, you know, try and flank them perhaps, or just come back to site. So you have to roam clear against that strategy. You cannot just, oh, scrap the roamers. Let's just forget that. Let's go through blue. They want you to go through blue. That's where all the utility is. That's where all of the angles are lined up for. I'm really surprised Luminosity didn't know that.
It sometimes doesn't seem like Luminosity know a lot. I'm not sure what the roam game is... I'm not sure what the drone game is doing to make this roaming a little bit more difficult, but it seems like W7M are roaming pretty much for free right now. Maybe keep a closer eye on the drones inside of this round and just see exactly how Luminosity are choosing to spend them. They were successful in the gym site on the attack, though. It's the only attacking round that they had so far. There was a bit of an Amaru play up the hatch. No Amaru picked this time, so we know that they're not going to be going for that again. And it was a fairly scrappy round. It came down to a 1 versus 1. Something that you can be sure of, based off the first 4 rounds we've seen, is that Luminosity will move quickly. They certainly don't waste any time. Sometimes it is to their detriment, but they don't waste time getting themselves in. Now, the electrification on the wall is going to slow things down a little bit here. It's going to be a Cade placed in the floor, so one of the trickier ones to deal with. But a Yin Candela through and an attempt at a push in through Garage here. Looks like it's been successful for the most time. Rowe's got himself in and can maybe try and play that window a little bit.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Well, it's not as fast as what the previous rounds were, Ollie. I'm very happy to say that. Because, honestly, we need to chill out a little bit. This is Clubhouse, though. This is Clubhouse. It's one of the more slower maps in the pool. But here we are. It's fast and furious. Wall gets opened up. Barrow and Cade not working out. Curious to see how they're actually going to try and deal with a kind of secondary position now that W7M have now reinforced the other 2 sets of the cash walls and also have caded those. And how much utility do they actually have to try and get through all of that? And it doesn't look as though they're going to have a lot, as down goes another hard breacher. You already lost the buck before. Ash has used all of her breaching rounds, so you cannot get that wall open anymore, Ollie. That cash wall is going to remain how it is. This is a big issue now for Luminosity.
said that Luminosity moved quickly, but in this round, a couple of little mini games, it's really slowed them down. One Candela left in Ro's pocket, so he could try and do something with that. Wi-Fi going to get Dash. Dash really didn't need to be peeking there. Eddie, he's successful as well. The Candela will be shot on the floor. So Volps has a chance at a gunfight here, but going to need to play back-to-back, and Eddie comes in with his second kill on the round. Lot for Dudez to do now. Picks up one, but immediately traded out. Wi-Fi from that window. Lethal.
W7M just thrown that round away. In a great position. Man advantage. They can't get through that wall. That wall was electrified. They have no utility of getting rid of the Electro Claw. And then W7M started swinging. And it all started with the player in construction. Needlessly swinging onto the player in construction window. He loses that engagement. Then for some reason, the guy playing top red stair swings. He loses his life. It then leaves the Cade in such an unwinnable position where he has to watch not only the door, but now also the rotate towards red stairs. Why? Why are they swinging for no reason?
Yeah, maybe a little bit of overconfidence there from W7M. And they feel like they've got the advantage gun skill wise, but when they're just taking those random swing engagements and there's people watching angles, it ain't gonna work. Luminosity have proved that they're gunners. We know them to be capable. Chance at a 3-3 split here, which would be, I think, a fantastic first split for Luminosity to get. W7M will be looking at this and thinking, Heck, if we'd have booked our ideas up a little bit, if we'd have played a little bit smarter, could easily be sat here at a 4-2, 5-1 even.
Setting the welcome mat.
It's been a weird game, that is for sure, but still plenty off the map to go still. Luminosity. I mean, they have been pretty selective in the operators that they've chosen. You know, it is more or less the kind of same idea where you're always having the Thermite. Silence always been on the Ash. They've always had the Ying. And then they've kind of interchanged with the other two. Sometimes I feel as though they bring the wrong operators at the wrong time, and then they bring operators that maybe don't need, and that would have been great for the other rounds. I don't know, it's a big mess at the moment. This lineup looks a little bit more standard of what you would expect to see. The only thing I would say is they are going to have to go for a bedroom take. They have no options of getting rid of anyone who could be in towards rafters, for example, because they just don't have the utility. You know, usually we look at like a Capitao, for example, or a Grim to try and deal with the player in rafters. So straight away, you know, W7M should be onto that, seeing that nobody's towards the garage side. They haven't opened up garage wall. They haven't tried to eliminate the player in rafters. All of the pressure is going to be coming in from those windows, and of course in towards construction.
Spending a lot of Candelas on this player inside of Logi. Lobbing, doing his best to try and stay alive. Gonna be full white flash, but still manages to get the kill. I'm not sure if he managed to dodge out of the way of the Candela or not there, but Silent will grab one back. It still leaves an advantage here for W7M. And a significant HP advantage as well. Silent is only on 4 HP. One shot and he is out of here. There is a C4 as well in play, so there's potential for that to get used. Clock starting to look a little bit dangerous now. Still 2 exothermics as well in the pocket of Eddie, so whatever the plan was for those exothermics, it clearly hasn't happened. That clear of the bedroom side being really unsuccessful. And again, I don't know if it's people just trying to do too much on their own and not getting enough assistance for it. If you double push that guy inside of Logi, you've got a much better chance of clearing him out of there. Stun comes through. Dudez forced into a prone. Player now walking up into garage, but gets burned. Dudez there with the pop-up and the shot. We said that Silent was low and proved just there. Eddie now has to try and make his way through. He's announced his location, goes for the pop flash, knows that there's someone behind the mirror window, but it's not an angle that you're going to win anytime soon. Lobbing, he's going to secure that final kill and the round here for W7M. They're going to finish their defense on a 4-2 split.
We have an attack on CCTV room and cash room, and the Thermite has died as the last player with both Thermite charges not being used. Doesn't that kind of sum it up?
Yeah.
Like, the fundamentals just feel so off. to the way my brain is wired. Might just be me. I don't know if anyone else agrees, but
maybe your brain's wrong.
It doesn't feel the way that you should be playing Clubhouse. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan either of the bedroom attacks on that site. I just think you have operators like Grim and Captain available. Getting control of Garage is going to be the easiest thing in the world. So why are we not going down that line of thinking? Even Monty's available.
Mate, you've got Grim, Monty,
on Rafters.
you've got everything. You've got everything that you need to do that.
That push with the operators available should always be a Garage take. Always should be a Garage take. Like, there's not many games now, Ollie, that we get a liberty of casting where both Ying and Grim are open.
I know, and we haven't
Those
seen
two
either
operators,
of them.
They are incredible.
Sorry, we haven't seen Grim.
Like Clubhouse. And incredible in Clubhouse. I haven't actually seen like an actual kind of good Ying execute yet either.
No.
The Ying's either died first or has tried to go solo.
Yeah, we've seen Ying used to try and push people out of positions and get just take a room, take a kill, but even then it hasn't worked.
Oh.
Let's see if W7M can display a little bit of Ying play for us. It's going to be Volps rocking the Ying this time. Now, Luminosity, are they going for the lockout here because they've got the Cade and they've got the Two-Brow? So that tells me that they're going to go and try and really keep hold of these hatches. They don't actually have any impacts, though, which is a little bit of a weird one. Impacts can be great to trick onto the kitchen hatch and you can destroy the explosive that's trying to get rid of it. If you can destroy an exothermic, fantastic. You can destroy a couple of Hibana pellets at a time as well. Hibana will always win in that instance unless you bring nothing but impacts, but it does do something to slow it down. But they haven't really got anything to do that. Instead, they've just got the Cade, they've just got the Two-Brow, which will take away a little bit of time. But with secondary EMPs, the Cade is going to be pretty much null and void.
Yeah, Cade tricking, obviously a massive issue on its own right. You had Cade tricking alongside Tabaro. It's not a lot you can do. There really is. And this is probably where, obviously, a Maverick ban is worked against Luminosity now, Ollie. You know, that they have to go up against this Cade and Tabaro combo without having the Maverick open up the hatches.
Yeah.
In terms of EMPs, they have none left. So that triple wall on Church, fully reinforced, fully electrified. Oh, dear.
Attackers dropped the
It's going to be a big issue now for W7M. So all credit Luminosity, they knew that the game plan they wanted to go for. What have we got here? Surely not. If this works, I was gonna say for a minute, there we go, he has the right idea. That should just never work. You know, dirt tunnel, as soon as it gets opened, very difficult to try and hold it from that stage. Honestly, sometimes we see even like a Cade being played in there. You put the Cade in the top corner and try and deny access to dirt because it's just such a vital area for the attackers to have control of because it almost dissects a large majority of the site.
Well, crouch walk now for lobbing. You need control of blue. You've got to have that area covered. And with 30 seconds left to go, he is in the right spot. You can see players on the top right of the screen. They're going to be hanging around the kitchen hatch. They're going to be looking to try and drop. The Candelas will come in and signify that. But Dash, he's rushed all the way down. He's got himself deep into long, and kills are going to start coming in. 2 for Surf as he activates the goggles, but he will be taken down. The diffuser has been planted. Dash and lobbing. Fantastic execute there from W7M. They spent a lot of the round setting themselves up for that. Wait until they had everybody in the right position. And by the way, that's how you use a Ying to execute.
Yeah, it is. I'm very impressed that they were actually able to win that round based on triple wall not being opened up. You know, triple wall being fully reinforced, it means that you don't get to kind of cut out the players in Church. The players in Church are very difficult for the players who want to drop kitchen hatch because there can be angles held onto you. You can see 4 of them, of course, as well from the double door. But actually, it's worked against Luminosity because they just weren't switched on. By fully reinforcing the wall, it means that they have no way of actually holding on to the double door at the bottom of the stairs. If you can't hold on to the double door on the bottom of the stairs because you don't have the wall open or the little, you know, left-hand side wall with head holes in it, somebody can just walk straight up long alongside the Yings and walk straight into Church. That was just the case of Luminosity switching off just for a minute and allowing that player to walk down long.
Yeah, Dash did a really good job there of pushing down and getting in deep and just really barrel stuffing the player inside of Church. It was an engagement he had to win because, as you say, if he loses that engagement, it just makes Kitchen Hatch so much more difficult. W7M 5-2 now. looking primed and ready here. They've got the Dokubi this time as opposed to the Ying. A little bit of a switch up there. They're also going to bring in the Flores. Flores fantastic at getting rid of utility. Castle barricades. Even barbed wire. Deployable shields, bulletproof cameras, you name it.
Yeah, barbed wire is a big thing at the moment, isn't it? It's really
especially
came
with
into
the
the
damage,
meta.
yeah.
Yeah. Great for shields. Really annoying for Monties to deal with. See that castle barricades have been mute jammered also. So the Habana pellets will not work. That was honestly the benefit that Luminosity, whenever they were attacking that site, they just used a sledge. You know, sledge doesn't care if there's a jammer on it. He's going to smash the barricade open nonetheless. So this going to be a bit of an issue for W7M, just opening up those windows. Of course, you could always go with the old-fashioned methodology. Just punch it off.
It's a bit time consuming though, isn't it? It's not quite, it's not...
and dangerous.
I don't know
Very
if it's efficient, yeah.
See, look, not even the drones work.
Even the Rotero drone, I mean, they should know at this point. You have the Dokubi that's going to be giving a little bit of a call and actually getting downed out. Eddie and Silent going to pick one apiece and just absolutely massacre from that garage catwalk. If all the mute jammers were placed on the castle barricades, why are we not opening the bottom of garage? What is it with this garage take that people are finding so difficult? Get the bottom of garage open and bring a Capital, bring some bees, bring something to displace those players.
I'm really surprised Monty doesn't make an appearance.
Yeah.
I think Monty's just incredible on any bomb site in Clubhouse. Monty's going to be great. You think about the top floors, you can push out areas like garage, basement, walk through dirt. A lot of opportunities for the Monty, but teams just aren't really favoring it. Look, great hold by Luminosity. Obviously, I love the mute and castle combination. Just denies that if you don't have the proper operators in place, like an Ash, Sophia, Sledge, and you're trying to go down the line of using the Flores or using Habana, it's going to be null and void. And then those windows being castled up, it provides more protection for those roamers who are extending over. If they do get pushed back, if they have to fall back, then they'll be safe. They can cross safely back into the site without having to worry about the windows being opened up. Didn't get to that stage because they just cleaned up house whenever W7M attempted and execute.
CCTV and cash we go to now then.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Finally. Look at the lineup demo. That's going to put a smile on your face. It puts a smile on mine. We got the Capital. We got the Monty. We've got the tools for a garage take. Luminosity also have the tools to deal with the garage take quite well. They got the smokes, which if they want to use early to try and deny the Monty, they can do. They can also, of course, save those for later as a bit more of a plant denial tactic. You've also got the Wamai. So you've got the discs that you can send out there, and the Wamai, of course, will catch Capital's bolts. Now, the bolts will still explode, so if it's a firebolt, it's still going to go off, but you can at least have a little bit more say as to where it happens.
Let's hope that this is going to be a much better, cleaner execute from W7M. Again, still having issues with getting the wall open just based on the freezing mechanic that Tavaro can bring to the table. Tavaro's actually my favorite operator. Does that surprise you?
That's cold.
It is. It's freezing at times. I personally think it's like one of the best guns in defense. Like that DMR hits like a truck. It really does. C4 is always handy. Gadget's nice. Just very good for Clubhouse whenever the map kind of revolves around walls. Oh, they've actually been able to catch the thermite charge there. Ollie, did you see that?
Yeah, they've got the
thermite charge is gone.
The secondary hard breach is open, but
yeah,
no way you're going to be able
open.
to thermite
That's
this open. Sure. Hello, Volps. I mean, at least Roe gets traded out there, but
yeah.
Volps was going for a real risky one there. Anything sent out, C4, impact, or even just swinging it with a gun. It was always going to cause them a bit of a problem, but they do have some things open. So they've got Jacuzzi half open, and I think that was just half open from the defenders, and then they've also got a small vault hole from a can opener in the main breach. But in terms of garage, it's all very quiet. That's where you would expect to see the Monty. Instead, the Monty now is going to be pushing this cash door. Going to try and bully his way through the smokes. They're going to come out now as well. You're now getting bared down on by a Monty. You have to run. There's nothing you can do. The team elsewhere, they are taking care of business in the site. The Monty is being played to perfection by Dots. He's just zoning out this smoke, and there's nothing that he can do. There's going to be a player tucked into garage as well. That's Silent, but he'll be dealt with as well. Fantastic. This is the power of the Monty. You can just bully players into submission. The shotgun at close range. It might be good for one here, but the plant's going down. All this is just a distraction tactic at this point. The mirror window will be popped, and Surf finds himself one. Nearly locks on for the second. But even if he had, he'd have still had a Monty to deal with.
I was really worried for a moment. I seen the Capitao swing the construction door. Didn't use any utility. Capitao's actually really good for clearing off the player on the red stairs, you know, behind that mirror window. You just fire in the bolt, no problems at all. Look, again, I'm as shocked as you are that we're still seeing teams not want to go for the garage take. But you have to give credit to Dots. He made that round. Monty just pushing straight in through the door. The only person who can stop that onslaught coming in from construction door is going to be the player in the mirror window. If that player in the mirror window gets removed, you've opened up the dam. There's a flood coming. I think the Monty, the way that he was able to move through, tanks a couple of... You know, smoke's only going to do 15 seconds, or 15 damage per second to you. That's still enough to tank some, get up close, and look at the damage he was able to do. He opened up the door for his teammates, they moved in, they did their job, they got their kills, and he just held that smoke at bay. That was the main thing, just keep him back.
No, it's perfect. If you're going to play the Monty, you have to play it like that, and you've just got to believe that your players behind you are going to win the gunfight, and you're not going to get shot in the back. If Lobin doesn't win that gunfight, all of a sudden the Monty's going to get shot in the back and the round's in the bin, but you've got to have that belief, and you've got to have that cover there. Map point here for W7M then. Clubhouse, of course, was Luminosity's map pick. But with it being a Clubhouse, is it really ever anybody's map pick? A lot of teams can play Clubhouse. It's been a map in the pool for a very long time now. It hasn't changed for a very long time either. And we expect a lot of teams to be good here on Club. Luminosity, surprisingly, struggling on the defense more than anything.
Look at Silent again, by the way. Boss G. What is Turd calls, by the way?
Yeah, I think he started something, hasn't he?
Honestly, he's
oh dear.
Rated an absolute monster.
Oh, Silent should die here, though. Yeah, Silent gets traded out there. That's not too bad.
Oh, I hate it here. I hate next we'll be seeing this operator with the Boss G. Telling you.
Well, you've lost the Nook. Sorry, not the Nook. You've lost the Nomad.
Nomad.
And the Vigil.
Okay.
It's not. It's an equal trade on both sides, isn't it? Look at the position, though, of the Monty. Dots all the way down Dirt Tunnel. We've already got players stacked up in blue as well. Lobbin, you got to look the right way, mate. Surf and Eddie, they're going to find one apiece before finally being traded out. Still with the Monty stacked up in blue and a player just tucked behind him. Not really where you want to be as the Ram. You can't get too much value from there. Maybe he'll be able to go upstairs and use some of the vertical angles, but he's leaving the Monty all alone right now. Monty can gather a little bit of information here, but just gets caught. Looking the wrong way. The shield must have given him away. Looks like a Luminosity attacking round. Look at how much time's left, Demo. Minute 15 on the clock.
Yeah. I'll explain in a little bit about why that didn't work, but I think Volps has a lot of work to be done. Obviously, a player that has been on the radar in terms of how he's going to perform on this side, considering how everything happened with Liquid, of course. That was a massive move for him. Didn't work out. So he's went back to the org that he was previously on. It is a new team, of course, but same organization. Let's see if he can bring up a big clutch for his side. Free to find. One of them on half HP. Still, full health Goyo and Cade. What stands in his way? That wall is soft, but doesn't have any ram gadgets to people actually dig in through that wall. Not gonna pull it shock in this scenario either. There is a Cade on the other side of that wall, but he doesn't know that. The information really lacking right now. Everyone from Luminosity patient, holding their angles. It should just be an easy 3-2-1 swing. Who's going to get the kill? Who's going to find them? That shots come in. Bobs is worried now. Looking towards blue. He knows the player's right in the door. Will down the castle, but 2 more to find in 10 seconds. Is he going to make it happen? No. No idea about the Cade tucked in beside that triple wall. Luminosity get away with a win. Ollie, dude, it's actually really funny. They lost that round because they were not expecting a Goyo canister to be placed on a castle barricade. They assessed the situation. Yeah. They assessed the situation thinking, oh, they just put a castle. That's their way of stopping a rush in through dirt. Let's bring the ram, immediately break the castle barricade and walk in. They were not expecting not only a castle barricade to slow you down, but then also a Goyo canister to slow you down also.
Yeah, it just took all the pace out of things, and you've got the player in blue that then needs to win some gunfights, and as soon as they announce their position, they're just going to get pounced on, and you need to work off the chaos that the Monty's going to cause in sight as well. Good positioning from, I think, was it Silent on the Warden that last round? Activating the goggles and getting himself into the right spot. Obviously, it's a real crucial position to play, and you've kind of got your back to blue at that point as well, so isn't the easiest thing, but Luminosity getting the job done there on the defense downstairs. They are, of course, going to have to move through. Now, this was another round that sort of fell by the wayside for W7M. They struggled when attacking this gym and bedroom side. They went for the cash-sided clear. And again, it was kind of Garage that let them down a little bit. There was still players floating around in Garage that made it very difficult. There was a bit of a Cade trick and a Tubarao action going on that cash wall as well, which slowed down the breach, but they do have a couple of sets of breaching rounds this time. We've got the, we've of course got the Thermite, and we've got the Hibana, and we've also got the Thatcher, so shouldn't be too difficult. Some secondary EMPs kicking about as well on the Dokkaebi, so they should be able to operate as two separate units here and at least stop one from getting Tubarao.
Ball opened up. That's honestly been like the big storyline for me, Ollie, has just been the wall game in Clubhouse. Both teams have been
It's always the same on Club, isn't it?
You know, in transit. No, but I mean, sometimes, maybe sometimes not, but I think both teams have been religiously taking their Cade and taking their Tabaro. It has been a big, prominent feature for both defenses.
And when you've got the Maverick band and you've got the Bandit band as well, you almost headlocked into it. Should be able to open this wall now into cash, and in fact they're going to go for the double. C4 primed and ready. That's a decent lineup. If it is going to come off, you look at that and you think, throw it. Dude has
got one of them.
Oh, you're going to watch that back on a replay and you're going to feel so hard done to on the timing. That was awful. Peeked out at just the wrong moment. Silent finds himself one. You've got to aggress through. You've got to find this kill for your team, but he picks up two. He was given the space demo.
Oh dear, oh dear. Lack of soft breach. That is what's caused that. They only had one set of nades. That the player who had the nades got killed by that C4. That is the chain of effects that has happened. This is the issue whenever you only bring an operator, only one operator who can do one certain thing. You lose them. You're in quite a mess. And Luminosity with a flawless round. But yeah, no nades, because the IQ got taken out. The shield remains. You just don't push that shield. It's not going to work out. And Luminosity went off that. Luminosity win it again, just based on getting a C4 kill. It's very similar to the situation whenever W7M won a round, just based on spawn peeking a Ying.
The thing is, with the C4 kill, yes, it won them the round, but if they'd have dealt with Silent a little bit better at the top of red stairs and actually pushed him together, it would have been fine.
I mean, I think pushing a player there with a shotgun in hand, that's really difficult.
Maybe it's going to cost you another life, but you should at least be able to get the kill. Tactical timeout here for W7M. Maybe calling for a little bit more cohesion between what's going on and maybe a bit more communication. There's been a couple of occasions there where, you know, you think back to the previous round where we had the rush that was stopped by the Goyo. That's something that you can find out on a drone. You think back to not pushing the guy at the top of red stairs as a unit. That's also cost you a little bit there. So maybe just a little bit more, you know, basic team play, basic information gathering. Nothing too drastic. Luminosity really holding on by the skin of their teeth here to get anything on their map. There is still chance for them. Only one round away from leveling things up right now at 6-5. Of course, Luminosity being given the option to have a chat there as well during that tactical timeout. Compose themselves ahead of this round. I think it's great when a team takes a timeout on a 6-5 and you're the one on the 5 because it gives you that free timeout almost. We didn't see Luminosity's timeout earlier, did we, Demo? I don't think we did.
No, I think we did. I think whenever they were 3-1 down, I think they took one.
Did they take it?
Yeah, I've definitely seen the coach speaking to them.
I don't recall.
Definitely remember that now. But again, we go back into one of our top floor defenses over towards the CC and Cash. And obviously for Luminosity, you know, this was a round that they lost just based on a Monty bullying them, which it just really shouldn't have happened. Look at the lineup though from W7M and the way that they set things up. This now is going to be the expected garage take that we were crying out for, Ollie. You know, Monty can just walk up and make mince work of whoever is going to be tucked in towards those rafters. There's a frost zone. There's going to be 2 frost mats placed in rafters just for that Monty. But hey, look, you still have the captor. That's the main thing.
It comes down to the info game, doesn't it? You need to make sure that you've got that information on the drone. Nade is going to miss there, and 2-2 is going to get sent through.
Missed again.
Nade misses it once again. I'm going to send another EMP just in case there is an electrical ore on there. The electrical ore now has been replaced, so there's a chance that this breach doesn't go off here. This EMP needs to be good. All depends on the timing now of that Zoto canister coming off. The flash goes through. It's a good breach open in the end, but it's cost a lot. You've used all of your EMPs there. Do still have an exothermic if you can get anything else open. Maybe if you want to rotate down around and get the bottom of garage or even construction. And you've got a couple of hard breach gadgets on the Capital. So step number 1, get the breach open. That's now completed. I need to get into the drone and gather a little bit of information. You know there's going to be a frost over on that catwalk, and you're really going to be looking toward your Monty now to make it happen. Great shot there. Silent gives himself away. He was so safe as well.
Say safe. I mean, there's going to be flaming arrows landed right at his feet in sure due time, but... And you mentioned... W7M used a lot of utilities to open the breach, but hey, that's fine. That's the only thing they need to open is that main breach because they have this Monty coming in from rafters. It's going to take some time to obviously clear away those frost mats, but 45 seconds, they're still in very good standing. You just hope that they can get themselves in and burn away those C4s. That's going to be the next thing. Bait out the C4s from Luminosity because they have 4 of them to use, Ollie.
A lot of C4s in only 30 seconds. You can cause a lot of mayhem in that time with 4 C4s, especially when the default plant spot is going to be the hot spot. He's actually going to go just on the breach, so just on the threshold. Maybe feeling like this is a little bit safer. We got Row below. He's going to get taken out. Lobin and Dudez, they find one each. The C4 comes, but it's too late. Not successful there. Wi-Fi Surf, they're going to grab 1 apiece, but it's now all down to Surf. He knows there's a player on those cash stairs, rotating himself down. It's going to be Lobin to grab that final kill. W7M. A garage take was all it took, and they're going to take Clubhouse.
Yeah, great attack. Obviously, getting the wall open, the utility was perfectly timed. You know, going against the Kate and Tamaru, it's very difficult, but you see W7M done that perfectly. And I suppose it does highlight that you have to do it perfectly, or else you will have issues. You know, W7M playing a very high standard, then the actual execute was great. Opening up the other side of the wall for Garage, just to jump in through that rotate. You open up the other side so he can plant with his shield in his back. It will decrease some damage from a C4. It does hit him, but again, still very difficult to go against those C4s. And then finally, they get that diffuser down. They have everything lined up. They have everyone holding their angles. A player lurking downstairs, waiting to see if anyone wants to try and C4 from underneath. He gets killed, and then, yeah, as soon as that diffuser goes down, so easy for W7M to sit back and just let Luminosity have to then play that role of the attackers, aggress onto them. Yeah, great round. Love that round to watch.
Oh, it was a great round from W7M. I think Luminosity, they could have done a lot more, though. If you're going to bring 4 C4s, you're going to expect to get a couple of C4 kills, especially when one of those players is a Valkyrie, and you should have a little bit of information on that. So maybe a bit of a missed opportunity there. Could have been looking at this going to an overtime, but ultimately W7M, for my money, played the better siege over on Clubhouse, certainly on those attacks. And on the defenses, to be fair, Luminosity really rushing a lot of those defensive rounds. And again, I don't know if that's the nerves coming into things. This was their map choice, so you were expecting them to have a good account of themselves. And they did. They took it to a 7-5, but weren't able to take it to an overtime. Weren't able to get it over the line. Some good performances across the board, really, on the side of W7M. I don't think that any one player in particular stood head and shoulders above the rest, Demo. You could maybe look at someone like Lobin for some of the impactful multi-kills that he got, but I don't think that anyone was streaking ahead in terms of kills.
Great game. I mean, a little bit rocky, of course. a lot of glaring issues, as to be said, from Luminosity, especially on their attacks. The defense was all right. You could see the game plan. They really wanted to use that Cage into Barrow, but W7M just head and shoulders, you know, on the attack. Especially that last round kind of sums it up. But overall, I think it's a good map to kick things off here. W7M, tough victory for them. Wasn't, you know, the easiest of games that they would have had. Luminosity really put in a fight for them. But now they get to go into their map pick. They get to go to Kafe, where they've already won in this competition here. They beat SSG yesterday on it. And it's a map that Luminosity, they usually either ban or it just gets banned, period, in the map pool. It's not a map that they usually go to. So yeah, Luminosity, they're going to find it really difficult going into a bit of a playground now for W7M.
Yeah, I mean, we commented earlier that Luminosity's game on Clubhouse was maybe a little bit shaky. It was the map that they went to an overtime against PSG Talon yesterday, so there was always going to be a bit of a question mark over that map, especially with how Talon played overall. And I think it's sort of, it's come true, hasn't it? You know, we've looked at it and we've gone, yeah, it's probably the right choice, or probably the wrong choice, should we say, to go to as the map. And then you start thinking about Kafe and you think, well, you know, W7M, they were successful against SSG. They managed to get a 7-3. SSG only getting 3 rounds on the defense and not a single round on the attack. That tells you that W7M know what they're doing when it comes to defending over on Kafe, and it can be a very difficult and very punishing map for attackers. And from the attacks that we saw from Luminosity today, I do worry a little bit about that demo, because you need a lot more coordination to attack into a Kafe. You've got a lot of things that you need to do. It's a very checklist map, and I don't really feel like those checks were getting ticked for Luminosity today on Club.
Yeah, you need a lot of team coordination for Kafe whenever you're dealing with a hefty amount of repels as well on a map like Kafe. Look towards the top floor, even towards the mid floor. Yeah, I think overall for Luminosity, they need to stop playing as solo as what they were doing on Clubhouse, especially on the attacks. They're very individual, people kind of going off and doing their own thing. They need to play as a team. They were doing that well in the defense. A lot of good moments where they were playing extremely well, being able to trade off each other, but we just didn't see that on the attack. That's going to be the make or break for Luminosity. Scoreboard, look, Lobin, I did mention this was going to be the player to watch for me, Ollie, and he was just running around, just having a field in that defense especially.
I mean, I was saying that I don't think anyone was head and shoulders above the rest. I would say that Lobin is head and shoulders above the rest. Maybe not Dudez. Dudez 10-8, but Lobin 15-8, +7 on the KD. The entry looking pretty good as well overall. 3 entry kills across the board for W7M. And, well, only 2 entry kills. Sorry, only, 2 entry kills across the board for LG. So not really coming out positive on that entry engagement either, and you can see there some of the players just really starting to struggle. 5-9, 7-10, not really getting into it as much as you maybe would like them to. I know that Surf and Wi-Fi got a couple of impactful kills, and Eddie, he had, you know, a couple of moments where he was in the mix, but ultimately, you know, W7M, they shone a little bit brighter today over on Club.
The Luminosity, the team that have to try and fight back. They're 1 map down. If they lose the next map, they're out. They're out of the competition. We're at the stage down the competition where if you lose the game, that is you finished. You have to go home. Look, this is your chance to make it onto the top 8, chance to move into the playoffs, and already join an illustrious teams that we have already lined up playing tomorrow. I don't know how the other game's going on. Again, please, everyone, keep up to date. Always, there's going to be 2 games going on at once, obviously here on our stream and then also over in the main stream. I believe SSG and Bliss, that's the other match that's currently being played. And don't forget, still more games to come later on as well, Ollie.
Absolutely. We're going to get ready for our next map here inside of this series, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We are live here with day number 2 getting underway. We have already seen map number 1 here between Luminosity and W7M, and we are getting ready to get stuck into map number 2. Clubhouse went the way of W7M, and we are now moving into our second map demo. Clubhouse, it was Luminosity's pick. We're moving on to Kafe, and that is W7M's pick. So if you're a W7M fan, you should be feeling pretty good about yourself because they have won their opponent's map choice and they are now heading on to their own.
Yeah, look, W7M got the job done in Clubhouse. Wasn't easy for them, but they had some great rounds of Siege, some flawlessly executed attacks. And now we look in towards Kafe, a very big change of pace. We looked at Clubhouse. I would say the main storyline was all about getting the wall open, all about hard breachers, denying the hard breachers. Now we get into W7M's map pick of Kafe. This is a map where really all of that goes out the window. We are focused on kills, and nothing but kills. You know, windows are a massive thing. You're expecting to see, you know, Yings and Grims again, especially Grim. I think Grim is exceptional on a map like Kafe, where you can just stick them on the window. You can Grim out the entirety back of Cocktail, pixel position as well if you want to on the top floor. Look towards the downstairs. You can Grim out VIP and restaurant, in behind the bakery. Honestly, Grim for me, this is probably his best map. He has a lot of Grim. He's good on every map, but I just think something about Kafe, he is so good on it.
Even though Grim has been available, we haven't seen him played all too much, which is a little bit disappointing because I love a little bit of Grim. I think it's so powerful in the meta. But maybe it is time. Maybe it's a bit of Grim time on Kafe. We will have to see. We saw some pretty weird bans, in all honesty. Maybe not weird, but maybe just unpopular bans on Clubhouse.
Yep.
So we will have to see how Kafe goes, if it goes in a similar vein or not. Players look like they're getting themselves ready. Nice little wave to the camera. We love that. We love a little bit of interaction, players. It's been a very quiet game.
On that side.
Yeah, I was going to say it's been a quiet game, you know, sort of. This looks like business. This is a serious business conversation. This is we are going to win this game. No trolling, no fighting.
I think W7 on FaZe, they don't want to be the Brazilian team that gets left behind. You know, the other two are already through. They need to join them.
Yeah, well, there's pressure, isn't there?
Hey, there's a big possibility that we could have all 4 Brazilians in top 8. Big chance.
Half of the teams in top 8 are just going to be from Brazil.
Which, well, it always has been like that, Ollie.
I was going to say, it's like the meme, isn't it? Always has been. Wouldn't surprise me, to be honest with you.
I mean, the most dominant we ever seen Brazil was what, SI21, where the top three were Brazil.
Yeah. MIBR, NIP, and Liquid. It's strange because you think about two of those teams, or at least two of those orgs in MIBR and NIP, and they're not around anymore in terms of a top team, but a lot of the players that were on those sides are still kicking around.
Yep, MIBR kind of like blew up, and then the players kind of scattered amongst everywhere, but then NIP, look, you know, Muzi, Psycho, and Pino, obviously that was the trio that were there whenever they won. Still playing. Here, some of them are.
And Julio. Let's not forget Julio.
He's coach. Yeah, but he's coach now on Bleed. He's now APAC.
The Grim ban.
Yeah, look, that's what you need to see.
Ying as well being removed. So two of those big impactful operators that are going to help you with those executes gone. Makes sense. That's what Kafe is about. Kafe is largely about executing when you've got a lot of windows and you've got a lot of sites that have windows that lead directly into them. There's a lot of danger then that comes with quick executes, loads of utility getting thrown through a window, and then players flooding in off the back of it to either take control, get a plant down, and then get yourself back outside and cover it from the window. You do tend to see a lot of plays like that over on Kafe. Valkyrie and Azami to be removed here as well. Azami sees so much value on this map because of all the windows, because of all the crossfires. Sometimes you need portable cover. Sometimes you need a pocket full of Kiba barricades to just start throwing at bookcases and chairs and lampshades and all that sort of stuff to give yourself a little bit of something to hide behind. Somewhere that you'd see a lot of that typically played is somewhere like Piano. Hence why it has been removed. It's going to give the attackers a slightly easier time of things here.
If Kafe with both the Ying and the Grim off the board, they'll probably headlock you into kind of having to bring an operator like Monty in now. I think you need to have some form of, you know, operator can just push in the middle of the room with very little ease. Obviously, Grim and Ying can do that with their gadgets, and then Monty can do that with his shield. That's the situation you'd probably be locked into, but W7M, you're going to ignore that. They're not going to go for that. I think probably, to be fair, you probably see this site, you see the mid-floor site. This is more of a kind of soft destruction kind of focus site where you want to try and take above in towards Piano, utilize the hatch as best as you can, try and get a plant down, you know, inside of mining and play from above. But there isn't a whole lot of soft destruction unless they're bringing a hefty amount of breaching charges, which I think is only just going to have the one set on Sophia. It's going to be quite difficult overall for W7M to really play that vertical aspect of this bomb site, which is usually the preferred way. But maybe they have something else in store for us.
Yeah, quite possibly. Pulse is always going to be good on Kafe as well. So much soft destruction and a lot of potential for C4s. Get yourself hiding out down in those lower levels and you can gain a lot of information even from where players are getting on the rappel. That can also be very handy. It can just give an idea of where a push is going to be coming from.
He's down there now. He is in the kitchen. Scanning out. Again, you get some great visibility on rappels also to see if somebody's on a window, if someone's rappelling up to a window. Little things like that. It's going to be really handy to have that pulse in. I wonder if the IQ can maybe spot them out. That would be very helpful.
You'd hope that the IQ has a good idea of where the pulse is, or at least that they have a pulse at this stage in the round. We do have Nomad in there just placing down a couple of air jabs. A couple of players out on rappel as well. Castle Barricade is going to slow down the roll a little bit here. Does Dots realise that a lion scan works the other way? Oh, he was waiting for the barricade to blow up. He just stood still as soon as the lion scan was on. And I was like, hang on a minute, that's an attacker PC utility. Like, you can move.
He's been hacked.
Top floor is now going to be clear and you can start to work on some of this destruction. Doesn't look like W7M know for sure that it's clear, though. They're still a little bit concerned here that there could be someone hiding out there. They have suffered heavily on the drone game. They've only got 3 alive at the moment. That C4 was destroyed, fortunately, for W7M. We've still got a good bit of time here to get some vertical work done, but...
Oh, sees the pulse.
Not many sets of breaching charges available at this point.
Yeah, like I said, it's just only the free. Limits you quite a lot, and I think for W7M, their main focus is just being information. You know, bringing in the IQ, bringing the Dokey, bringing the Lion. I think they were more expecting a bigger battle upstairs. You know, they wanted to see how many people they could maybe take out from their own game, and now they're starting to rotate, trying to pincer out that Pulse, but Pulse is a friend. Pulse is a teammate down with him. That's where Wi-Fi can provide that extra bit of protection, almost as a bodyguard for the Pulse as he does his job and denying that plant as best as he can. Surf gives himself up. He swings from pillar. Dots is going to eliminate him, but with time slowly ticking away, they need to try and get this plant, but that Pulse is still down there. Volps is trying his best to do something to take the pressure off. Dots is going to try and go for the defuse. The cover has to come in from his teammates. That looks to be successful. Diffuser goes down.
Diffuser goes down, and Dudes pays the price for it there. Scrappy engagement here, but look at Dots go. That's the second he's had on the round. He can still place this air jab out. That's invaluable utility at this point in the round. It now all comes down to Wi-Fi. Is he going to be able to pull this one off? I think he knows there's a couple of players tucked inside a train, and maybe that there's one inside a reading, but there's 20 seconds left. He needs time to disable that diffuser. Full white flashed, further wasting the time. Keep throwing the kitchen sink at him, lads. Volps picks up the final kill with the pistol. W7M by the skin of the teeth. They didn't have a lot of time to play with getting that plant down, but more importantly, they had the cover in the right spots.
Oh, it was close. Luminosity really should have won that round. You know, time was going for them. They still had a lot of players alive. That was a big mistake. That kill happening, swinging, it means that nobody's in pillar now. If nobody's in pillar, then that Nomad can just walk into sight and plant where she did. Imagine if that player was in pillar and Nomad trying to plant where she was. It'd be a dead Nomad. Because there was nobody remotely close, you know, to try and get in towards pillar. It was an area of the map that W7 just had no interest in.
W7M seemingly getting away with one there. Rounds on Kafe on the attack are very important. Not that it's a particularly defender-sided map, but when you've got a Ying and a Grim ban, it really does start to level the playing field somewhat, because they are two real staple operators. And you are forced into other things. Lion, Dokkaebi, information gathering. The information gathering only gets you so far. You've still got to get in, execute, and get rid of those roamers, get rid of that player. Whereas the Ying and the Grim, they assist you in getting rid of the player. The other two kind of just tell you where they are. So every attacking round on Kafe is hard fought, that's for sure. Maybe just a little bit more aggression from Luminosity, perhaps. They didn't hold on to that top floor for very long at all. If they'd held on to that for another few seconds, with how little time W7M had, they would have ran out of time before getting the plant down. Especially for the utility that they'd invested up there. They'd placed mirror windows and placed that sort of thing. It looks this time as though they're a little bit more set up to stay. We've got mirror tucked in the bathroom, still with a window and a couple of rotations. I just hope that they're able to get a bit more value out of that utility.
I think the big thing that teams will just find on Kafe is very difficult is the amount of time that you waste within the first minute. And that is mostly just trying to get out of spawn and onto the windows. You know, this is a map which is no exterior breaches apart from the one outside of Garage, which is pretty useless for the most part. So whenever you have a map already situated and lined up with mostly windows and hatches as your only main form of entering into a building, it's very difficult to get a grasp on. Right now for W7M, speaking of the windows, that is where they're situated. They're looking to see if they can take control of Piano. Just waiting to see if they want to go for it or not. Of course, they have to deal with this mirror window setup in towards the freezer and bathroom side of things, which they are doing. A run out has occurred and shots are being whiffed from both sides, but Wi-Fi still able to finish off Dash on the window. Luminosity are happy enough to fall back and give them control of Piano because they have these crossfires set up. That's a great kill from Volps. Pre-fires away. He knows there's one tucked in towards Freezer, but he also goes down. Studez had the information fed through via his teammate. Now it's into a 2 versus 3.
There is time to start opening up this floor. We've got a couple of breaching charges and full utility on Zafir. No Lion scans left, though, so flanks could be a bit of a problem depending on drone placement. There are only 2 drones alive, so I don't think there's anything too handy out there. All the players that are dead are watching different player cams, not sitting on flank drones, so that is going to be a bit of a concern here, especially with 45 seconds left. There is time for these defenders to start moving a little bit. The diffuser, that's going to be fired off for the time being as a Goyo Vulcan canister will be destroyed there. What a kill from Volps. He must have known that he was there. That's a banger. Levels it out. 25 seconds. You really can't count W7 out here. They are going to fall, though, on the stairs. Dudez was waiting for that Zofia to explode, but Surf got the heads up on him. And now a lot falls down to Volps. Not going to be able to recover that diffuser. Does pick another really nice shot up onto Surf, but wasn't aware of the player just ratting it out, tucked in the corner, silent. He's going to find that final kill. Got to feel a bit sorry there for Volps. He hit some banger shots to try and get it over the line, but it was only good to get it down to a 1 versus 1 that he's eventually going to lose.
Hey, Volps is looking good today, isn't he? Like, he's hitting some cracking shots. Maybe it's the, is this the version of Volps that was around, did you ever see his scrim compilation whenever he first joined Liquid and they were over scrimming before Copenhagen?
He loves it, doesn't he?
I was hearing some mad stories, you know, all the EU teams and all were saying that Volps is just incredible. You know, they all scrimmed him. He said, yeah, well, my easiest best player in the world. And that's certainly what he's showing at the moment.
Still not good enough to get it over the line, though, and Luminosity, they're going to level things up 1 round apiece here. It will force them into a different site. Now, the top floor on Kafe, in my opinion, is a horrendous site. It's awful to defend. There are just too many opportunities for attackers to crossfire, execute, get themselves in. Some teams still go to it. Some teams still like it, but I think statistically at Manchester, it was the worst defender site in the game. It was good to see that it's being avoided here for the time being. Down to the basement we go, down to kitchen and kitchen instead. Now, usually you're going to get a lot of destruction on this map, or on this site, should I say, and this round is no different. There are only secondary hard breach gadgets. Everything else is focused on information gathering and soft destruction. We've got the Dokkaebi Deimos duo, and then we've got the Buck and the Ram. There should be no stone left unturned in terms of getting that floor open, that's for sure.
A little bit better pacing, I would say, from W7M. They're a lot quicker into the building, primarily looking at Dudez just walking his way through, but oh no! They've walked away through some cat-can traps, Ollie. And Lobben takes a hefty amount of damage. A player comes around at the perfect time. Silent takes advantage of Lobben as he was trying to bring up his iPad, playing a couple of games. 3v5. It's not the start that W7M would have liked, and Volps makes it not better either as he walks down into the sightlines of Eddie. There's a write-off for W7M. Luminosity. All they have to do is sit back and make sure they don't give away any needless kills, because this is an impossible task for W7M to win this round.
Not going to be an easy one now for them, is it? They've gone down early. Some of the gunfights they've taken as well, it just looks like they've been almost baited into one and then taken out on the crossfire by the other. The defense from Luminosity has been a lot better. Playing nice and buddied up. Even look at this. Sure, Eddie goes down, but Surf's immediately there with the refrag. That Banshee going to give the game away here a little bit for Dash as well. Going to be 2 players just on the other side of that kitchen wall. You can try and bait for a plant here and see if he can pick up one and slowly separate these engagements down, but Surf, it was a great angle. We could barely see him, even with the outline on the POV there. Good round from Luminosity. They're all back in the game here a little bit, Demo.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's a bit of great timing, bit of siege timing coming in play for Luminosity. But still, did a good job at just trading each other. And this was a point that we highlighted, you know, on Clubhouse, the defense rounds that they had. Yeah, look good. You know, they were able to trade off each other back and forth. It was more the attacks that we kind of worried about. And don't forget, Luminosity still have to attack this map, which is certainly the least preferred side out of the two. I think W7M, they realize and they feel as though they want to try and get more rounds, so the timeout is going to be called. I mean, at 2-1 down, Ollie, is the timeout needed here?
Potentially not. But then if there's a problem, then there's obviously something that needs to be said, isn't there? I always think early timeouts are less about strategy and more about, guys, what are you doing? You know, you're getting baited into these fights. You need to take it a little bit steadier. What, you know, if there's some bickering, whatever it might be. I always think early timeouts are mainly for that. Middle of the road timeouts tend to be a little bit more strategic. But at this point, you don't really know what site Luminosity are going to, so it's not going to be anything too specific. They've just won downstairs in basement. It's going to be a mid-floor site, more than likely. But they've done reasonably well on the mid-floor so far, so I don't know if it's a strategic timeout as much as it is just a stop taking silly gunfights timeout.
I guess more just calm, because that round was very, very rushed. W7M kind of just walked their way through Luminosity within the first minute. Luminosity, we're not going to allow that to happen. Head back now into the first bomb site that was defended for Luminosity. That fireplace and mining room is the selection. This is the only round that W7M have won thus far. Luminosity are going to change. They had that roam game the last time that was quite easy for W7M to dissect. Mostly because Luminosity just kind of left within the first minute. W7M were ready for a fight, but they never got the opportunity to. It came down to timing more than anything, where Luminosity just could not get the C4 dished out quick enough to stop the plant going down. Again, for W7M, they're going to be wanting this fight. They're bringing in the Monty for a little bit more, I think, active information. More so than maybe bringing in an operator like a Dokkaebi, which we have seen beforehand.
All comes down to how long Luminosity want to try and hold on to this top floor, and it's not going to be made any easier if you've got a Monty bearing down on you. There are castle barricades to slow things down a little bit, but that mirror window will be popped. And shots on. Surf. He's going to find himself down here as Monty is going to be able to make his way down that long corridor. Puts even more pressure on Row here. Dudez going to get the trade-off onto Wi-Fi, but the opening pick will be Luminosity's. It's not really going to matter too much as a rotation now going to come up to try and retake that top floor, but Dudez doesn't expect the fourth. Volps is going to be there to collect, though. The retake, very unsuccessful. And that top floor clear, you can put all of that on the Monty's shoulders.
Oh, one of them rounds where all the action is everywhere but the bomb site. Luminosity setting up even more so in terms of the top floor control as what they did previously. They wanted to try and bring in the Mira this time to assist them. But again, the Monty just walks in, disrupts everything. Castle barricades and Mira windows are being destroyed by Zofia and Ash respectively. And then we've seen Luminosity try a retake up the stairs with the remaining players that they had, but just didn't work out for them. Too many bodies, not enough information for Luminosity to deal with. Again, that bomb site just is not working out well for Luminosity. He may want to think about that top floor. Obviously, I mean, they don't actually have to defend it now because everything will be unlocked with only 2 rounds left, but still, the top floor, just not interesting them whatsoever.
2-2, all level then. I don't think the top floor is going to interest them at any point because there is just too much potential for it.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
It does hamstring you though when you go to a map like this and you think there's one site which is an absolute no-go. A lot of maps in the game that have got good viable sites for defenders, where every site is defensible in some way, shape or form, and they don't tend to stray too far away from each other in terms of a attacker-defender win percentage. When you start to just say that top floor is for holding on to the building only and we're going to retreat down from it, then it does make things pretty difficult. That is one of the nuances for Kafe. Which means you need to play things a little bit differently. But with what we've got so far, we've got a level game. A lot of chances for this to be a 3-3. We've seen Luminosity I think stepping it up a little bit in comparison to the way that we saw them play Clubhouse. Now, we've not seen them on the attack yet, and that's where a lot of our criticism lies, I think, from the way that they played Club. It's Monty again. Look at how much ground it can take. That's a deployable shield that's just not done anything, by the way.
Best operator in the game. I went over this. Where's he going? Surf has tried to run out. Surely, what were you expecting? Uh-oh. Volps taken down the Monty that we've praised so much. What's happened there? A huge mistake from W7M, and I wonder if that's going to be costly. Is that going to be the way that they lose the round? It could be.
That one won't be going in the highlight reel, will it?
Nope.
There's still chance here for W7M to salvage something. We can hear the beep beep of a C4 somewhere. There's information on that. We've got a player, we've got Row on the default camera. Surely it's not a default that you're going to call for a C4 off. That should be getting shot out, but C4 will get popped and isn't going to land anything. Just trying to open that floor up from above. It's one of the dangers of doing it with Sledge as opposed to Book. You are a little bit more immobile whilst you're opening that floor. A little bit more susceptible to shots from below. The diffuser getting juggled around into the hands of Lobbin here. Who, by the way, is having a very quiet map so far compared to Club. He's going to push himself in and try and get that plant down in the default spot. Again, the cover is brilliant. The C4 shot out of midair. Fantastic stuff. And look at him go. Dudes picks up 3 before being traded out. And it's dashed from the top rope to close out the round.
Wow. Dudes, now that is incredible. I mean, the gun skill from W7M, Ollie, has been top class, you know, top of the range stuff. And Dudes didn't have the greatest of days yesterday. Actually finished negative in the day, but my God, he's playing out of his skin right now. A big round for W7M, and of course, Ollie, that means that they are in a very good position. I mean, keep in mind, Ollie, they still have the defense to go, which is their preferred side.
W7M. Might be a quick series for them, this. We might only be about to see 2 maps. We didn't get 3 maps yesterday in our best of 3. Not sure if we've had any series that have gone to 3 maps yet, Demo. Everything seems to have been fairly straightforward. None of the matches yesterday went to 3.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds left before insertion.
We got an update on the SSG game as well. Let's see if we can find out what's going on over there. Oh, we're in a tactical pause. I assume map 2. SSG currently 5-3 up. They won the first map, so looking good at the moment for SSG. Looking like they might be about to send the Oast boys home.
Benja boy.
Which would be a shame. It's always nice to see Bliss. I think Bliss are one of another team that have generated a lot of fans.
Yeah,
recently.
So close yet so far, though, aren't they? They're very similar to Bleed. You know, I think wasn't it Bleed, Talon, and Bliss at the major? All 3 of them were 2-0, and then all 3 of them went home. I think, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was that. I think so.
Just goes to show you've just got to be prepared to beat everyone that's put in front of you. It really doesn't matter about how you get to where you know, however you get to the position you're in the tournament. You've just got to beat everyone that's put in front of you. Much slower around this time as well. We've been yapping about the game going on the other stream, just giving everyone a little bit of an update there, but just over half the round to go. Top floor's been taken. It doesn't cost all too much to get in there either, and since bringing this Monty, and the Monty did start to come out after the timeout, so maybe it was a case of saying, look, play the Monty. You know that you can play the Monty. Just bully these guys and get in the faces. It's been working out quite nicely for them. Now we're attacking into the kitchen this time, so still a long ways to go. They've cleared the top floor and the mid floor, but they do look a little bit concerned about the flanks here, and there's no Nomad, no Gridlock. You're not going to be able to passively hold those. You need to actively hold that with somebody on a drone, or even better, somebody with a gun in the hand.
W7M just going for the motions. That checklist that you mentioned, Ollie, before we got into Kafe, that you have to go through the motions. And they're doing that right now. Obviously, mid-floor control, use the verticality. Then you start to target whatever side you want to go for. Is it bakery? Is it going to be VIP and restaurant? Certainly VIP and restaurant is the side that W7M want to exploit into. But they need to try and get maybe the Monty down to push out Wi-Fi. He's going to be the main roadblock in the way. And oh, look at that for a swing. Thankfully, though, Lobin is there for the trade-off. He's going to try and work his way into sight as the diffuser being planted by the Monty, who went very deep in towards the Saints. Diffuser planted, and Datch can just reap his rewards. Holding on to the flank. Two players tried to retake up red stairs. Now Rowe left in the 1v3 against the Monty. Fully unextending. Pistol out. Charge him down. That's all Dots has to do. Whenever you see a mute or a smoke, it is usually quite free real estate because he only has the 17 bullets for the shotgun. But Rowe takes advantage of Dots' lack of composure. But still, 2 to find diffuser. He's just going to let this one slide. He's out of time. Out of sight, out of mind. And W7M, Ollie, take a very impressive 4-2 split.
Do you think Dots annoyed him a little bit there? do you think that Dots maybe just got under his skin just a little bit?
I think Dots is annoyed that he didn't kill him.
I would be if I was Dots as well. Unshielding's the Monty in the 3 versus 1. The disrespect there, and Rowe showing his dissatisfaction for it, I guess. 4-2 split for W7M then. Another really well executed round under the cover. The plank going down. And Lobbin there. Lobbin and Dots, really, wasn't it? Oh, Lobbin and Dudes, sorry. They were the ones that could, as you mentioned there, reap the reward of the cover and having that Monty go in. Very plant focused on Kafe, very execute based, and it requires a lot of teamwork. That isn't necessarily something that we saw in spades from Luminosity over on Clubhouse. This is their time to attack. Let's see what they've got to show us, because I hope it's better than what we saw on Club.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, right. Luminosity, pressure is on. You've lost 4 defenses on Kafe, which really shouldn't be happening. But you're in that position now, and you have to attack on the Kafe, where W7M have looked so strong, and you didn't exactly impress us on Clubhouse, Luminosity. So, ball's in your court. But sadly, you're against the 6'8" centre back, who's got the pace of Usain Bolt. Good luck.
Well, the Monty was the winning formula for W7M. It isn't being brought. Lobbing on the rappel. Well, not even on the rappel, on the window.
Opens the window and he's straight out.
That's the other thing that you've got to contend with. If you're playing against a team that can dial in that aggression, there can be so much opportunity for runouts. Look at this yokai drone just dipping in and out of the bottom of that garage door, calling for anybody out on that rappel. Nowhere is safe. Getting to the building is going to be a problem here. The defenders can make it a massive problem on Kafe. This yokai is just purely information gathering the whole time. If anything's seen, someone will be flying out of a window. Make no mistake of it.
This is the issue with Kafe. It's trying to get into the building is the biggest issue that teams will find. And whenever you're against a very aggressive team who will swing everything. And then you also have an echo cam feeding that information to allow them to swing everything. What do you do? Double shield set up, one inside of shop, one over towards the pretty standard pixel position. 1 kill is in favor, though, of Luminosity. Dudes has went down, who has certainly been the standout player for W7M. But look at the time, Ollie. 1:15 left, and Luminosity have not got an inch of anything on the map. They have the rooftop, Ollie, but that's only because the defenders can't get onto the rooftop.
Can't do much about the rooftop, can you? A drop comes in under the cover of the fire, but the yokai drone is there. Still the shots are hit. Wi-Fi. What a shot. That is a blunder if ever I saw it. There's a C4 below, primed and ready, and I think it should catch. There is still info. That's a guaranteed if ever you've seen one. Dots can try and rotate himself back upstairs, but it looks like his teammates are doing a good job of holding shop upstairs. The player underneath that new hatch on that new balcony. Eddie with the diffuser in hand on the Capital, looking to charge through. You can hear the Dokkaebi call coming in. But he doesn't know that there's two players inside a cocktail, not just one. Volps, he grabs those final two. Little Echo Yokai drone blunder aside, W7M looking pretty good there.
I don't know how he was able to not kill him. You know, like this, he drops in, he's being stunned. I mean, he's just standing. Does he not see him? Very weird from Dots. I just don't know. I don't know how he doesn't see him. They're just standing there shooting at him and he just lets them do it. I have no idea. Very strange. But anyway, still W7M. They get the round win. Luminosity. Ollie have called their timeout.
Yep, makes sense. Good to see. Could have called it a bit earlier for those defending rounds, but I think W7M were just a little bit better. I'm not sure there's too much that you could do about that aside from hyper-focusing the Monty, maybe playing a Legion, maybe playing an Oryx, something of that nature, but then you get dragged into playing a different game of Siege. Gives W7M a chance to have a quick chat as well. See if there's anything that they can fine-tune for these defenses, but with what we saw there in the first round of their defense, it's looking pretty good so far.
W7M have just kind of set the pace, haven't they? On the defense. Kind of says Luminosity, you need to be ready for everything. You need to be. We will spawn peek. We will look at any window that you've opened and just cut our heads outside of it. And almost by doing that during the first round, it's going to put W7M into almost a very cautious attitude. Where they're going to be very fair. They're going to take a lot of time getting out of spawn. Whenever they rappel up a window, they're going to take a lot of time, you know, thinking, okay, how do we break, you know, do we want to break it now? And then just kind of sidestep, make sure he doesn't swing us, you know. What is the process going to be to try and play safe? The only issue with playing, you know, safe and cautious, Ollie, is usually that is characterized with a slow play style. Where you're going to use a lot of time to play safe.
$5-2 then currently. I don't know how much time there is for Luminosity to play safe. I feel like they should play bold. Be a little bit more aggro and see if they can meet this fire a little bit.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Defending downstairs. Diffuser, top floor. Monty being brought this time. Fresh tracks for the Jackal to sniff. Get a good track there. Find Lobbin's location out. Ramgadget moving through at that time as well as the Dokkaebi call. It's almost better for the defenders because there's a little bit more disruption. The audio is a little bit more cluttered. And they can just get away with a couple of movements there and a bit of a reposition.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Row. Boss GACOG. Not the weapon of choice there for the Dokkaebi. The aggression from the Monty. Beautiful stuff off the back of the Dokkaebi call. Volps in a corner there.
Luminosity have done extremely well to deal with the aggression from W7M. I just think that comes down to bringing in a more safer lineup. Like I think that was probably the game plan from the timeout. Let's bring in the Monty. Let's bring in the Dokkaebi. Let's try and just keep them at bay. Use these strong operators. Give ourselves as much of an advantage as we can going into these engagements, into these gunfights. Because right now, obviously, W7M, you'd say that they would have them beat based on just gun skill. You have to try and match that by bringing in just strong operators. And it will result in a flawless round. 2 kills, by the way, with the boss GACOG.
Well, he made it work, didn't he? Looking a little bit shaky on the first couple, but eventually dialed it in. Luminosity's timeout, good for a round for him there. Still, it feels like they've got a long ways to go here. They're going to be able to drag this one out a little bit. Let's not forget that this is going to be W7M's map choice. They're going to be happy to defend this map. They were happy enough to attack it. They've got a fantastic split on the attack. But again, it comes down to that Monty demo. As soon as the Monty starts to get brought, rounds start to get won by the attackers. What do you do? Do you go for the Oryx? Do you go for the Legion? Do you really try and go trap heavy and counter this, Monty? Or do you just sort of let it ride?
I think you just have to try and bring in the operators that can be annoying for him. Certainly Smoke and Goyo, there's two that are pretty annoying for the Monties to deal with. We know that. A lot of it does come down to where you want to actually place those Goyo canisters. You sometimes kind of have to get lucky, though. You kind of have to predict where you think the Monty's going to be pushing from and then stack them up accordingly. There's been a few, I'm sure you've done it before, Ollie. You know, you're playing Goyo. You've stacked up a lot of Goyos thinking, okay, he's going to come this time. I'm ready for him this time. And he goes the complete other way and you've got nothing for him. Happens all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the problem, isn't it? Especially when you set up the Goyos and stuff like that. You can set everything up, and if it gets droned out or if it gets seen, it's just, well, we'll just go the other way, shall we? Or even sometimes not, you just predict wrong. So I would look more toward a Legion so you can, you know, sort of actively place those traps and move them mid-round as you generate them. Lobbin's got a really good line of sight there, not only onto the main door, but also elsewhere. Sense going to be brought here. First time we're seeing Sense to try and give a bit of a line for that Glaz to work from, but it isn't going to work. Dash. Dashing out of that main door for no good reason whatsoever. Gives himself up for free. Caught out on the smoke. You're going to want that for a bit of denial later on. Oh, the Monty just gave himself away. How did he not die there? Dots. He's found one. The C4 gets thrown out, but it isn't going to land. Monty on 24 HP. I don't know if the Finker Sim saved him there, Demo.
I think it had to play a part. Well, maybe not, because I think he would have been then stuck in like 4 HP, perhaps, if we do the calculations on that. It's back up to 44, but still not in great nick. Mostly because there's going to be Maestro cameras up, Ollie, which will deal a good amount of damage to him if Monty attempts a plant, for example. Right now, if your Vulps stay alive, you know, your Maestro cameras might be the thing which just win you the round outright. Being able to sit back, use the cameras. Monty now up to 64 HP. Slowly but surely. He's getting up there. Eddie right now. He's going to be the next one in the hot seat. Inside a coat. Strong position to be in. If you actually look at, you know, the utility section from Luminosity, they don't have a big lot left. They have one nade and one flashbang to see if they can try and deal with dots. Goes Eddie. Even takes a little bit of a chip from barbed wire, and in comes the Maestro cameras. It will get shot though. 29 HP is where he will end up on. It has to be the retake. Bumps a tap on the Wi-Fi's head and destroys the Monty as he attempts the plant. W7M again. Play the time perfectly, play the utility perfectly, and Volps that gun skill that he's had today. He's been on fire.
Mate, it's just more crispy shots from Volps, isn't it? When he's needed to, he has hit some absolute bangers, some really important shots. I'm watching that plant go down, and I'm thinking, God, you really want a smoke at this time. But that first little peek he got onto, oh, it just looked fantastic. It almost looked like the old leaning that we used to have in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's just so clean with it. A little bolo peek, a little bolo jiggle. Why not? W7M sitting pretty now then. All the pressure lands onto Luminosity's shoulders. This is to stay in the competition, let's not forget. 6-3, 3 rounds. Luminosity need to pick up on the bounce to take this to an overtime. If not, it's a plane ticket back home, I'm afraid. W7M fighting to be another team, the third confirmed team for Brazil in the playoffs. And then later on this afternoon, a lot of pressure lands on the shoulders of FaZe because they are going to want to be that fourth team as well. For W7M, 3 rounds here on the defense to get it over the line. They've got plenty of opportunity. We need to see some flawless siege from Luminosity if they want to try and stay in this game.
One round. All W7M need to make their way into the top 8. join already. 2 Brazilian teams that made it through yesterday, that being Fury and Liquid. FaZe still have a chance also as they play later on this evening. If in doubt, is the Blackbeard the best thing to go for, Ollie?
I can't remember the last time I saw Blackbeard.
Possibly a D-tier operator in effect right here. Not often we see a D-tier operator, but
How far
here we
does the
are.
tier go? Does it go down as far as D, or is there more?
No, Blackbeard and then Tachanka, and that's it.
Well, we've seen this Chankra
Oh,
already.
and Fuse. And Fuse.
Nah,
Fuse.
Fuse, yeah.
Horrendous. Horrendous. I think actually Fuse is better than Blackbeard, because at least Fuse can bring like a hard freeze gadget.
True.
And has a good gun. Blackbeard, bad gun, bad gadget. Has nades.
And has got her down with the nades.
Because of the Wamai charge.
Could have still brought an IQ for the nades, though.
The Wamai charge has soaked up the nade, and then Dudez has walked up to the Wamai disc and got down because of it.
Surf might find himself a freebie here if he's quick on the draw, and he is. Volps is taken down, but a drop from the hatch. Dash out of nowhere to come down for the trade. I guess he had no choice. He's got a Monty inside a shop, and that's the hatch that he came down from, so there's not much he can do to stay alive up there. Lobbing. He's going to be tucked in here. Might have a chance. Depends on how good the drone work is here from Luminosity. Oh, it's so free. Keeps himself alive. Tucks himself in the corner. Can start throwing some impacts over at the Monty. Might even jump out the window here. Get himself out. Get himself gone. All the way down into kitchen. Dash is going to pick one up with the C4. Lobbin's left his team light, but it doesn't matter because they're falling like flies. Dash and Dots, the 1-2 punch here from W7M to take him through to the playoffs.
One miss drone causes a whole heck of issues for Luminosity. That means they go home. The journey ends for Luminosity. But W7M secure themselves into the top 8. They will be playing tomorrow. What a performance. I mean, were they ever in doubt not to win Kafe? It was always going to be their map. And just look at how they played in the defense, Ollie. So much confidence. Swinging windows, playing aggressive. Look, a little bit fortunate that a couple of things went their way, like that Mistrum, for example. But overall, it was an outclass on Kafe. Especially the gun skill. The gun skill from W7M, Ollie, looks terrifying.
It's on another level, isn't it? It really is on another level. Volps has hit some banging shots. Lobbin's had some serious moments. Dash and Dots both have had fantastic moments. I just look at it and I genuinely think it looks like the whole package. You know, there's no one there that's been caught lacking. I can think of multiple occasions where either member has got multiple kills and they've been able to pull it out of the bag. Volps has had some big moments as well. A little bit of clutch factor mixed in there and a good portion of adapting. You know, it just goes to show it's not as easy as just bringing the Monty and winning the rounds. You can bring the Monty, but the teamwork around the Monty has to be impeccable. And that's what we saw. I mean, I'm saying that now. It's the 3 versus 1 where he gets shotgunned to death, but the plant's down and the time's running out. There's nothing anyone can do. It's a 1 round for W7M. But elsewhere, we saw such fantastic teamwork from them, and that's what's really got it over the line for them today. Gun skill's one thing, and yes, they've been mustered. They've hit some banging shots, but it's mainly the Monty. This, another example. You've got a Monty, you're getting the plant down, but where's the cover? Volps hits 2 beauties, and all of a sudden it doesn't matter that you've got a Monty, because he's going to die. The plant's midway going down, the guy gets caught, and it's all she wrote. A better team won today, that's for sure.
Yeah, all credit to them. Luminosity, look, I think Clubhouse was probably the map that they'll look at the most. That'll be the map that they'll focus on. That was probably the weaker of the two. I wouldn't say they played bad on Kafe. I think just the fundamentals of W7M were clear and above what Luminosity were trying to do. But really, that was the Clubhouse for me. That was the moment that they should have won their own map. It was a map, obviously, they like it a lot. It's one of their most played maps that they had in NAL during last stage. So you would have expected better. And I think especially on the attacking side, that was the big issue for Luminosity.
Yeah, that was where I was disappointed, especially when that's the map that you choose to bring to a best of 3. There's a lot of choice inside of a best of 3. You're going to get one of your map picks through. And I just feel like you've got to be a little bit better on your own map choice. Kafe, it's a bit different, isn't it? It's not a map that everyone's got in the pool, and then you look toward winning your own map and winning the decider. It didn't come down to that today for Luminosity. They weren't sharp enough on that Clubhouse, and rightfully so. W7M were, you know, they picked it up. They matched the pace of the game. They brought that flair that we know this region to have in spades, and with some flashy gun skill and some excellent teamwork, they were able to get it over the line in 2. More importantly, it leaves out a little bit of that fatigue factor. They've also not shown another map. They've now qualified to the playoffs in a nice, easy-ish route, even though they've gone through that lower bracket, and they've cemented themselves as the 3rd Brazilian team to do so. All eyes now turn to FaZe because they don't want to be the odd one out. They do not want to be sat in the corner while the rest of Brazil's having a party over in Riyadh and they're on a flight home. They're going to want to be in that playoffs as well, and of course in the finals later on. I think we'll probably have an interview coming up very shortly with somebody from the side of W7M. Just let's have a look. We've got the scoreboard. In fact, we'll run through the old scoreboard first, and we can see just exactly how many kills and everything that was going down there. We've got 7 rounds for W7M, 3 rounds for LG. Volps this time double positive on the KD, 10 and 5, a fantastic showing from him. 80% cost as well. No real low cost there. A couple of 60%ers, but not the end of the world. Decent rating across the board as well for everyone on the side of W7M. Whereas we look at the side of LG, whilst the entry was great for Wi-Fi, and he was 4-0 on the entry, it didn't result in 4 rounds, did it? They were only good for 3 rounds, so that's where you really start to look at it and go, you know, if you can pick the entry kill up, that's huge. Good teams will run away with that entry kill, and lesser quality teams will still struggle to get rounds.
As much as I'm not the biggest, you know, statistics nerd, where I don't think stats mean the end all and be all of everything, I think the entry, I think that really does paint a picture. You've only allowed W7M to have the opening kill in 2 rounds out of the 10 that we've played, yet you have lost that many rounds with having that first kill, with having that extra man. They just have not been able to convert that. And we usually see this be a characteristic of a team which lacks, I think, a little bit of experience in being able to close out those rounds. If you have that opening kill, a lot of people will tell you, like, entry is one of the hardest positions to play in the game because a lot of pressure is on you for setting your team up for success during the round. If you get the opening pick, you are the hero. But if you don't, you're the villain. So there's a lot of pressure on those entry players, and the see Luminosity do so well in that department, but then still fail. It's a bit of a shocker, but hopefully Luminosity will see that as their learning curve. You know, it's a team which we mentioned before have not been to a line of their scale. They haven't been there. And it's a learning experience for them, and hopefully they'll be able to take it on the chin and come back from that.
And look, let's face it, every team out there has been battered by Brazil at some point. Every team has suffered a loss. I wouldn't necessarily say that this was a battering, but it was definitely a loss. And I think that Luminosity will be able to take a lot away from this, even though it didn't go their way. You've really got to hold your heads high, and you know you've still got out here, you've still made it to the event, and you've still put in a good showing. Okay, you weren't able to pick up a map today in the best of 3, but it's a learning experience, isn't it? And it is very much a developmental stage in the team. For W7M, their eyes, I guess, turn toward those playoffs, and I think we'll probably have a seeding at the end of today to decide just exactly where everybody sits, because I tell you what, if there's going to be a lot of Brazilian teams in the playoffs, we're going to have some Brazil versus Brazil games, and they're always good fun as well. Let's have a look at our player MVP, and we can see just exactly who we've picked. Demo, I don't know. If you asked me to pick an MVP, I wouldn't know who to choose. Who would you go for?
Probably Lobin. I think the first map, it obviously was stellar, and I think also pretty good during the second map as well. I think he'd be my MVP over the 2 maps.
Well, you say Lobin, I'm going to say Lobin too, or maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm going to say Dash. Who knows? They both played well, and I think you could really give it to just about anyone. You could even give it to Volps. You could make a little highlight reel, and maybe he's going to bang a YouTube video up later and show us some of those nasty one-taps that he was getting a little bit earlier on, because there certainly were some crispy shots getting thrown into the mixture today. What do you reckon?
I think Volpsy could be back at his best. You know, you'd hope that there'll be maybe another scrim montage and everyone's sitting there thinking, wow, this guy is just simply too good. But yeah, W7M, I think they'll be a great team to watch going into our next set of games. If I'm not mistaken, they will... is it maybe they up against Bleed, potentially? I think that might be how it works out. Yeah, it might be Bleed. Maybe Bleed or somebody else. Again, we'll get all the details out, but I have a feeling... I think it's either SSG or W7M. They will be playing Bleed, like I mentioned, and then also the other team on that side of the bracket, which I believe is also Furia. It could also be Furia they'll be up against.
Well, we've got the MVP graphic ready, so we can bring that one up now, and we can see who everybody chose for the MVP. I don't actually know who gets to pick. Maybe it's Demo, because it's Lobbin. So,
always me.
You got your wish.
Don't get it wrong. Always is.
135 rating across the 2 maps as well, +2 on the entry. Not really looking toward him as an entry player. We're more looking toward him for that impact in the kills. +9 on the KD, 21 and 12 across both maps. And don't forget that Kafe was relatively short. It was only 10 rounds. So that is a decent KD, make no mistake. Cost of 77%. I mean, who else do you choose?
No, yeah, 100%. Lobbin has to be. Especially just how aggressive he can be. You know, I think that's one thing that you need to have in these big moments is that killer instinct. Where you risk it all. You know, you never hang back and have any regrets. And I think Lobbin, he's the guy he will make the play if he needs to. You know, very similar to kind of what we've seen from SSG, for example, a team which kind of lays it all out in the field with no regrets. And I think it's a great mentality to have with the way Siege is and the current meta.
Good stuff. Well, Lobbin, congratulations on your MVP. I'm sure that for you it's just another notch, but hopefully it is a sign of more things to come, and hopefully you can perform better or as well in your upcoming games as you've made it now through to the playoffs. We are going to be looking now at getting an interview in. Demo, I'm not entirely sure who we've got. I think we've actually got Lobbin on the interview. So let's bring him on in and let's say hello to him. Lobbin, how are you doing? Nice to see you.
Doing good, doing good.
What's the feeling like over in the camp for W7M?
It's pretty good. I think the last loss for BTS was a bit tough, but a win is always good to bring back the team to a good shape.
Hey, listen, a win's a win. You know, you take a tough loss, but you get back on the horse and you get the win. That's the beauty of the lower bracket. That's the beauty of it being a best of 3 as well. Not that you guys needed it to be a best of 3 here today. Talk us through the map choices, because we got Clubhouse and we got Kafe. You guys obviously very comfortable on Kafe. Was the Clubhouse a surprise to you? Were you expecting to go there? Because you performed very well on it.
Kafe, of course, yes, just a comfort, so we expected and to pick because they had to ban other maps that they don't like from us. The Clubhouse was more about we chose either between him and Skyscraper. Like both are like comfort for the other team, for LG. So it's like either way, I think we prefer Clubhouse. And I think it was a pretty good show for us. That we haven't played Clubhouse for a long time, but good for us that it worked for.
It's one of those maps, isn't it? You can always go back to it. Nothing much changes on Clubhouse. A couple of things change, new operators get brought in, but overall it largely remains the same. So for you guys, we were very surprised with the bans on Clubhouse in particular. Obviously, we got the Bandit ban, we got a Maverick ban. It was all a little bit weird. Was that something that you'd planned sort of going into it?
Yeah, we knew that their ban was Maverick and Azam all the time. It was always the same thing. So it was like, guys, we just gonna go for it, ban Bandit, and it's gonna be a kite around the whole game. And just, I think we are the team that is more consistent and can play better in those type of games that are more tactical and more structured, and they made more mistakes, and I think that's why we took the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Demo, have you got anything?
I think for me, it's the impact of Volps coming into the lineup. We're now at the stage where he's been in, nearly for 6 months, which is usually a pretty good measure of how well a team has performed with a new roster move. Talk to me about Volps. What ideas has he been able to bring in and implement into your side? Obviously, you had Cameraman in your side for a good period of time, and now you've kind of replaced him with Volps, who in his own right is a great player, has a lot of experience, obviously used to be on W7M back whenever the Furia guys were part of the organization. Has he been a big success for you guys so far?
Yes, I think it's the first time. Of course, a lot of props to Cameraman. I love the guy, and he was one of the best IGLs I ever had. But in terms of individual skill, I think he's one of the best IGLs in the world, because normally you see the IGLs, he underperform a little bit in the teams that he plays. But when it comes to Volps, like, he can out-frags everybody in the team, even me, Dodes, doesn't matter. The guy's a beast. And in terms about ideas, he was a guy that had the same ideas of Norris. Like, those two understand each other pretty well. So we didn't really change the style of the team from lows. So it was pretty like a thing that was meant to each other, you know. So it was pretty cool. It was, I think, that, you know, Volpus he's a beast. So if everything works out outside the game, inside the game, it was just something about like playing together and get the chemistry.
Absolutely, he was hitting some nasty shots today as well. We were really gassing him up. There was some serious highlight reel stuff getting thrown out there. One more question. Obviously, if you've got anything that you want to ask, well, maybe not much of the question, but if you've got anything that you want to say to the fans at home, obviously you've made it as the third confirmed Brazilian side now into the playoffs. All eyes are going to look toward FaZe to make sure that they get in as well, and they're not the odd ones that are left out. But if you've got anything that you want to say to all the fans at home, of course, if you want to speak in Portuguese, feel free.
Agradecer muito aí a rapaziada que tá torcendo por nós, todo mundo que tá em casa, o pessoal do Brasil, a galera da W7M, tá ligado? Que, mano, é o touro, né? Não tem jeito. Agradecer minha família, meus amigos, and I want to thank all the fans from outside of Brazil too. I have a lot of NA fans, and you guys always send messages, so I love to you guys too.
Brilliant. That's so kind. Thank you so much. Best of luck inside of the playoffs. Hope to see you go far in the tournament.
Thank you.
Take it easy. Well, there we go. We have heard it from the W7M camp itself. Good bit of prep going into today by the sounds of it, and overall a well-rounded interview and a lot of praises to sing from Volps, which is always nice to see. Let's have a look at what is coming up for the rest of the day. We do have another best of 3 coming your way very shortly. We are, of course, going to be looking at Dark Zero versus Scars. This is our upcoming show match, and it is going to be at 12:25. I believe that is going to be AST time, so there is going to be a tad bit of a wait for that one, purely because our first best of 3 finished. Sorry, 8:25 it is going to be, purely because our first best of 3 finished a little bit earlier, and we allot the time for it, so we've got a nice fixed schedule so that nobody misses the game. So Dark Zero versus Scars coming up, Demo.
Yeah, look, it's the game that we wanted to see today, just based on storylines. DZ being so close to taking down Furia, Scars knocking out Wolves, or Scars maybe back to the same form that they had in Copenhagen, but again, were Wolves the greatest team that we could have put up against Scars to really test that? I think this is going to be a much better challenge for Scars. And I think also there's a bit of pressure on DZ. You get so close to beating Furia.
Oh, yeah.
Don't be getting knocked out by Scars now. Surely not.
I said Scars are the rock in the road. We want upsets. We want underdogs to come through. I do like a bit of DZ, but also I do like a little bit of an upset. We're going to take a short break. After the break, we will be back with our next best of 3. We'll be back in just a few. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to EWC. You join us just before our second best of 3 here today on the B stream. We've got Dark Zero versus Scars. We have just seen W7M versus Luminosity. W7M successful there and are going to qualify as the 3rd Brazilian team to do so. Now we need to see where the hopes of NA are going to lie. Is it going to be in Dark Zero, or is Scars going to be that upset team that we know that they are capable of and kick them all out of it and take their position inside of the playoffs? Joined here by Demo. Demo, let's have a look and see what we are expecting today. Anything straight off the bat between this one?
Look, I think it's a matchup where naturally you would favor Dark Zero, just based on the pedigree of that side. They had one of their best finishes that we've seen throughout the course, really of the past 2 to 3 years from DZ, really since they won that major back in May 2022. We haven't really seen DZ being able to do much after that, but with the 2 changes that they made just before Invite, bringing in Nave, bringing Bolo out of retirement into that side, we had seen one of the best finishes that they've ever had in Invite, and then also one of the best finishes they've ever had at Major, bar their win, where they were able to get into that 3rd and 4th place slot.
Well, if you guys at home want to predict who you think is going to win, make sure you get yourself down to stcplay.gg. You can place your predictions in there. As far as that goes, Demo, I don't think that you gave me a solid enough prediction as to who you think is going to win this one. But I'm going to guess from it that you think that Dark Zero maybe have a little bit of an edge here. And I would probably agree with you. I think they're the more known quantity at this point. And they had a decent showing at previous events. They certainly had a decent showing over at Manchester. And I'm expecting them to really start to build off that. Let's remind ourselves of the roster. For anyone out there that is maybe a little bit unfamiliar, we'll drag the DZ roster up onto the screen now and you can see just exactly who we are dealing with. Canadian Nath, NJR, Pambazoo, and Bolo. A star-studded lineup, Demo.
Yeah, and don't forget, Bolo's the guy who actually delivered the trophy to us last year, Ollie. Maybe this year he's looking to take it back and take it with him.
Maybe it was just a lend. Maybe it was just a lend all along. It'd be nice if there's a bit
Keep it warm for him. He'll be back next year.
Yeah, it'd be nice to do a bit of I think, to be fair, I think he said something like that when he handed it over. I think it was very much like, I'll be coming for this one day. Don't make any mistake about it.
I even had a chat with him as well. I was never having lunch, speaking to him, about
Wait,
him
you've had lunch
retiring
with
and all
Bolo?
that. I have.
That's a bit of a flex, that, isn't it?
He's just Bolo to me. He's nothing that special.
That's a little bit of a flex. Are you on a first name basis or not?
Jason, yeah, go on. But I did have a chat with him and said, what about retirement? And straight away he's like, he missed playing.
Yeah.
I knew straight away he had the itch. You can tell whenever you speak to a player that they want to get back into it. I think Pengu as well. Him, he is kind of back involved in Siege, isn't he? He's doing a lot of work with Talon.
Yeah.
Just these professional players, they find it very difficult to step away.
I'm not surprised, though. It's going to be a bit of a buzz, right? You're playing in a team. You've got that team environment around you, competing at the highest level. It's all going to feel pretty good, especially in the high moments. And I guess you forget about the low moments when you retire and you just want to go back and chase it. So let's see how Dark Zero perform today. As we mentioned, star-studded, fantastic performance at Manchester, and a team that I know a lot of you out there are big fans of. Scars, speaking of fans, this is a team that has picked up a lot of fans over the years, most notably their performance at Copenhagen Major was one to be remembered. Since then, though, they have struggled to reach those same heights, and we have seen them slip down into just a team that exists but never really sets any waves going. Demo.
Yeah, look, they've kind of now moved into, I would say, a bit of a filler team. It kind of feels like that, where they just haven't really been able to do anything, since that Copenhagen run that we're really the only thing we can mention, because it's the only time where we kind of seen this side, play some pretty good Siege. If you look at how they did in the major, 1 win and that was it. And it was against Kai, another Japanese side that they play week in, week out. We actually seen DZ up against Scars during the major, and DZ made quick work of them, 7-2. And that opened the door for DZ then to move on and qualify into the playoffs. So yeah, for Scars, we need to see something more than just a team that turns up to events.
Well, so far they did lose against FaZe, but that's kind of an expected outcome. You're talking about FaZe. On the flip side, Scars were able to beat Wolves yesterday 2-0 in that best of 3 in the lower bracket quarterfinal. They were able to take Nighthaven 7-5. Nighthaven can be a very technical map to play, and they were also able to win Chalet 7-2. So they've given Wolves a bit of a kick in there on Chalet at 7-2, and that isn't going to feel very good for Wolves or Europe in general. So they've got that potential. They can take maps here. They've already done that here at EWC. So we're looking to see if they can push that just a little bit further and maybe start stepping on the toes of NA as well, because they're going to have to start stamping on feet. Never mind stepping on toes if they want to make it to those playoffs. But this is going to be their first hurdle. Now, in terms of map choice and where we should be ending up, I've already just told you there that we saw Scars play in Labs and Chalet yesterday. They also lost on Kafe, so they've played 3 maps so far. DZ on the flip side, successful on Consulate, lost on Border, so they have got 1 less best of 3 played essentially, so they've given a little bit less away, and they're maybe a little bit fresher. They only played 2 best of 1s yesterday.
Yeah, they did. You know, for DZ, I think it's a case of they just want to have like a good solid team performance, which I think they had, you know, across the day. The stats for the players all, you know, fairly positive, in and around kind of the same level almost. I think Bolo was actually statistically their best performer, and you know, if Bolo's back to his best as whenever we've seen him back in the TSM days, then that's always going to be a good thing going forward for a side like DZ. On the other side, on the other hand of Scars, a little bit more top heavy. You've got Rek, for example, who I'm sure everyone will remember what he was able to do in Copenhagen. He was a very good player back in that run as well, and he looks to be up for it again. But like I said, a little bit more top heavy for Scars, maybe rely on these players a little bit more than maybe what DZ were doing with their top guys. So it's kind of up in the air at the moment for me.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's difficult to base it, you know, difficult to judge players off 1 day of play as well. You can sometimes see players have an absolute lights out day 1 and then just, you know, peter out into nothing day 2. Likewise, you can see at the flip side, quiet day 1 and all of a sudden get it, you know, and start getting themselves underway the further the tournament goes on. Let's head over to the stage so we can have a look at these players. We can see them all getting ready. I've just seen a couple of huddles on the other monitor that I've got here, just getting themselves all set up.
You have 2 monitors?
I know, it's a little bit flexy. A little bit flexy, that, isn't it? Should have said another window that I've got opened. Could do with another one of those, to be fair. It's a bit warm today.
You've got the telescope lined up, looking straight into the building.
Let's see where we end up here. Lab, Chalet, both removed. Kafe gone as well. So the 2 maps that we saw Scars play yesterday in that best of 3 against Wolves taken out as the first 2 maps here. Kafe removed as well. Oregon. So we're going to be headed over to some new territory here, it looks like, as we've seen a good number of maps there taken out that both of these 2 teams have already played. Border is still available, and it could be the decider here. Skyscraper and Bank both going to be picked. Skyscraper first, Bank second, Consulate coming in as a ban, and DZ actually get that last decider, and they're going to opt for the Clubhouse as opposed to the Border.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that they didn't go for Border. Maybe fearing that maybe they showed their hand a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Is a case of, why do we want to go to a map that we lost at yesterday?
Yeah.
Let's just keep it away for the meantime. Let's just focus on a map that maybe we've prepped for better. You know, we've kind of exposed the board already. Overall, I think the bans have been quite interesting from Scars' side. You know, they banned Nighthaven, which is the first map that they beat Wolves on.
I know.
But then again, whenever they played against DZ in Manchester, that was the map, and DZ beat them 7-2. And DZ are already a really good lab side. They always were whenever the map was first introduced. NA, as a region, really took the labs very quickly, more so than any other region that I had seen during the first stage during last year. So yeah, DZ will be very happy to you know, go to lab. So I think very wisely from Scars to ban that away, even though they do like it themselves.
Nice little bosh there from Nath.
Brock Lesnar.
That's not Brock Lesnar. I thought he was doing a bosh.
Yeah, but he looks like Brock Lesnar. No?
Oh, with the haircut.
Yeah, just look at him.
A little bit. I can see it.
Little bit. Very, very much so.
What is it? Is it just the skin fade that's going on?
It's just, I don't know. It's just him. Looks as though he could pick follow up and just give him an F5.
Is that a well-known Brock Lesnar move?
It is. That's his finisher.
I thought that was what you pressed to refresh.
No, that's not in that regard. I always think DZ have always had like a good mix. Because obviously, like, here's the thing. We haven't even talked about Canadian yet either. Who in his own right is, you know, Siege Legacy, isn't he?
Well, that's the thing with this DZ roster is, who do you talk about the most? Because we're always going to be a little bit Nath bias because we watched him come up. we're always going to be a little bit Pamba biased because Pamba burst onto the scene as a very successful rookie.
So did NJR. You know, he came
NJR
in from
as well.
What was the org? Or, what was the org he was in? I forget what it was called. Oh, I can't believe I messed this up. What team was he at? Disrupt Gaming. That was it. He was in Disrupt Gaming. And that was whenever he was a rookie and he was putting up numbers, and then DZ went and poached him. But even if you look at DZ as a team, you know, you look about, you know, oh, you've got a really good mix. You've got, you know, Canadian, who's like the experienced. You know, he's the dad. And then Pamba and NGR is the sons. But then you look at Pamba and NGR, they've been on the side since 2021. You know, 3 years they've been on the team for as well.
Yeah.
They were in longer than Canadian has been in the team.
I know. It's a long-standing roster. And you say that Canadian's the dad. I think Mint's probably the dad.
Oh, well, he's the dad of NA. He is, he's one of the longest-standing players.
Is he a founding father?
Coaches are just a person anyway, because obviously he was way back in, like, the Flipside days, of course. I mean, Canadian, I think they've been playing or been involved since day one.
And it certainly does show. Looks like we might be getting ready to get ourselves into game here. A couple of fist bumps getting thrown around. Last minute huddle there from DZ and straight on into things. We're going to be kicking things off right away now as we are going to head into Skyscraper. We haven't watched the Skyscraper yet, Demo.
No, we haven't. There's been a few of them in the competition, just games that we personally have not covered.
I'm not sure how I feel about Skyscraper in this current meta.
In what regard?
Well, Dark Zero. One thing that springs to mind, shields. Scars of Bandit. Perfect. That's what I wanted to see. If Scars had left that shield open, it would have been a little bit disappointing.
This is, again, Skyscraper is a map that DZ are more than happy to go to also. I think obviously the map bans is going to be favored for DZ. No matter what, really. I just think DZ have the deeper map pool compared to probably what Scars have. But overall, gonna look at DZ and Skyscraper. They did play it once during the qualifiers. They won it. It was an OT victory, but win's a win in their books.
Well, we've confirmed all of our bans now. We've got the Dokkaebi, the Monty, the Legion, and the Azami all taken out. Leaves so much available. When you start removing, you know, a Dokkaebi and a Monty, you look at what's left. It's terrifying.
What have we been saying for years? More bans.
Oh, bring them in.
We've been over this. We've pushed that petition as much as we can. To be fair, I actually think people have started waking up to that idea over the past year. I think we've actually made a movement.
Do we need to do one of them things that people can sign?
Yeah, petition.
Yeah, but how are we going to get it around? Are we going to have to...
I also... We do like a hashtag. We get it trend on Twitter.
We do like a full social media campaign.
10 seconds to go.
How many signatures do you think we need to make it happen?
50?
50? I think we could get 50. I think I'll get my mum to do it. You get your mum to do it.
I could go down to into the town.
Yeah.
Stand outside the shopping centre.
See if she'll take it into work. That's surely 3 or 4.
Yeah. We could get people we work with to sign it. We could do like an online signature. There you go. There's like 50 people already. But then again, probably about 40 of them don't like me, so...
It's got to be coming soon, hasn't it?
Stuck there. It has to be. You know, just like you mentioned, sure, you can sit there and ban Monty, for example, but you got Grim, you've got Ying up, Blitz even to a degree. I think Blitz is probably
look at this
tier,
lineup. Look,
you know?
just look at the state of this attacking lineup.
It's horrendous to defend against, and DZ, they have to try and defend it without having any Azami, and we've just executed it from Scars. They tried to go for it, but it just has not worked. DZ have said, we'll be having none of that today, Scars. What on earth? A 3-2-1 which has fallen flat on its face. The round done within a minute. And DZ are sitting there thinking, okay, so that's what it's going to be like. Okay, guys.
See, the problem is that we've sat there and bigged up that attacking lineup and gone how horrible it is, and then it's just disappeared in 30 seconds. That isn't that the attacking lineup is bad. That is just that the execute was pretty poor. And I think you've executed into a Warden that had the glasses activated. So you're never really going to get too far there as the Ying. Let's see what we can glean on the replay. So yeah, it was Bolo that picked up the kill, I think. But I don't think the Bolo was the Warden. At any rate, it was very easily dealt with there from Dark Zero. And those sort of telegraphed approaches, I think, are going to be fairly straightforward to combat. It's going to need to be just a little bit more, a little bit deeper, I think, from Scars.
I need a little bit more. But look, the rush didn't work. You go next if you're Scars. And go next involves then attacking another site also. We move over to our office. I didn't get a chance to mention that, you know, Azami being banned out, a very potent operator that you can bring on the defense for Skyscraper. With the layout of the map where you're dealing with kind of like an onion, like a Shrek. You have these layers that you have to try and work through. Azami's great at just clogging up holes, being able to hold positions like Drum, hold positions like Dragon, and just keep moving back or just keep reinforcing it with the Kiba barriers. So it does certainly favor the attackers. I mean, I'll be honest, I look at the bans, and I see what's up, I see what's taken away from the defense. This should be attacker-sided, but I just know it won't be, because it's Skyscraper at the end of the day.
Defender has been discovered.
Lion Scan coming out there to try and stop any of these defenders from getting too aggro, but
Blitz.
Look at the Blitz in a world of 5 HP. What can you do with 5 HP?
May as well be dead. He's very lucky Legion's banned, that's all I'll say.
Maybe Legion's banned for this very purpose. Blitz bursts on through. Still manages to do a little bit of damage. The C4 comes out. It's too little too late. We're sure he's found one and left it into a 1 versus 3 here. NJR gonna have to try and clutch up for his team. You say it's a useless Blitz, but he's actually got the job done there. Finkerstim just gets him back up to around 25, and somehow he's remained alive. NJR hits a cracking shot, but there is still a Blitz to deal with. Going to be a tough one here. All he needs to do is land a couple of bullets there. He just got a glimpse of the feet, but can't land the shot. Needs to be cautious. We've got the Lion outside of the breach as well with that DMR. Doesn't really know which way to turn right now. Doesn't want to take this 1v1 with the Blitz. Needs to create a little bit of space. Instead, might try and run out here for the Lion and could be successful, but no. Doesn't have a clue. Doesn't know if he's close or far. Scars, round number 2.
Oh, a tough one for NJR. The Blitz in that final few seconds actually maneuvered really well. It just kept NJR guessing, never really gave him a good opportunity to take him out. But yeah, I mean, just even for NJR to be stuck in that position, just as his teammates, you're falling around him, it leaves him in that very tricky circumstance. There's long angles being held by the Lion, doesn't help either. Diffuser ticking against you. But overall for DZ, I mean, just falling asleep. It looks as though that Rek actually just killed a player from, I think, just the breach. You know, very easy kill to get, and DZ just kind of gifts them that first opening kill.
Yeah, maybe giving away just a little bit soft there from DZ.
Even against the Finka LMG, which, how often do we see that?
It's not very popular, is it? Finka used to be a mainstay, and then the LMG got nerfed into the ground. Primary AR is pretty... Say again?
Is there a correlation between Finka LMG and some top players that currently are no longer top players?
Ooh. Maybe a top player that isn't here?
Sorry.
Maybe a top player that won a major while Finka LMG was at its peak?
To be fair, I was, we were playing 10 mans and I told him to play Finka for all time's sake, and he played it and just died immediately, and he said, no, this isn't it. I said, you're a fraud.
Not the same.
No, not the same.
And that's it. Sometimes you just got to play what's good. Really trap focused here from Dark Zero.
Yeah, look at the Ella, which is an operator that we very rarely see.
Bit of a throwback, really. It's going to do something, but, I mean, it ain't going to do loads. You bring impacts, but you can burn those Grismot mines if no one's there to peek and take advantage of it. Like we just saw Tayo just push in and can just activate all this utility ready for it to be dealt with. That's a Banshee and an Elamine that have just had no consequence on the round.
We've seen this push a few times. Usually it's done by like a Monty, but as we know, Monty is banned in this circumstance where you just try and take flag stairs, have somebody in the window, open up the A wall, and then walk in and plant in a kind of blind spot with a shield in your back where you cannot be killed from the vertical angles. We've seen this a few times now start to pop up in the meta. But obviously DZ, they are aware of that. They've set up for that. They've got the holes for the impact trick that can be used to try and take down the Selmas. They're playing it well, DZ. They are ready for what Scars were attempting to do. And now for Scars, they need to have a think. Do we try and go direct into sight? Maybe attempt opening the wall again? Or do we go for the hunt? Do we actually try and challenge these roamers upstairs? And it looks as though they're going to go for the roamer clear out. As already, Wreck is eliminated. Panva, but Canadian just swings into long. The Blitz hadn't a clue. Caught a glimpse of Wreck through the smoke. Lines up perfectly, and he keeps going. Canadian, a third of the round. My, oh my. The old dog, he has some new tricks, Ollie.
He's rolling back the years right now, isn't he? And it looks like he's not done. He's just ratting it out at the moment behind the bar, underneath those main stairs. Drone will go by him here. I think the drone does spot the laser. No, please say it's not a missed drone. Oh,
it's a missed
dear,
drone.
it's a missed drone. Canadian, he's on for 4 here, surely. Gonna find one onto Bolo for the time being. Canadian is a little bit vulnerable here. That stun has given him away, though. Scars.
Wow.
Gonna come away with the win. That all happened very quickly.
I'm shocked. I thought DZ had that hook, line, and sinker.
They had it dead to rights, didn't they?
Running a rampage, but then all of a sudden, 3 players alive turned to 0 in extreme fashion. I mean, look, Bolo just running aimlessly through the map. Gets picked off by a player in the window. I don't know what the call out was from Bolo. Look at this from Canadian. He's going to feel hard done by. He did all of the work. I mean, he sets his team up beautifully. You know, in this position in the 3v2. Wonder how does Scars actually get away with that? I mean, the Sophia stun, even though there was a missed drone, he still Sophia stunned anyway. And I was actually able to alert the position of where Canadian was and then just simply pre-fire onto him. Weird round, but I don't think Scars are going to be complaining about it.
Jammer activated. Reinforcing wall! Device primed. Keep an eye on board. Device primed. Keep an eye on board.
That's certainly a round that slipped away, isn't it?
10 seconds left before insertion.
DZ going to pay for that. Bit of over-aggression. I think they really just needed to get themselves back to the site and sit tight. You obviously run the risk of giving up those vertical angles, and you run the risk of that floor being opened above you. But Scar's showing that they've got that clutch factor. 2 rounds on the attack. How many times, Demo, have we said all you need on this map is 2 rounds on the attack?
Said a few times. Scars are in good position now, and obviously still have 3 more rounds to see if they can add on to that attacking total. I mean, I still think it's very difficult to, as much as Skyscraper is defender sided, just based on the bans with the amount of things the attackers have going for them. It is rough. That Blitz, permanent fixture in place of, and you would assume a Monty would be the preferable choice to be brought in because he's so strong, Ollie, at clearing away anyone who could be positioned in towards Black Stairs. Speaking of which, this is where we see the first signs of action. The bees have been sent in, but then the smoke in return. So both of them will just delay each other's gadgetry for the meantime. So wasted utility on both sides, and that beeper's going to go off. Wreck was thinking I was pushing and kill the player on the stairs, but the beeper alerts the position, blitzes inside a Geisha, jumped in through the wall, was able to take down the warden, but a C4 from below. Canadian is there to get the job done. Fishlight by himself has jumped in towards Terrace, and another kill swings in favor of Scars. Very similar to last round, Ollie, where DZ have the lead, but then very quickly Scars get themselves into a good position.
Scars looking fantastic, aren't they? The Candela going to push the player off those main stairs, and the drones confirm that they've gone back down. Time to really consolidate here. 1 minute 20 on the clock. Nath maybe looking at making something happen. The diffuser is going to be called. Nath wins the engagement, and the Capcan does the rest. Oh, beautiful stuff there.
That's a classic as well, that Capcan trap. It's a door that you don't think's a door, but it actually is a door.
Fantastic stuff. Capcan coming in and saving the day there. Not often that you get that. I think Nate's done a great job of winning that engagement, by the way. I thought he was dead to rights there. Static, a little bit obvious, easy pre-fire. But that SMG, it just goes to show how much it shreds at close range. That fast rate of fire helps you get the bullets down range.
We've got a game in our hands, Ollie. We really do. I mean, in terms of skyscrapers, Ollie, how many times have we sat here and seen the defense, like, you know, go 4-0 up at this stage? And we're sitting there thinking, it's not even a contest, call it now. But I love to see a skyscraper where it's a little bit unusual, where the attackers are actually putting in a shift. Attackers are actually winning rounds.
5 seconds to go.
It's nice, and it shows that it's positive. We talk so often about how the attack is very strong and how there's so many tools available. And we also talk about how Skyscraper's a difficult map to attack. It is.
Let me get you the major stats. Let me get you the percentages.
But it isn't impossible by any stretch, and it just goes to show. You know, we've got a level game right now.
63% win rate for the defense in Skyscraper during the major.
It's up there.
Yeah. Only 1% behind Oregon.
Defender has been discovered.
Well, Oregon's carried by basement, isn't it?
Oregon's also going to be gone a bit.
Is that a leaker?
Nope.
Any leakers? I wouldn't mind seeing a mix-up. I wouldn't mind seeing the map pool change just a little bit.
Reloading.
Well, Canadians perished. Smoke gone. Opening kill, Scars. Very effective on that stat line. Canadian went for something a little bit ambitious, I think. The double claymore there is going to ensure nobody else is going to jump out or get themselves out of that window without paying the price for it. Scar's doing a reasonable job at the clear here. They're doing a good job of battling back. But Dark Zero, they can just treat this map like an onion, and as soon as one layer goes bad, they can just peel it off and get themselves back down to that second layer. And of course, even further. Bit of a cursory check there, double checking that there are no EDDs on that door, that Capcan isn't going to rear its ugly head again. There is a Capcan in play, so you need to be cautious of those. The B's not going to catch the player out, but the yellow ping would suggest that they know. Rec knows exactly that someone's there, and it's a lot down to the mirror player. It's a lot down to Bolo to really be the supporting factor right now.
It's the make or break. This is where it comes down to. Whoever walks out of Dragon alive will probably be the team to win it out, and that's a great pick for Bolo. And a C4 from Enjara, the second. The jump in not successful. Nina by himself up against 4. Ball's reinforced now as well. He has to jump in through a window, it appears to be. 30 seconds left. A bit of time, but Nina, we'd need a... Honestly, you can hear with 10 minutes, Ollie. 20 minutes. Still don't see him getting the win. All these you need to do is sit in their hands, wait for him to make a move. Single breach is being watched, the window's being watched. He's now going to take a different approach, rappel down, and
15 seconds to go.
save the KD. Have a bit of time to talk about what's just happened.
10 seconds left.
Bad choice. And an unwinnable round, we knew that.
5 seconds remaining.
And the round peters out into nothingness. A bit of an impromptu tactical timeout there to round things out. But as you say, when you're in that situation, sometimes the best thing to do is just to have a little chat between the team. Dark Zero successful there on time. They did a really good job of holding back and going for that onion strategy. Cracking shot from Bolo there. That was the clincher, really. It was the pressure that was coming into that shrine area. They needed to keep control of that position. They needed to make safe the player tucked in behind the stair. And they were able to do exactly that. Still, close game, Demo. And a big chance of it being 3-3.
I mean, honestly, I think maybe it's a big chance of game 4-2. Just simply because DC have a bit of momentum now behind them.
Maybe.
2 rounds in a row, they've been able to win, and especially that last round, it was pretty decisive from DZ. However, see a living room defense coming in. Living room, bedroom, whatever. You know, you know what I mean. Living room, bedroom. Same thing. They live in here.
They live in the living room?
They live in the bedroom. They live in the bedroom. That is living. Or I could have said bathroom. Maybe that would have been easier.
Bathroom would have been a good com.
Yeah. Look, site that we don't see all too often. Biggest issue with the site is every inch of it is destructible from above. So naturally it would be a little bit unfavored in terms of the attackers or the defenders wanting to defend it. But at the same time, people forget, so is Kitchen Barbecue. Kitchen Barbecue is all destructible from above. Skyscraper as a whole has a lot of verticality. You know, on both of the first floor bomb sites, upstairs is going to be key for both sides to try and control. And I suppose it's more pick your poison almost in terms of what you want to go for. I just think Barbecue and Kitchen's the more common because just everyone kind of does it in ranked. It's just that was the way people went. Could have been a universe where people would prefer this as their third choice bomb site rather than Kitchen Barbecue, but because people started with Kitchen Barbecue, it's just kind of stuck. And people don't like change, Jolly. That's what happens in life.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's more difficult to hold above Kitchen Barbecue. And it's easier to hold into Geisha.
Honestly, I think
two less reinforcements as well.
Kitchen Barbecue kind of gives you access to 2 staircases to retake, whereas here you only have the 1 staircase.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's house stairs. I think that's also another reason.
Sometimes that's where you see a bit of an Oryx come in as well.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Equal spoils though, Canadian. He's been struggling on the opening kill. That's 2 rounds in a row he's fallen, but NJR's going to get it back this time. Take down the Hibana. Certainly no shortage of hard breach here for Scars. They've brought everything. 3 main hard breaches. No need for secondary in that case. Tayu going to take Bolo down. DZ just seems to be falling a little bit one by one right now. Oh dear. 8 HP for the Twitch there after that unfortunate crossover. Nade isn't going to do too much damage to Nath. Holding the angle's a bit more important at that point. He needs to make sure that no one's allowed to cross. C4 prepped and ready. Wonder if there's info for that. Someone maybe on the house stair camera. We've got Bolo and Canadian both on that cam, so they're going to try and call out for that C4, and if that's able to net a kill, it will ease the pressure somewhat.
Pamba!
Hello! He's right next to you! Pamba!
Almost.
That's the second time we've seen a Nook just sneak into nowhere. C4 was a little bit early there. If he'd have waited for the beep, he might have found one, but Tayo, the early C4 is going to do him a favor, and he's allowed to push in and pick up a kill. 20 seconds still. It's not a lot of time to execute this demo.
But do they have the info? They need to find where the remaining 2 defenders are. They're in very good positions and trying to hold the jump in. Goggles on in case a flashbang comes in. They have to try and get the diffuser down. Thermite has it in the hands. Oh, but NGR
5 seconds left.
misses out on his engagement that he should have won. Diffuser is planting. Pamba 1 has to find 2 more though. Diffuser goes down. Oh, he gives himself up, but no, Pamba misses the last man. Almost had an incredible clutch. Would have been 3 kills with 1 magazine. Just missed the last player. I mean, Scar certainly deserving of that round win, but DZ almost pulling it from the grave.
Pamba, nearly a party. As soon as he gets that first kill with only using like 7 bullets in the mag, you think, oh, it's on here. His shot's looking crispy. That aim is on point. Bangs the second. Fortunately, Scars had the numbers advantage and they used it. If they'd have waited just a split second longer, would have been a different story. Likewise with that C4. I think Pamba just blows it there because he's like, I've given the game away. I've just looked around and there's a Nook right next to me. I may as well blow the C4 in case someone else is coming for me and my head's just going to get blown off. Maybe I get something out of it. Said there was a good chance of a 3-3 split demo. Here we are. Pressure on Dark Zero now to perform on their attacks.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to insertion.
What a game. It's been a long time since I've seen an even half Skyscraper. This usually does not happen.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
But here we are.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
Now DZ, they got all the fun goodies to work with. They get the Grims, they get the Blitz. They brought in a Glass, Ollie. That's what they've made an appearance with.
We love a bit of glass.
Ah, Goodbye, Bolo.
DZ have been terrible on this opening pick, haven't they? Canadian was pretty bad for it on the defense, and first round of the attack, Bolo first to go. The heart
Maybe he was
breach
too
as
busy
well.
Bolo spinning. He was Bolo spinning out of spawn. Wasn't locked in enough.
Oh, he's Bolo spinning his mouse, was he?
Yep.
I actually can't do that, you know.
Well, no, that's why it's a Bolo spin, because he can do it.
But is it? I think it's a mouse mat and skates combination. I don't think you can just do it with a mouse out of the box, can you?
I don't know.
I don't think you can.
I'm not. I'll be honest. Wouldn't say I'm an expert in spinning a mouse.
But a lot of players do it, and I always try and do it, and my mouse gets like halfway.
Yeah, but you're old.
Yeah, no, but I'm still strong. It's not an age thing. It's not a reaction thing. This is it.
What do you mean strong? You're spinning a mouse. It's also asking you to break, you know, a world record here.
But what has age got to do with spinning a mouse?
Reaction time.
But there's no reaction time needed.
You don't react. You don't react quick enough to catch the mouse whenever it's spinning.
It doesn't spin far enough.
Yeah, well, that's whose fault's that? Your old age.
Sounds like the
See,
mouse.
now you're going senile. You're going senile now because we had this conversation 5 minutes ago, Ollie. Don't you remember?
Oh, let's talk about something
everyone.
else, please.
Talk about the Grim, who's doing a bit of work on towards that gate. C4. Oh, I don't know if that actually hit the... Did it go out the window? Maybe did it hit the ledge? But didn't kill anyone. That's the main thing. But a minute to go. They're dumping in this utility, but it's easy. They haven't got any kills to show for it just yet.
And that's a bit of a problem, especially when you've lost the opener. Gonna see some smoke coming out there now. A beautiful C4. Unlucky Pamba. Just saw it at the wrong moment. Canadian gonna find one. Blitz. Gonna have to get a bit of value out of that. He gets softened up and finished, though. A crossfire there as Rex able to take him down. NJR, he's able to pick quick reload here and just to drop into prone. He knows that the player's there.
Oh.
Rex hitting some nasty shots today as Nath is the next to fall. It all lands on the shoulders of NJR. He's on the glass, he's in the smoke. He's not going to get the full benefit of his ability, but he picks the first, tries to wallbang the second, and Fish is there to collect. Scars, they're going to take the lead for the first time on Sky.
Oh. Scars. Just chugging away right now. That train is moving. Felt as a wreck for a period. Had the never before seen extended magazine there for the castle. How did he have enough bullets? I swear he dumped in so much. He still had enough. My word. Yeah, just if you look at the actual idea from DZ, look, it's a fine attack. Blitz is great. You smoke out the corridor. Blitz can run straight through it. Get up close and personal with a player instead of Geisha, for example. I think the issue is that they weren't picking up the kills whenever the Blitz was creating space for them. You know, Blitz moves in. The glass should be straight in, taking that space, knowing it's safe because Blitz just ran through that, then picking the players off as they try and retake from T-Room. That was the issue for me. They just weren't reacting to what the Blitz was creating for them.
The Blitz is only as good as the player on the Blitz's shoulder. Something that we often talk about when we talk about shields. You can play a shield fine, but it all comes down to the teamwork. If the teamwork ain't there, then the shield is not going to be effective, and it is just going to get shut down. Scars, can they start to streak a bit of a lead here? Dark Zero definitely on the wrong side of things right now. Being that they are on the attack and being that they only won 3 rounds on the defense. Pressure does start to mount somewhat. That 61% win rate doesn't come from nowhere. It is very, very difficult to attack this map. They're going to need to get their heads in the game. Double hard breach, Blitz, Thatcher, and a striker. So a pretty vanilla lineup in all things considered. They're looking to guarantee opening some walls. They've got double electrification to contend with as well as a tuber house. So that's going to do a lot to really slow and choke out a lot of the time here. And it's probably a good play from Scars. Another opening pick here, Demo. Nina onto Bolo this time. Second round in a row. We've not seen Bolo on the attack. It was Canadian for 2 rounds in a row on the defense. And it's been Bolo the last 2 rounds on the attack. Pamba going to punish Fish like for some missed shots there. Get the trade back nice and early. Should be able to open the wall into Geisha now. We can see that bang off. And then the drone can continue through into Drum.
Bolo not having the greatest of time right now on the attack, and especially an operator like the Ace, the Hard Breach, that you would obviously want to have to use that utility. She's been picked off without using any of that, and especially Skyscraper, where there is a few walls that you would like to get opened up. It's not, you know, the most reinforced driven map, but certainly it helps. It helps a lot. So 4v4, you still have the Blitz, which can try and create some form of space, but if they have the same issues as what they did the last time, where Blitz is moving in, making a lot of room for his teammates, but nobody's following up, then yeah, that's going to be a bit of an issue. We'll rotate the Thermite, open up that single breach. It gives them access in behind the minibar. That C4 still going to be on the framework of the door. I don't think it's going to have much of an impact, as Canadian could just walk in via the breach that has been made. But we need kills, DZ. This is where they're struggling, Ollie. Just don't get the kills in this mid-round to really open things up for them.
We're going to have to start finding something quickly, aren't they? NJ are going to take Rec down, picking up a second as well. That is the burst of aggression that they needed. Tayo and Washoy trying to make something happen now. You've still got the Blitz. You've still got Canadian. You've got 20 seconds. The smoke is going to get sent out there. The ice is going to cool him down just a little bit and stop him from progressing, but the C4 comes out. Is it going to connect? Tayu picks up one. Full white flash from Canadian. He gets up close and personal, and he finds two. That's how you play your Blitz. Get in the face. Canadian taking matters into his own hands there.
Tell you, men, round of applause. He's been coaching them well. I've shown you the way. I mean, just for DZ, I really don't know how they get away. You know, with Duran, I was really worried that, you know, similar issues, they're not getting the kills to open up the bomb site for them. But then just, you know, kills out of nowhere. 2 kills out of nowhere to send DZ into the lead with a man advantage. Scars just taking the foot off the gas allows DZ to pick up those kills, or really they shouldn't have. I think for Scars, it's just a lack of trading kills back.
Pretty rough from Scars as well when you consider that they got the opening couple of kills. Does just go to show that the opening kill stat line, whilst it is important, it isn't always decisive. It doesn't automatically decide who wins the round. But in a lot of cases, it will heavily influence it. Scars did a very poor job of creating distance between them and the Blitz there. And a poor job of actually dealing with the Blitz and stopping it from crossing and getting off into sight in the first place. You give Canadian that space, if you give him that opportunity, he's going to take it, especially when there's no time left and there's no other option. Keep an eye on this opening this time, as there's going to be a bit of control inside of Geisha. You have the mirror in place as well. Yeah, Bolo. Odds on Bolo staying alive past the 2-minute mark.
You have to ask the BGs for that.
Well, he's on drone now, so he should still be alive. Got 15 seconds left to live. It's on to Repel. It'd be very unfortunate to die now. You can tell how much is playing in the mind, aren't they? The double and triple drone and everything.
The issue is that they have nothing to get through the bandit trick that's currently being set up in towards Geisha. That's going to be a bit of a no-go for DZ, is to look at that Geisha control, because they just won't be able to get into it. Instead, they're going to try and target Black, first of all. There is a deployable shield on the top of the stairs. This is a tricky position. It's a dangerous position more than anything. And goes the shield. The player's still inside of Karaoke, but now DZ have forgotten that. They've left. Oh, Pamba. He snuck his way in, Ollie. But can he find a freebie from it? Never mind, a mirror window looking right towards him, Ollie. That mirror window, that's one I haven't personally seen before in Skyscraper, but that's actually a great job just to stop somebody pushing in through drum.
It's a great position you can hold there. A lot of it hinges on keeping control of Geisha window. You get somebody on that, it's going to be a little bit easier. Washoy, hello? How's Canadian just been allowed to de-shield like that? Please tell me Canadian knows there's a player immediately to his right. He's got no idea. Where's the information? Nina gifted a freebie there, and any advantage that DZ had just disappears. Nath goes for the refrag, and he's dealt with as well. What was Pamba watching through all that, by the way? He had the line of sight to try and stop all that from happening. Tayu going to collect the last two. Pamba just drops into his lap. And the final kill comes through the window. Where's the info for DZ, man?
I really don't know what DZ have been doing.
They still had drones at that point as well. The thing is, it doesn't matter what op Canadians played in that round. He would have played anyone and still got that kill. They didn't really use the blitz at all.
The thing is with Skyscraper, it is a small map. If you on average, if you look at the size of siege maps, this would be, you know, I wouldn't say it's the smallest, but it's certainly, you know, one of the smallest. It's kind of in that tier list. Therefore, being a small map with only 2 floors. It's also probably another reason why it is quite small. There's only 2 floors to it. Droning should be quite easy, because you can cover a large amount of the map within about 10 seconds with droning. So why is it not being done? Like, we're not asking you to drone Emerald Plains, for example, Ollie. Skyscraper.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Just drone EP. What a map, by the way.
Yeah, don't even.
What an iconic map.
No.
Scars, 2 rounds away from taking the win here. 1 round away from a match point. This is where things start to get a little bit dicey. Now, it is Scars' map pick, so you would expect them to do quite well on it. They did exceptionally well on the attack, and that is put into even more perspective now with how much DZ are struggling on the attack themselves. Scars were good for 3 rounds. DZ so far have only managed 1. Often we say 2 rounds will take it for you on the attack on Skyscraper. It's looking like that might be one of those days. Especially if DZ continue to struggle here.
They took 3. Didn't even need the 2.
Well, exactly.
Did 1 better than what we said, and who would have thought at that stage, yeah, it'll be over and out from there. Scars, they have lost 1 defense. They get to go to a very favored site, of course, that Karaoke and Tea Room, the most played bomb site that we see. Blitz. Canadian is stuck to it like
bomb located by attackers.
A rat in a trap. Ambazoo opens up with the opening pick, something that DZ had been struggling with in that department. I wonder if they can do anything with that.
Nina and Pamba going to get themselves onto the scoreboard there, and Dark Zero have come away from that opening exchange 1 up. Now, how many times have we seen this? Canadian just waiting outside, waiting for something to happen. Only 2 drones left alive here for Dark Zero, so I doubt that he's waiting for drone information. There it is. NJR going to come in and see if he can glean any info. With Canadians looking to try and make a hop in, you're going to need a little bit more than just a hunch as to where these players are. They get a glimpse of a guy on long. They are going to be able to deal with this Geisha wall and get it open. C4 comes out. It is going to fall a little bit short. Canadian gets quite lucky there, but he does back away at the right time. Now he can aggress. Now he can try and hop in and see if he can make something happen. Tayu got a great line of sight here as well through from Karaoke, and that player on main stairs is the player that's stopping everything from happening right now. But Nina is going to be dealt with. A great bash there from Canadian to take down Tayu, and Bolo is going to pick up the final kill with the gun.
Oh, Nina was thinking, oh, I could just creep out here and pick up a kill and somebody not looking at me. But nope, had no idea about the blitz right beside him. He sends them back from whence he came. And DZ, that's much better. And honestly, I think a lot of it comes down to the opening kill for DZ. Look at the difference. They had the opening pick, and it seemed quite easy from then on in.
Does just go to show that opening pick can be so crucial. Big round for DZ to pick up there. They've still got the tactical timeout if they want to use it. All square at 5-5. Keeps this game nice and close. It's been a while since we've had a really close game demo.
Wall's done.
First series today was close at times, but overall a little bit one-sided for W7M. But Scars are giving Dark Zero a bit of a problem here. They're giving him something to think about and try and solve. And it's really testing them at the moment.
10 seconds left.
It's one of those games that you look back on fondly and say that it's a great showcase of Skyscraper can be more than just the defender-sided onslaught from what we've been used to for quite a while. Both teams put on a great show, certainly on the attacks, and highlight some extremely strong operators. You know, Grim and Blitz have been joined at the hip, haven't they, Ollie? It's been the most commonly played operators that we had on the map by both teams.
A lot of Blitz. It's not always been necessarily the right choice, I would say. It's been a choice that a lot of teams have made, but we've not always seen the maximum value out of it. Canadian's really had his moments, though, and if he's got an idea of where someone is, you know he's going to bear down onto him. And the fear was used there to destroy that Zoto canister. Second one is still going to prolong the fuse time. But while the Two-Brow is distracted elsewhere, there's a good chance of getting this breach off. Say that, but I think that breach... Oh, it actually got reactivated. The Cade Claw actually came back online, so they've either replaced it or the timing of the EMP was incorrect. Now they've got that main breach open. That's the big question. They have managed to do that, so not all is lost, but they've still not been able to get everything they necessarily wanted to.
I think Canadian's going to have a lot of issue with the 4 C4s there. Currently in play for Scars. He's just going to try and run straight in behind that minibar, create that bit of ground, but that does back him up against the wall. That a C4, if he gets tossed at him, he has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. In at 15 left, all quiet, no kills as of yet. DZ positioning themselves, while all of this will be centric around Canadian on this blitz, trying to create that space, move in, clear players away from their strong positions. Scars have actually forfeited that, probably expecting the blitz. Allowed them to have control of that minibar. They want to try and retake with the C4s.
They made their way upstairs now and see if there's any value they can gain from there. Fish and Mushoy just jiggling around. Time is going to be ticking. 45 seconds left. Mirror window can be disabled and you can start to take a little bit more ground. But what an engagement for Canadian to win there. That could be round defining. That's the opening pick with 30 seconds left. Still a lot of bodies to get through here. Canadian aggresses up to the mirror window. This is how you've got to play the blitz. You've got to put the pressure and the pain on your opponent. And so far, he's doing that. Bolo, he's going to find Nina. Oh, they're falling like flies right now. Nate's getting involved as well. Tayu, he's going to grab one back, but it's not enough. He's the last player standing. Flash is coming through. The plant's starting to go down. He's full white. He knows there's a player on lower house stairs. He's not even going to get past the first engagement. NJR there, just tucked in, is able to take him out. And that is the cue for a tactical timeout from Scars.
Lovely round by DZ. Right up my alley. That's the kind of siege I love to see. That 3-2-1 execute where the kills just come in as a flurry. You know, all of them doing their job, playing their part, getting their kill. I mean, it was a good decision, actually, from DZ, realizing that, yes, we would love just to try and burst straight into the site, but let's try and, deal with this Cade, who was by himself, all by himself in towards Drum. He was so worried, about that blitz. Obviously, was known, was just standing on that terrace door for ages. He was so preoccupied with trying to stop that blitz getting in that he left his position on the mirror window. Nobody was on that mirror window. Thermite just runs straight through. Able then to work in conjunction with Canadian, who just runs straight at him. Blitz in the 1v1. Said it before, best operator in the game to take a 1v1 with. And then from there, you have that man advantage. You've cleared away that side of the map. You set up, you use the utility. You had Bolo and Naif almost just playing as sentry guns, just holding their angles, getting their kills. Then you move in and just kind of see out the round, play siege.
Really good round from Dark Zero. And good enough to force a tactical timeout as well. Scars feeling like this is one of their last chances to get it used. Obviously with DZ on that map point now. It's now or never. There's an argument to say, has it been used a little bit late? DZ have had time to recompose there as well. call from the timeout seems to be bring a Capcan, bring a Fenrir. Let's try and slow this blitz down. Dark Zero already struggling greatly in that drone economy. So if you give them more things to drone out, Capcan traps, Fenrir, FNATs, you've got a better chance of making sure that those pieces of utility are successful. DZ are having to take a lot of calculated risks right now, in all honesty, because of how many times they're having to re-drone things because they're just a little bit unsure. Deimos already got 3 people on the scanner. Let's see if he can search anybody out with that. Maybe just a quick walk up Blackstairs, or potentially try and get a track on someone and use the pistol from below.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Yeah, something to look at. You never know if the Geisha players are causing issues. What a way of doing that than just eliminating him by a bit of a gimmick, you know, just being able to scan somebody and see him through walls ollie. Pretty easy, pretty simple to do. I think anyone can do that.
Deimos is harder than you think, I think.
I would disagree. I scan the player, I look at him through the wall, and I press mouse 1.
Yeah, not always that easy, though.
Don't know if it's that. Oh, you spot out the Capcan traps on that double door. Little bits of information slowly being gathered by DZ.
This is what we wanted to see. So we've had a drone onto the Warden, knowing that the Warden is going to be on a soft surface. And Pamba straight away on the track on that Warden. The Warden now forced off. Fairly straightforward, but not a kill gained. Still, Nina is going to fall. Warden is going to be less than half HP, so there is good opportunity here. Is there a Claymore outside? You'd better hope so if you're DZ. Otherwise, that could be a bit of a problem. There it is. Fishlight going to fall to the Claymore. You've got to expect that to be Claymored. Oh, NJR just getting a little bit unlucky there, but eventually we'll get the kill onto Washoy, and the plant starts to go down. This is where it all starts to fall apart. A nice little Ossa Shield plant there. The kill comes in for Tayu. But Canadian, he can guard this with his life. Wreck zoned out by the bees on the castle. Still got 2 castle barricades in pocket, by the way. That is a bit of a question mark. Player on the upside down rappel. Couple of players stacked to the top of black. They are going to line up for him quite nicely. Player on upside down rappel, though, should guarantee this round, and Nath does. DZ going to take Skyscraper.
DZ, another great attack. Those final few rounds, they really came alive. I was worried for a big period for DZ because it maybe wasn't as good as what I think we were hoping for and what we were expecting. But DZ still find a way, still managed to get the win. And one thing I've noticed about DZ in the way that they like to attack, they will take so much time to gain as much information as they can, and then they'll execute. Just straight go for it. Which I suppose has kind of always been the style for DZ. They've always kind of been known as one of those slower, methodical teams that will take their time, and they want to make sure they know every little detail before they go for something. But I think the pace has picked up a lot, maybe from where they were previously last year, for example.
No, I think they're becoming that more well-rounded team now, aren't they? And they're showing that they can have that fight back in the middle of a game. It's not always about just winning every game 7-0. Sometimes you're going to come up against opposition. There's going to be a bit of adaptation required. And DZ, they went through the motions there and they were able to get it over the line. They switched it on when it mattered. They came out with a great pocket play. The Ossa Shield plan, I mean, it's a very well-known, very common strategy on Skyscraper. A Glaz-Ossa combination. It's going to be something that works a lot of the time, and you're going to be able to get that plant off. But they were able to execute it very well indeed. Yes, there were some misplays. Yes, there was a bit of a lack of info on some of the rounds on the attack, but it's a hard map to attack onto, and we expect attacking teams to come up against a little bit of obstacle here. But when they looked good, they looked great.
Scars, still think there's a lot to take away from that game. I think Scars had some great rounds, some really nice defenses, some clever defenses I haven't seen before. But they do fall behind one map, so they need to try and battle back. Easy, you would expect now they kind of have the run of the grain, don't they? They've won the map against Scars, and now they get to go to their map. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty positive right now in the DZ camp.
I think the DZ are going to be feeling pretty good about themselves. Obviously, you've mentioned there, they've won the map. They get to go to their map now. They're going to be looking at this thinking, it should be, on paper, a very straightforward 2-0. Obviously, that wasn't a straightforward Skyscraper, but the scoreline could look quite straightforward by the end of it. Scars, they've got that belief and they've got that confidence. They look like they're just on the edge of making it really work out here. Their opening kill demo in this Skyscraper game was absolutely fantastic. They really had Bolo's number and Canadian's number back-to-back rounds, both of them dying. Canadian died twice in the opening kill on the defense, Bolo twice on the attack as the ace as well. And it just goes to show, passage to the building not guaranteed on Skyscraper. It can be a bit of a ratty map. It can be a bit of a spawn peaky map that you've got to be careful of. And DZ, it definitely hurt them a little bit. And I think had they not lost those opening engagements, rounds could have gone a little bit differently. But Scars, recognizing that they needed to get that part of the game under wraps, they needed to give themselves that advantage. It really worked out quite well for them in a couple of occasions. It's just a shame they couldn't convert it into more round wins.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be difficult as well for Scars going up against DZ on Bank, a map which DZ are going to be very happy with. Whenever you kind of look at the playstyle for DZ, where it is going to be slow, methodical, figure out as much information as you can, and then execute. That's the kind of map that you look at that Bank plays into, where you will have to take a decent amount of time to figure out stuff, gain the information, and then execute. You know, just right up their alleyway. So everything you would expect will go in favor now of DZ, and that's what Scars has to overcome. They need to say, no, we're going to burn the script. It's not going to go that way. We're going to write our own story and see if they can take us into that map free.
Well, we'll have to see. It's obviously going to be a big mountain to climb. Bank, we always say it's a massive map. You're almost going from one extreme to the other here. You're going from Skyscraper, on the face of it, pretty tiny 2 floors, to Bank, basement, top floor, mid floor. It's sprawling. There's a lot of areas of the map that you can get hidden away. There's a lot of areas in the map that you've got to clear on the attack, and it requires a very different strategy and a different style of siege. It's a big roam clear, then a sharp execute, typically. And I think it's something that could play into DZ's favor quite nicely. On the flip side, get a little bit loosey-goosey with it on the side of Scars. You could see some successes there as well. We're going to cut to a very short break. We're going to get ready for map number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back to EWC. We are well underway with the day here on day number 2, and we are going to be getting stuck into our second map in our second best of 3 right now. We've got Dark Zero, we've got Scars. Dark Zero successful on Skyscraper, a very close 7-5, and Scars gave a fantastic account of themselves. Now we move on to Bank, which couldn't really be more different in terms of a map demo. We go from small to big, we go from tiny and very cramped to sprawling, and a lot of potential to get out there and flex your legs. So I'm really hoping we see more of the same from both of these two sides, because it's been one of the closest series that we've had so far on the B stream.
Yeah, I think it's a really nice kind of dimension shift to see how it will affect both teams. Naturally, DZ, this is going to be a map that they obviously like because they've picked it. They will be very comfortable on this. This is where now Scars kind of have to get out of their comfort zone almost. And they have to take it to DZ. They're the one who have to upset the apple cart. Yeah. Because DZ, if they win this next map, that's them through, and Scars are gone.
Let's have a look at some of the heroes and some of the villains of map number 1. We've got the map summary ready to be pulled up here, and we can see just exactly how it went down. NJR 14-8, Canadian 11-6. He had a couple of really pop-off rounds. I think round number 1, round number 2, he ended up getting like 4 kills. DZ still ended up losing that round though, but it was the opening kill for me. That was the stat line that got absolutely dominated here by Scars. They were so consistent in picking up that opening, and it really attested a lot of the rounds to them. They paid for it in a couple of other rounds, but there were some very key moments where that opening pick meant quite a lot. Reasonable rating on the side of DZ as well, with Nath down there at an 88 rating, so not that high in the grand scheme of things, but anything over an 80 is still a very good performance.
Yeah, and you kind of look at Scars, and I did mention during the pre-game that the stats from Scars over their previous games, it felt a little bit top-heavy.
Yeah.
Where they were kind of relying on maybe one guy to pop off and everyone else maybe wasn't playing as well. I think that kind of showed it. You had Nina, who was miles above everyone else, and then the rest of his team, pretty negative.
Yeah, and I think that's, another reason that you think it was such a close game, and if somebody else other than just Nina was putting in a bit more of a shift and going a little bit more positive, very easily could have ended up being a Scars win overall. However, we are sat here going into map number 2 with DZ 1 up on the scoreboard right now. Who are we going to be speaking to at the end of this series? Who are we going to get onto our interview? Is it going to be a Scars player or is it going to be a DZ player? Bank will decide that, at least for the meantime, and whether we need to go to a third and final map will be decided right here. Scars, of course, if they lose, they are going to be going home. DZ, they would have one more chance. They would have the decider map in this best of 3 to see who we're going to send in as one of our top 8 teams into the playoffs.
Well, here we go. See what the bands have in store, Ollie. We've had a good mix today. He's certainly been one which has been targeted this series, as that's the second time now that Monty's been banned here between DZ and Scars. Again, no surprise, Monty's that guy. He is him. He's so darn good, and especially on Bank. Monty, this is definitely his best map, 100%. The way that you can use them for clearing server, for example, with little ease for the basement, and then obviously being able to just walk into site. You can put the shield on your back and try and plant default, or you can use the Monty as a deployable form of cover to plant behind him for a long angle on the basement plant. Upstairs, you just walk up spiral. Nobody's going to kill you. Very, very easy. Open area, you can just walk into site from the double door and kitchen and just plant behind the bomb with very little ease. Top tier map form. A lot of different ways you can use them, but those are, of course, the 3 most powerful ways to do so.
Still, the Blitz is a very good second substitute for the Monty.
Yeah, we've seen that. Skyscraper.
And although Monty is still very lethal at the moment, Blitz just has that little bit of an edge on him, I think. Especially when it comes to closing space and getting aggressive with that flash. You can really give yourself a little bit more of an option. You sort of trade off that full invulnerability for a little bit of vulnerability when you're running with the shield out, but you do have the benefit of being able to full blind your opponent, so it really is swings and roundabouts. Dark Zero starting off on the attack here. Scars starting off on the defense.
Ready to light them up.
No blitz being chosen this time. Canadian instead going to 6-pick off that. they're going to be attacking down into the basement. They are going to need some form of hard breach. And they're going to be bringing it in a couple of different forms. We've got the Maverick and we've got the Ace. We've also got the Ash 6 picked out there for the Buck. Secondary hard breach gadget available there as well. So hard breach aplenty here, but also quite a lot of clearing to do. There's a hold upstairs in open area. We've got castle barricades. We've got reinforcements. And Dark Zero know this. The drone just getting shot there as the info was getting relayed. That means that you're more than likely going to have to get yourself in upstairs and start to work down on this vertically, but that involves a full map clear.
What I say, I really love the Legion ban from Scars because it is, like, in my opinion, it is currently the best rank ban to go for, Ollie. If you want to improve your mental health in ranked, ban Legion. Trust me, you will thank me later. Everyone plays that operator. Such a crutch operator because it's a very safe operator. Really strong gun, really annoying gadget as well. Obviously, it's been hit a little bit by no impacts anymore, but still, really good operator, Legion. Really safe operator to bring in. Oh, no. Oh, I thought maybe we were going to see an opening pick there from Pamba. Tucked right into the corner of the hatch. As soon as it opens up, you will be able to see that spot onto the other hatch. But thankfully, they seen that coming. Fishlike was able to get out of there.
About half the round remains now. And that upstairs hold has been successful in wasting a lot of time. We can hear the Maverick going to work there with that blowtorch.
I'm reloading.
He's going to start to try and open up these hatches. Secondary hard breach gadgets have been used and the Ace Selmas are destined elsewhere, so it is down to Canadian to get this done, but there is going to be a C4 below him and you do have to be careful. We've already commented how difficult it can be for Mavericks at the moment. That electrification could help him out a little bit, but if that C4 instantly gets sent out, there might not be much Canadian can do to react to it, and there it goes. Does manage to get himself out of the way, but only just.
Amber done a great job at getting the kill onto that Cade. And this is what I love to see. What game was it where we seen the bank with BDS Cruelty? We cast it. Nobody was taking Garage in that map. And that was where attackers were really struggling with winning the basement defenses. Garage is a crucial part. They've sent an Osset in, which is even probably one of the best operators you can do to send into Garage. You set up shields, you cut off those crosses, and you just make life a nightmare for the defenders in the middle of sight. And look at that from DZ. Picturesque round, how they've been able to work their way through that basement. Honestly, it feels like just a great hit of whatever your chosen, you know, is laughing gas that what you get whenever you go to the dentist? Is it happy gas you call it? Whatever it is, you get hit with that, you just feel so good. That's what it's like watching that.
It makes you happy, does it?
It does.
Makes your heart warm. I'll be honest.
I love a basement attack.
I'm a big fan of a full map clear. When there's a mid-floor hold, full map clear into a successful, like, just shoving down of all those defenders. I think Canadian got very lucky there, I'm going to be honest with you. That C4 could have been devastating. However, it worked out for the better. Rek ended up getting traded because he had to move from underneath the hatch and there was someone already watching the hatch inside of open. So it worked out quite nicely there for DZ.
Did you notice the kind of tech that Canadian was doing as well? One thing that I'm sure everyone can probably walk away and learn from. As we've kind of mentioned here in the stream, Maverick received a big side nerf whenever the arc lineup, so C4's got added into the game. Whenever you now open up a wall, you can hold the C4, you can line up the arc, throw the C4 for a very small hole, it will always land, it will kill the Maverick. Did you notice that Fabian was opening up the hatch from the middle part? So there was never a gap being made for the C4 to be tossed up.
Yeah.
A little tip for everyone there. Mav from the middle, if you're worried about a C4 killing you.
Yeah, because the middle slightly different, isn't it? It's almost like multi-layered.
Yeah.
You're still destroying the reinforcement part of it, and the reinforcements have a certain amount of health, and you've just got to destroy a percentage of that health. So yeah, good little bit of tech there. Take it into your rank games.
Trying to save lives.
Oh, just
saving
lives. Saving lives one Maverick at a time.
Exactly.
Spotted out a bit of utility.
Maybe going to be... I think I know what we're going to see. This is going to be that open area trick that I talked about with a Monty. Looks as though they're going to try and implement that using the Blitz. We've seen this tried to be used in the BDS Cruelty game yesterday here in the stream, but the biggest issue was just somebody playing inside of Archives and Tellers. That just shuts down the push immediately. You would hope that DZ have assessed that threat, and hopefully somebody will be able to move in and try and eliminate that player who's currently stopping Canadian from doing his job, and that is walk in and try and get the plant down.
We're about to see a boatload thrown through this copy window. Nade goes out first. Good chance of being able to pick up this player. Nina playing super aggro there. Not sure how he's allowed to cross. Well, sure is the one you got to watch, though. He's announced himself inside of Archives now.
Oh, just
smoking him off is a perfect idea. Can try and put a bit of damage in, but needs to make a move now onto site. Fishlike going to take out the Claymore and a freebie onto NJR. NJR having to drone for himself there. That's this attack pretty much dead in the water. You've used your smokes. There's still a player inside of Archives, and Canadian now has to go on the hunt, but realistically, all you do is just run away.
Yeah, I mean, Blitz as a 2-speed can only chase down the operators who are 1-speed. Everyone else will always beat him in the sprint. You can always get away from him. Yeah, big blunder. The blue stairs, you'd be surprised how many times that has been a big issue for the attackers. That happens all the time to the highest level of teams. Aiden needs to be careful. He's taking a lot of damage there just from getting shot in the feet. 30 seconds, and like you mentioned, Ollie, the attack is just slowly but surely dying on DZ, and it's well and truly dead as they've lost Canadian. The plant is never going to be an objective right now for DZ. It's just trying to get kills, stay alive. But now 2 players have rotated into Archives and Tellers. He's thinking there's somebody flanking him, but there's no one there. He's hearing spirits talking to him. Fishlike, now he finally moves in, but I mean, Nate, if you've held the angle, sure. But look at the time. No time left whatsoever. DZ, a disaster round for them.
It's a shame as well because it comes realistically a little bit close at the end, but it was never close enough to get it over the line. There was never going to be enough time. That Archives player. It's a massive shame because DZ knew everything apart from the player on the flank. It's this kill. This kill from Fishlike onto NJR. NJR just getting a bit of bad timing. Whatever it was that he had to drone there, ideally somebody else does that drone work because he's just got far too much to worry about there. If he hears the Claymore shot, then he can react to it. But if you're in the drone, there's nothing you're going to be able to do.
So, Scars getting their first defense. Sets them up now for the next defense, which will not be that basement. Instead, they go top floor as their choice. Usually the second favored site on this map. I still think some teams have a big issue with actually defending it. Just the windows, I think, throw a lot of people off. And if you're against a side who understand the window game very well, then it is extremely difficult to defend the top floor. You'll see operators like Castle be brought in to try and help with the windows, where you can... Yeah, the way that the map's kind of laid out on that top floor is you have the first set of windows, and then you have those 2 big double windows as well as the second set. So teams will castle off the second set of windows that makes the first set null and void.
(1-1) DZ. I'm going to try and stabilize a little bit now. Top floor defense to contend with. All about the repel game here. Surprised they've not brought the Hibana to deal with that Kanto wall. Can, of course, get that done with the ace. But it's a long line of sight that you're likely going to want to have. Need to be able to remove those players stood in and around the elevators. But for the meantime, there's a lot of focus on the roof, and it seems like players are framing up for something in and around that stock and square area. They are going to have to commit somebody to those windows to apply that pressure from elsewhere. Nice Rosero drone through. That's a great throw.
Another little bit of tech, everyone. You can set up on the rooftop, use the drones. You have to parkour your way from the rooftop down into the window, then finally up onto the castle barricade. So again, we're honestly, Ollie, we're just trying to teach people. It's a Siege Schools in session.
Teaching stream.
Yeah. Do you want to be the principal? 'Cause I don't think I have the authority. And I don't think I have the presence.
Okay. What does it involve?
To be fair, whenever I think about you, I think if you were a principal, you'd be like the in-betweeners, Greg Davis.
Why do you call me a
You'd be
principal, though? Because that's like... It's not a term that we use very much in the UK.
Yeah, it is. Principal of school.
It's the headmaster.
No, you're saying that. That's an oldie. That's an old man saying. Just say headmaster. There's Rex out the window, and then the Claymore gets him. Again, no surprises. We talk about the window game on Bank. This is still looking good for DZ. I mean, they're meticulous all in terms of how they scope out what they want, and then they just go for it.
Doing a really good job on that information game this time. We didn't see a great show of the info game over on Sky, but they've done much better here on Bank. Should be allowed to get in now, and Canadian with that Ossa should be able to Ossa shield his way through. It's going to be the mirror window, but he's pretty confident that no one's going to be there. Turn his back to the Ossa shield here and get that plant down.
Fish.
C4 below. It's going to hit there.
There we
goes. Where's the cover? The immediate trade is there, but is it going to be enough? The diffuser's cold in the site. Nath fortunately gets one onto Nina, and it all comes down to Taiyu. 10 seconds left. He knows where the kit is. He has to go for it, but Nath destroys him on the long angle.
That is top tier. Top tier siege from DZ to recover
It's a great
from
reaction.
that C4 from below. Yeah, exactly. That's what you need to do. If something goes wrong, you just can't sit back and say, what do we do? You need to be reactive. DZ have done that. And I was waiting for the C4. That was really the only thing that Scars had to stop that plant going down was the C4. But still, it wasn't enough.
It was a very minimal take as well from DZ, if you think about it.
Oh, just square and that was it.
It was
a bit of window play, sure.
A little bit of stock, but aside from that, it was...
Yeah.
Everyone was pretty safe there. They'd not really overcommitted. I think Pamba was maybe the most committed player. What is this? 3 ADSs stacked up.
Just a triple. That's a triple stack.
It's 2019.
Yeah. One thing I will say also about the last attack from DZ, that is kind of the attack that you have to go for because Monty's been banned. If Monty's up, then the spiral take is really good for that. But if not, you find it very difficult to actually get up that staircase safely.
Yeah, you've definitely got to do a lot more work to get up that stairs. Different lineup this time. Last time when DZ attacked downstairs, they brought the Maverick. And they were looking to try and work the hatches that way. This time they're going for something a little bit different. Maybe a little bit pacey. Still have that upstairs hold from Scars. They're going to be controlling open area and looking to take a little bit of attention away there. But they don't have the castle barricades this time, which really could be a big problem. There's some great info available here for Pamba, and he's going to start to put some shots down. Not going to connect for the time being, but look at Canadian's positioning. How has he got all the way down here? Nath, he's going to find one onto Nina, and immediately Canadian's going to switch up. Got to kill upstairs, recognizing that, knows that Nath has got good control here in server and can watch that door, and they can now try and flush those players out of open.
I wonder if they have the extra man now to rotate in towards Garage. They done it great the last time they were down here, where they were able to use the Ossa. They don't have the Ossa this time, and it doesn't look as though anyone's actually interested in taking Garage this time around. They do have the hard breach gadgets on the recruit to see if they can open up that wall and then move in for the plants. But there are still Goyos that need to try and burn through, and you know, Ollie, look, what other operator can do this? Burn away the Goyos with an 8 and then still open up the wall. You know, that is a rare thing to see and rare thing to do. With Scars, how good is their denial? In terms of what they have the smokes, of course, and a C4. But is that enough just based on how much time DZ have? A minute 15, Ollie, is a lot.
Yeah.
A lot to work with.
Now, DZ have got plenty of time to try and get this off. They're already looking to pop Goyos and try and stall out the clock that way. But for Scars, they need to be keeping hold of that for a little bit longer. Flank drone set up as well for the inevitable. As soon as someone sends the cameras, they can get on those drones and start to provide that information. Washoy, he's going to find one onto Nath. That could be crucial.
Garage angle.
Got another Goyo being popped. That's going to burn out 25 seconds, which is not going to leave us with loads of time. Canadian, he's going to drop himself into server. He's going to have to try and recover that diffuser, get the shield on his back, and look to see if he can try and get that plant down. The C4, this needs to either miss or be shot out mid-air for DZ to be successful. Pamba greeted by 2 castle barricades. The C4 is going to go. The barbed wire wasn't seen there by Pamba, and that's given the game away. His backstab now is pretty much useless. 20 seconds. There's still time here for DZ to stabilize. But as you say, with the smoke in pocket, that's going to burn 15 seconds. The default camera that Nina's going to be sat on. He's going to be able to call the ball here perfectly. Wreck grabs himself one, looking for the drop, but the player's already in there. They're going deep. The plant was attempted, but it's been come off. Tayu going to find one. Downed in process for Wreck, but he's done more than enough there to win the round for Scars.
A night and day difference for DZ. And usually use that as a good term, but not this time around. The first round was phenomenal in terms of how they attacked the basement. That time, very poor. Missing a lot of steps. Really, the garage, why are we not looking at taking garage, DZ? You done it great last time. It caused, obviously, a lot of issues. You actually lost Nafe because you didn't take in towards garage. That long angle was being held by the Iruni. Someone's in garage, she can't do that. She cannot stop Nafe from planting there. Not even that, they also missed the Goyo canister. At 40 seconds, they had missed a Goyo canister that should have been burned out. And then that just ate away the time. And then finally, the smoking C4 came into play. I really didn't think it was going to be the case. A minute 15, I seen the Goyos be popped, but they missed one. You know, just little crucial things that DZ have just let go into the wind.
It's a shame that to see DZ make those small errors, because up until now on Bank, they've been very good at the details. They've been very good at the basics. They've been very good at those small, minute things that can often trip you up along the way.
5 seconds to go.
They did just miss a few out in that previous round. It's strange as well, isn't it? Because if you think about the hold that Scars did in round number 1 with the castle barricades should soak up more time and utility than the hold that they did in round number 3 or 4. But the one in round number 4 is the one that they win. Fish like straight out of the window. We love that from him. Look at him go. He snagged himself 3. He's still going to get away with this. Doesn't matter what you do now, Fish. You could stay out here for the whole round. You've won it for your team. Brilliant aggression. A little bit of team play as well. We had Tayu. He was on the yokai drone. He had the yokai drone hopped up onto a high little windowsill to give him the angle. Pamba taking this one very gingerly. We'll finish him off, but it's damage done.
Wow. I mean, we say fish like, it was almost salmon like. Oh, he wasn't he jumping out that window? My word.
I love that.
And also, that comes from a very nice little bit of tech using the Echo. Also can be done in the Valkyrie. That kind of big semicircle window inside of lobby that looks out towards the windows. You can place a Valkyrie camera or an Echo cam there. It won't be detected. It doesn't count as being outside. But you have clear vision onto all of those windows.
They're just looking out the window.
Nice little bit of tech for everyone there. Oh, they've hacked it now.
Well,
DZ can see if anyone jumps at the windows using that Echo cam.
Well, DZ have spotted they've hacked the cam now, and they're like, right, we can take this one, or we knew about this one, or whatever. But it's something for Pamba to work from.
Oh, he's piloting the drone.
I hope they've hacked them cap cans. That'd be genius.
He's got one in pocket, one cap can in pocket. Wonder what that's for, Rek.
I hope that Pamba's hacked a few cap cans. They could do with a little freebie right now.
Going live.
Echo cam spot an Echo cam. There we go. Thankfully, they'd been able to find the cap cans. But still doesn't look great for DZ. 2v4. No walls being opened up. These long angles being held by Scars will come into effect. And Rek shuts out Pambazoo. Scars, bit of momentum now on their side. They are looking firm in the defensive half.
Oh dear, oh dear. That's a real momentum killer there for DZ. You just don't expect somebody to go for that elaborate of a run out in an official. There's nothing wrong with doing it. I love a good spawn peek. Hit him with the disrespect. get in the face. But for him to pick up 3, that is just pure caught off guard, unawares, unprepared. Sometimes that's what you need. Pressure. Now back onto Dark Zero to try and level this up at 3-3. And for Scars, it didn't really matter where the site was in that previous round.
Setting a mark.
You make the play makes you. Fish like probably reading the room and thinking, we kind of need this map. We kind of need to take drastic steps. Because if they lose it, they go home. Round 6, the final round for Scars in their defense. See if they can finish it off in a 4-2 split, which would be great for them. I wouldn't say DZ necessarily need to get this round, but it would be nice to have.
I don't know. It's not a need from a scoreline point of view, but I feel like they need to stamp a bit of authority down based off how badly...
You think it's more stop the momentum?
Yeah, based off how badly they lost the previous round. For the scoreboard, it doesn't really matter too much. But I think for the overall state of the round, it probably does. And Canadian is taking matters into his own hands. He's gone for Wreck and he's gone for the neck. Pamba takes Tayu down. This is a bit more of an aggressive DZ that we've seen. Pamba's all the way in the site right now, just trying to make something happen. He's got the Candelas. He's going to send that one through. Washoy, full white flash. Can't land the shot. Bulletproof chair getting in his way there. But he's got a good idea as to where he is. Nina eventually comes to the rescue, drops the hatch and finishes him off. Scars stabilized, but only for a second.
I mean, where was the rest of DZ?
Loaded mag.
Pamba's in the site and they've just left him by himself. That's the difference, though, you have to say about DZ compared to what we would call Brazilian style. If somebody makes an opening, you know, look at the way Brazil plays. Everyone then is in. DZ have not reacted well enough to the play Pamba has made. They just let Pamba get his kill and then let him die. The bomb site should be just flooded with DZ bodies, but it wasn't the case. Now DZ are going to slow the pace down. And they've almost allowed Scars to re-establish their control of the site.
Yeah, Scars have been able to stabilize there. They can drop players in. They can try and get something happening. Great positioning from Washoy. It's the same situation again. It's the same player, for goodness sake.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Oh no, Fish. Not like this. It was deja vu all over again. He was going to shoot the Claymore and go and murk NJR at the top of the stairs. This time, NJR gets the heads up on him, but it might not even matter. Washoy still in the hot seat here. Don't forget, Scars. They're only down by 1 man right now. There's 50 seconds left. There's a good chance here if Washoy plays his life correctly. And if Nina can keep control here of the site and just play on the fringe. This player drops, it's going to be game over. There's still a couple of active FNATs as well. Could be a double drop here from Nathan Bolo. Where's the information? 3 drones left for DZ. Canadian, he's flicking a couple of drones. There is one on the first floor elevators. They do know that Nina is going to be here, but it's not going to matter. Full white flashed and still gets the kill. Nath, you've got to drop a bit quicker than that. Now separated this into 1 versus 1s. Washoy, he locks off the kill. Nath, it's all down to you now, and you don't have the upper hand. You're trying to get the plant down. There's no time to come off the diffuser. He comes off and kills him by the skin of his teeth. Nath clutches it out. 1 versus 1, as close as you like. DZ level things up. They stay in the race.
Well, DZ, it's a round win, but a round that you should not be happy with on the grand scheme of things. Really poorly played mid-game. Like, DZ, you have to understand the current meta. If somebody makes an opening, if somebody's literally in the site, so deep into the site also, having full bomb site control, why are you not helping him? Everyone's just watching Pambazoo in the middle of the site. Why are you not helping Pambazoo in the middle of the site? You allowed Scars to get back into a round which they should never be allowed to get back into. I think DZ probably might be the only team who could have let that happen.
Unbelievable.
They're playing themselves. DZ are making this game really difficult for themselves.
They've made it pretty difficult on the attack. I'm going to be real with you. I think they're going to breathe a sigh of relief for now on the defense.
I'm breathing a sigh of relief, and I'm not in the team.
Bit of a change of mindset, maybe. Bit of a switch up of pace.
5 seconds to go.
See if they can compose and stabilize themselves.
Attackers objective objective is to locate a bomb and defuse
That last round was scrappy. That was anyone's. I'll be honest, I think Nate's hit a life shot to come off that diffuser and ping him.
That's an understatement.
Like, that's not an easy shot to make. There's no way he should be winning that. Must have been a bit of info for him as well.
Anywho, ran over. We'll move on. Easy on the defense, starting things off with the basement. They will attempt a roam game, extending in towards open area. I didn't mean to drop there. That feels like a very early drop because there was not a single thing going anywhere near him, and it definitely was because he just ran a lap. Drops the hatch accidentally, runs straight back upstairs into the same position. Or maybe it was a case of he's heard the drone, he has then dropped the hatch to bait the, oh, this guy's dropped the elevator hatch and ran back upstairs. But I don't think that would be the play.
Scar's not rushing into anything here. Pamba's really trying to rat it out there. Nice little flash coming in from Wishoy. It's going to be enough to displace Pamba. And I think Wishoy probably saw the traces there from the couple of shots that Pamba put out there. A lot of info to be gained by Canadian here as well. His job is to call out for denial, call out for a C4 when the plant is going down. He can have good info as to what's going on inside a server. He can also keep an eye on that back hatch as well and what's going on inside a main lobby. And if there is going to be a bit of a backstab attempt, they're going to be his two main uses for that heartbeat scanner. And as soon as players start to stack up inside a server, he'll be able to call that out. The wall has been left soft, although there is going to be a laser gate on the other side of it. That'll just require a little bit of burning. Should be some flashes available on somebody or even a smoke to get that done. There are two C4s available for Dark Zero here as well, so they do have denial. And they've got plenty in the form of Tachanka. That fire. Like it all, love it. Tachanka, a bit of a Marmite operator. In this instance, there's few who do it better.
I think the way the meta has shifted where teams are always going to bring something to disable the expected Goyo canisters, and in this instance, Rek, you know, just locks in the Twitch, but there's no Goyo. It's going to be the Tachanka who you can't disable. That's the one thing. If you don't counterplay to the Tachanka, you just have to try and firm it, and oh, they're going to try and run through the fire, and they're now going to plant in behind the bomb. Rek has eliminated Bolo, NGR with a kill. The C4 does not get shot out of midair. That means the diffuser is going to be called 7 seconds. It's an onslaught of kills back and forth, but DZ have the upper edge in this situation. Nave for the big old LMG. Locks out Fishlike. And DZ win it off of utility and time.
Good use of the utility there from DZ. Great C4 coming out, and unfortunate for Scars that no one was in position to shoot that out. And again, comes off the back of the information from Canadian. Put information in a player like that's hands, and he's very easily able to pull the strings in the round and give people the jobs and the tasks that need to be done. C4, pinpoint accuracy. The Tachanka, that Shumika launcher, really doing a great job of zoning out and forcing that deep push. DZ, bit of a lockout there, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't feel like Scars were too close to getting that done. It was very desperate, that rush through and that attempt at a plant. It's not something that you're going to really rely on as a plan A. It's going to be way down the alphabetical list.
Attackers have located a bomb.
So, Easy have kicked things off well in the defense. Good solid round for them, of course. Now we need to see how they're going to fare with the top floor. Obviously a very differently played bomb site compared to our basement. A lot more focus in the windows, of course. More longer angles more than anything. Denial doesn't really play a part. You know, it's not about denying the diffuser is what it is with the basement. It's more denying people getting into the building.
Well, that's it, isn't it? You've got to keep a handle on that as well. Bank, for all that it's a big map on the inside. We've already seen what Fishlike did in his round where he picked up 3 kills. A chance here for Rek to get control inside of open. Very key piece of real estate to keep hold of. Nice little drone set up on those plant pots. Can make it very difficult to operate in that area as an attacker. Oh, sorry, as a defender, excuse me. You're going to want to try and hold on to the top of those spiral stairs. You've mentioned already, Demo, that without the Monty, spiral does become very difficult to take, and the defenders will recognize that. Top of square gets open without a hitch, though. They are going to be greeted by a mirror window.
Utility will start to be eaten up by also Scar's utility. Shield gone. Makes, maybe not. Still up. Thought for sure they would have been able to go and get rid of that shield, but not the case. So as long as that's up, still going to be an issue for Scars to take control of that long corridor. We see a Nook on the prowl. Looking to walk up the spiral. Is there anything to stop him? Is there a Banshee? There should be, but it doesn't matter. Breck gets the better Canadian. Pushes straight in. There's somebody dancing on the table, but he's not focusing him. Instead, he takes down Pamba, who's inside of Janitor. Revive also comes in. This is difficult for DZ now to see how they get out of this alive as they're falling left, right, and center. MJR back up against the wall and an onslaught of bullets. All about Rek. That round Ollie, he makes the play in the Nook. Opens up the round for his team. Look at the difference in Scars and DZ's playstyle. Rek makes the play and his whole team jump at the opportunity.
Yeah. They reacted exceptionally well there to that little bit of space that he found. I'm surprised he didn't go for the player on the table, but he was just laser focused. Probably off a call out or something. Big round for Scars. And especially considering it's almost as if DZ just thought, well, the Monty isn't up, so there's no way that they're going to push up Spiral. No Banshee, no barbed wire. Can't leave it that open. Especially when you get an opportunistic team like Scars that are going to see that chance and take it straight away. It's done enough to switch things up here and force DZ into a site rotation. Even though they lost, they could have gone back upstairs, but instead they're going to opt for something a little bit different. Going to take us into open area.
10 seconds to insertion.
And the Clash comes out to play, Demo.
5 seconds to insertion.
Raising our defensive.
Yeah, I noticed that. First time I think we've seen Clash here today on the stream. And overall, for the kind of playstyle of Clash, it's mostly used as the kind of, you know, guard dog almost to the site, where you place her down and she can just patrol doorways, windows, and a decent amount of information. Because naturally, the way you would play Clash is you're in the site. If you hear from your teammate, oh, they're pushing in from beepers, so bottom main stairs. Okay, then Clash is going to go stand at the double door and check it out and see how many people's there. Oh, they're coming in from square. All right, I'll go stand in the double door. I'll check, see who's there, what they're dealing with. That's the advantage of Clash, is it gives you this kind of mobile guard dog that will feed out the information and, of course, keep the attackers at bay. Obviously, the disadvantage is you're losing a gun, more or less. But I suppose it's balanced out as there's a blitz being brought in, so 4 guns on each side.
Not sure what those toxic babes are for. Was he
premature? Maybe a little bit worried?
Yeah, I think he's just cautious that someone's going to be pushing him on the corridor. Maybe he doesn't want the blitz just rushing in. Smoke's being used to lock off Canadian inside of Archives. This is the position that Canadian struggled so greatly with when he was on the blitz trying to push in through electrical.
All sound is gone by the impacts and just shooting them off, Ollie.
That is going to slow things down somewhat. Fishlike is going to be on blue, though. DZ are so keen on holding this Canadian inside of Archives. Is going to see a bit of success. It's bittersweet that it's onto Ashoy as well, because he was the Archives player for Scars. Clash doing the best, but full white flash and with a blitz in tow, it's never going to be too straightforward. He needs the support and he needs it now. It comes in the form of Pamba, Nath and Canadian all contributing pretty much at the same time, and it's left a lot for Nina to do. A minute to do it in. He knows the Canadian's in there inside of Archives, and he'll just about manage to scrape the knee, but he's got a Clash to contend with here. Never good being in a 1vx, and especially when one of those is as oppressive as a Clash can be. He's got a chance if he breaks the first 2 engagements down, but as soon as shots are fired, the Clash is going to turn all of their attention toward that direction. Nina, the best he can hope for now is to catch someone off guard, but the barbed wire is going to give him away. Hits the Finker Stim. Clash on one side, 2 players on another. This is the definition of a rock and a hard place. Everything going to do much damage to chip him down. He finds one. It's looking a little bit messy right now. Eventually gets finished off. Into a DBNO state, but no Stim active to get him back up. And NJR, he might have been on the Clash, but he's still going to find himself a kill.
Tried to run away, pulled out the pistol, thought I'll just run away from them. I mean, there was a moment there, I don't think we were able to see it, but whenever the Blitz ran in, Blitz was thinking, oh, I'll just go for it, I'll see if I can get the plant down. And if you almost like freeze frame it, there's just a Clash just sat in the corner looking at him. And he's like, oh.
Yeah, a bit of an oopsie moment, isn't it?
Yeah, they just didn't know about the Clash. So yeah, causing a lot of issues, but the Clash pays off for them. But overall, I mean, teams are really struggling this competition, Ollie, with just clearing out the players and archives and tellers.
Yeah. Which is so strange because it's always
a
just
recurring theme.
It's always just been a get upstairs, get a ram, get a but you like when Ram came out, we saw Ram just being thrown from the window.
100%. Yeah. Just clear away those players from above.
Yeah.
And then you look just walking with your shields and go for the plant, get the quad wall open.
You literally need 1 drone in main lobby, 1 player on rappel, and a player in ATMs, and you can clear top floor.
Because it's very rare you would even find defenders trying to hold open air or trying to hold above open area and you know in towards CEO. It's very difficult to do so teams just don't even bother. So it's just free real estate for the vertical takes.
Scars did use this time to take their tactical timeout, not wanting to let it slip too far into DZ's favor. DZ in the driving seat in this series as well. Successful on map number 1 of Skyscraper and currently sitting 5-4 up right now on Bank. On the defense with the basement site available. You look at this on paper demo and you think this should be a match point all day long. This should put DZ onto 6.
I'm reloading.
As we know, doesn't always work out like that, Ollie.
10 seconds to insertion.
This is
5 seconds
still a tough game for DZ to see if they can close it out. I think if they get this round, then it almost feels inevitable at a stage, I guess, for DZ just to take the win from there. So, Scars, it does feel like that must win. Don't allow DZ to get that match point, that series point. And rocking with the Clash, I mean, it worked out well for them. So, hey, let's just keep it going. And there is no immediate counter that I can see from Scars. I mean, not as if there is really against Clash. There's a handful. Naturally, the 2 that you would radiate towards is your Sophia and your Kali. I mean, I suppose a soft counter can kind of be maybe a Capitao to keep her at bay, but even still, it's difficult.
You start thinking about the logistics of bringing a Kali on a basement defense, though, and it just really doesn't seem worth, does it? We haven't seen Kali, actually. It's another one of the ops that we haven't seen yet. Slow and steady from Scars, not wanting to rush into things too much. Still got Pamba playing on the hatch. Will get droned out here. Is he going to play it for a little bit longer this time? He immediately dropped last time. Might even be able to grab himself a second drone here if he does hold out for a little bit longer. They aren't going to assume that he has gone straight away, and instead is going to soak up yet another drone. Not even sure if the hatch is open. Yeah, it is. His positioning on it. His positioning on that hatch, I was like, surely he stood on top of the hatch right now. Is he just locked himself in there? Guaranteed to die and maybe take somebody with him. But fortunately for him, he is able to drop. But he's still going to play it quite aggressively, not looking to give up the hatch entirely.
I'm not done with you.
Already a nade misses. And the second one misses as well. So immediately, the only way you can maybe argue that they can deal with a Clash is with nades. It's gone. So how do you get rid of this immovable object? In serving, you just sit there and look at you, smile at you, feed information to those long angles that the players in sight can hold. This is going to be really difficult for Scars. Just going to try and charge him down. The Clash, do they have enough? No, not going to be the case. They've actually smoked off the angles So the idea for DZ was let the Clash sit in there, feed out the information, they try and charge you down, we can pick them off the long angles, they smoke the angles, and Clash is thinking, guys, where are you? But they can't see you, Clash. They cannot help you.
A brilliant way to neutralize the Clash there. Bolo is going to fight back, though. Picks one up onto Fishlike. Now there's no information to try and deny this one, but they don't need it. Nath there, the bulletproof, it's got a couple of punch holes in it. They're going to be able to see. Nath also able to throw the Zoto canister. Just slow things down inside a server. 15 seconds left. The diffuser is going to be in the hands of Nina. He's trying to crawl his way through army style. A hatch drop comes out, but it's not going to be enough. A 1-for-1 trade and pressure from Garage from NJR is going to be enough. Nina, you've got the kit, but you can't do anything with it. DZ, match and series point.
Great little bit of tech as well there from Nave, using the canisters to freeze out the players on that breach. Means that they just can't sprint straight in, which does happen sometimes. Whenever the time starts to tick down, teams will just say, oh, saw this, I'm going to run in, see how many I can kill. You can't run if you're frozen out. But yeah, DZ, I mean, like I said, you could see the initial idea. It's to play the Clash in server, have the long angles open, support the Clash. Scars countered that very well, using the smokes. But then DZ have still even more surprises, using the canisters to freeze it out. But again, Ollie, what am I going to say? I'm going to let you guess what was one of the big issues, again, that Scars had to deal with.
I feel like it's a test. What if I say the wrong thing?
What am I going to say? Well, there's no wrong answers here. Well, there is, but you don't need to know that.
They didn't hit their shots.
No, they didn't take Garage. Come on! You should know that.
Yeah, NJR did a great job from Garage Ramp, didn't he?
No Garage. And even Nath swinging in the middle of red. That, again, can be shot down from somebody in Garage.
Now, DZ had the answers there. It was because of how many players they had to commit to pushing and dealing with that Clash.
Yeah,
that was the problem. You've got 3 players there choked up inside a server, and you've not got time to rotate. Like a Garage rotation, you need to be in the right spot for that. You need to have that as something that you're planning on doing at the start of the round, because depending on where you end up, you could be 30 seconds away from Garage.
Sensor on.
It can be a big rotation to make. DZ, match and series points, 6-4, 2 chances at converting this before we go to an overtime. And the chance of us seeing Clubhouse is dwindling by the second. IQ being bought this time by Rec, just trying to deal with some of those Valkyrie cameras. And get on top of this information game a little bit. Also the potential to spot out the Solace. Solace, someone that we barely see now since the rework. No longer can you use your Helios gadget inside of the prep phase, but you can still use it during the round. So you can still get a lot of value out of it. Canadian, particularly a bit of a menace on that Solace. I would say he's become kind of well known for playing it. Sometimes good, sometimes bad.
There's been an outcry that he should be stripped of the title.
Yeah,
I've seen that they've wanted his medals off him.
I'm saying, you know, it's not always been good, but sometimes it has been.
It's a hot topic. Hot topic, certainly. But don't disrespect him. How dare you?
Oh, let him ride.
If it wasn't for him, we're at NAB.
Exactly.
That's the basis of it. Well, Waldo is gone. He has to have a watch on the cameras now. Scars on a good job at establishing their top floor control and also getting that kill, of course. There's still a lot of work to be done, primarily in the vertical work, which they will do with ease, of course, using the RAM, opening up all the angles. Again, Ollie, bear in mind this is a bomb site, where we usually don't see it played, and mostly because you can't really play in the actual site. Everything can be opened up from above, so teams will then try and hold open area to finale and use everything that they have. However, NJR almost trying to prove me wrong. He's playing in the site, but I am proven right, of course, as he does get eliminated. Nowhere to hide from those players above. I wonder if we're going to see a bit of a retake here, and we will see that from Nath now as the diffuser's being planted by Blitz, but I think a little bit too late here for Nath to try and make an impact. Diffuser goes down, also gets eliminated. A 1v5 for Pambazoo to try and clutch up against, but they should be ready for him, and they will. Scars, stay alive. Round 12, Ollie. Here we go.
Much better take there from Scars, and that's exactly what we were talking about when we were saying taking in upstairs with the RAM. Now, albeit the bomb site was directly below, but if you've still got somebody playing inside of Archives, you can do exactly the same thing, and you can see just how difficult it is to stay alive in that position. Scars, opening pick, capitalizing on it. A very clear plan of what they wanted to do. And that diffuser was going down confidently. Fairly early on into the round, all things considered. Dark Zero. It isn't going to be that easy for you guys to close out this game. There's still a little bit of work here yet to do. Scars, I've said it before, they're a bit of a rock in the road. Teams often overlook them. Teams certainly overlooked them at Copenhagen. Look at what they were able to achieve. They are on the back foot in this series. They do need to win this next round to stay in with a chance at even seeing a decider. For Dark Zero, this is their opportunity to get things done nice and cleanly. A 2-0, 2 maps regulation win would feel pretty good for them. It doesn't matter how they get through to the playoffs, just that they get through. They've gone to the top floor to make their stand.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Stars in their lineup, they have
Drop the diffuser.
just brought in
Attackers
pretty
recover
much the exact same operator lineup that they had the last time they were here and they had a successful win. It all came down to that backstab from Nook. It was Wreck on the Nook the last time, Ollie, but now it's Nina that's going to be taking up the mantle. Wonder if they're going to try and go for something similar, and you would hope that this time DZ will be ready for that backstab. Did mention how typically with the bans of Monty being gone, you won't see the spiral takes come into effect. It will mostly be centered around how well you can attack in towards square. But Scars have shown that, yeah, you can still make it work if you can bring in some of those rat operators just to try a simple backstab, and it worked for them. That one for Scars, of course, is going to be just establish control in towards square, and more importantly, those windows.
Round number 12. I do believe that the FaZe ITB game has gone to a third map, by the way. That's the other game going on the A stream right now. ITB, I think it was 7-1 on Chalet for the first map. And then I believe the second map was Skyscraper. We're going for a quick play here, though. This is all going down. Tayo straight through. And look at the cover here. People are just firing LMGs. They're covering the sound. Bolo is going to find a headshot. But this plant's going down regardless. It's come at great cost, though. Scars, they threw the kitchen sink at this one to try and get it done. And Washoy is the sole survivor out there on the rappel. Needs to try and keep hold in this post. 30 seconds and all 5 members for DZ are alive. There's live information on the players inside of open area as well, and no one yet is getting onto that disable. Bolo eventually will be the first one to go. Bit of a distraction from Bambazoo, but NJR shuts it down. A quick attempt there from Scars, but that's all it was ever going to be. Dark Zero here, dominant on Bank. They are going to take the series 2-0.
Oh, I was worried for a moment it took DZ a while to get that final kill. But look, it was always going to be pretty simple for them. Time the jump outs, 3-2-1 it. Away you go, no problems at all. So yeah, DZ, another hard-fought map. You know, they really had to work for this series. 7-5, 7-5. Even though it may say 2-0 on the day, it certainly did not feel like just a clean 2-0 in the matchup. DZ had to really put in a lot of work and fight for that. Scars, probably the best we've seen them look, Ollie, in quite some time. It's actually been not a bad tournament for them, considering how previous tournaments have went for them. So Scars should have nothing to be ashamed of. Got beat by, honestly, a better team in the day, but I still think Scars showed us that, yeah, still a team that you have to watch out for.
I think that they've given a good account of themselves. They really have. They can hold their heads high. It reminds me so much of the Cruelty game that we watched yesterday as well. Because that was another situation where it was 7-5, 7-5. And I just don't feel like it got done justice in a lot of ways. They really looked like they were ready to take a map, and Scars here, they looked like they were going to take a map as well, but it just was a bit of a stretch too far. Well, this DZ team, they've got a lot of strength in depth. It's not a shallow team anymore. They've got that fight. They've got that potential. There's a little bit of everything knocking around as well. There's clutch factor. There's coordination. There's rush rounds. The only round that I can really criticize is the Pambazoo round when he got himself into sight and no one was really there. This was a bit of a bad round as well. But they can overcome those obstacles now. It doesn't seem to last. It doesn't prolong throughout the course of the game. Instead, they're able to quickly adapt, and when something doesn't go their way, they can work around it quite nicely. Scars can be very pleased with themselves. I mean, I'm watching some of these rounds and I'm thinking, yeah, that was a Scars round. That was a Scars round. That was a Scars. There was some really memorable Scars plays that they were able to make.
Yeah.
And the DZ rounds, they kept coming. But really, one round away from going into an overtime again. Just goes to show the quality of this team at the moment.
I mean, honestly, DZ have also broke the curse. Usually in best of threes, they always have an OT in there, don't they?
Yeah.
They're a team with probably the most recorded overtimes in the history of Siege, but not here today. So again, another small improvement, but overall the performance of DZ, I think there's a lot to learn. I think there's a lot of stuff that DZ probably won't be happy with how things went out during the rounds.
Yeah.
Probably things that going into their next game, it's going to be a tougher matchup. No matter who they play, it will be difficult for them. There'll be stuff that can be exploited, and they're going to need to get those mistakes fixed, immediately before going into tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's something that I will say is I don't know how this DZ team would perform up against someone that's doing really well inside of the tournament already. Up against someone like BDS, Furia, who, I mean, they lost against Furia, didn't they? But someone that's maybe already qualified. That's going to be a very interesting game to keep an eye on, just to gauge and to get a good idea of where this DZ team is at. They've gone through the ringer here. They've gone through that lower bracket, but they've come out of it the other side. Everything resets now moving into the playoffs, and that's the key thing to remember. Doesn't matter if you came through the lower bracket. At this point, it really doesn't matter because everyone's back on an even keel.
Yeah, look, a best of three, of course, again, is how it's going to be decided. So for DZ, map pull, of course, is going to be something that they have to look at. They've shown now Skyscraper. They've obviously shown Bank. A bit of Border yesterday also. So they've shown a fair few maps, but also have hidden a fair few also.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be interesting to see how they're going to want to go through with some of the maps they played here today. I think certainly Skyscraper is a map you'd like to see DZ go back to again after the performance today. I'm not too sure. I think it was pretty shaky for a large period of rounds. I think Bank was certainly better. I also think Scars played a lot better in Bank compared to Skyscraper, but still maps that they're going to have to assess and they're going to have to figure out for themselves. If they're happy with what they did, is it good enough to go up against the likes of your BDSs again, likes of Furias again? How is that going to go for them? So, yeah, look, DZ, take the win. Happy with it, but still, they should realize that they need to be a lot better if they want to lift this tournament.
Let's have a look at some of the top performers over the course of Bank then. Another decent map, another 7-5, plenty of opportunities for everybody to pop off and show us exactly what they are made of. Nath, 11-6 this time. Bear in mind, he was one of the lowest performers on the previous map. He's been able to put up some decent numbers there. Pambazoo as well, 10-8. The rest, a little bit so-so. I think there was definitely a bit of a lack from, your sort of Canadian NJR Bolo sort of trio that maybe you look toward. I certainly look toward NJR and Bolo for a good number of kills. However, on the side of Scars, Nina still at the top, consistent as ever. I tell you what, if Fishlike hadn't got 3 kills on a run out, he would be down in the depths, double negative. But as it stands, he's 8-10. Again, the opening pick, a stat line that was fairly dominated by DZ this time. They're able to pick up 4 of the opening kills and convert those rounds quite nicely. So a reasonable performance, still maybe a little bit topsy-turvy on the side of DZ. Not seeing any consistency out of anyone just yet. And again, it's that top-heavy performance from Scars that's kind of costed him a few times.
Yeah, it's kind of been the running theme for them. I will say, if we had to pick an MVP, honestly, Nina, even though he lost the game, was probably the best player on the day out of both of the teams. DZ, during the first game, it was NGR and Canadian kind of leading the charge, and then obviously Nave. I think if you're picking it from DZ side, I think Pambazoo was probably the consistency over the 2 maps for DZ, probably their best player on the day. So yeah, still a tight affair. And yeah, we'll see how DZ are going to want to go forward. But obviously, commiserations to Scars. But hopefully, we'll be able to see them again at hopefully the next major.
Absolutely. I think we've got Canadian on the line to join us for a quick interview. We get to hear a little bit from the IGL himself. Canadian, how are you doing today? You feeling good?
Doing all right. Yeah, feeling good. Thank you. How about you?
I'm doing great, thanks. It was a great series to watch. I think it went maybe a little bit longer than we were expecting. Obviously, going into this, we've got a very different expectation, so I'm sure you guys have as players. But 7-5, 7-5, me and Demo have just been sat there saying, maybe Scars looked like they were going to come away with a map here. It seems a shame to end this at 2. I know from your perspective, obviously, you're happy you got it done in 2. But Scars gave you a really good fight there.
Yeah, I mean, they're a solid team. 7-5, though, I mean, winning outside of overtime is always I mean, close, but still.
It's a good thing for you to do.
Yeah, I'd still say.
You guys love an overtime.
Yeah, I'd still say not too close though. So I don't mind that. I don't mind a regulation.
Not too close for comfort then.
Yeah.
Talk us through the maps. So we saw Skyscraper and we saw Bank. You guys look very comfortable on Bank. You look comfortable in some ways on Skyscraper as well. Any surprises in there, or was this what you were expecting?
About what we were expecting. We had a few maps that we knew that they had to kind of choose between to ban, and that we would pick if they were up, Bank being one of them. And we knew that if Skyscraper got through, that they would probably choose that. We knew basically 3 maps, like Skyscraper, Oregon, Chalet. If one slipped through, they were probably going to choose it on us. So, yeah, chose to let Sky through, and yeah, we were ready. We were feeling comfy.
It looked it. I thought it was going to be Chalet based off their performance yesterday against Wolves, because they did quite well in that map. But
yeah.
And we were kind of looking forward to seeing it again, but it wasn't to be. Demo, have you got anything?
For me, it's Troy. This kind of past year, since the start of SI, you guys had your best kind of results that you've had throughout the entirety of really since you won the major back in 2022. Surely that has to be accredited to bringing in Bolo and bringing in Naif, who have kind of hit the ground running, and you look as though you guys have been in the best form of your lives.
Yeah, I think, I mean, a big part of the decision that we made was to get more experienced players into the mix and just have, I don't know, kind of just a more, not level team, but just not needing to kind of re-go over like some fundamentals and stuff like that. Ever since I've been on the team from the very start, I've played with Pampa since he was like literally a rookie. So we kind of went through teaching a lot of the things about how we want to play the game to at least Rob and even Nick to a degree. And it just kind of, once they were at almost like the experienced, almost veteran level, I don't want to say at veteran, but intermediate maybe. I don't know quite the word for it, but once they were at that kind of level, I think just kind of having everyone at that so that we can just focus more on just developing our strategy and developing our team play, and less so, being nitpicky about fundamentals and trying to teach things like that.
I think we can reserve the veteran level for you. I think that's. I think you've probably earned that at this point.
Yeah.
How are you guys enjoying it out there? Are you having a good time?
Yeah. I mean, it's always a good time when we're all here together. We really enjoy hanging out with one another and competing. So yeah.
Excellent. Canadian, thank you so much for joining us on the interview. If there's anything you want to say to the fans, feel free.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for the support as always, guys. We always appreciate it. I hope you guys are enjoying watching, and yeah, continue to support, and I hope we can give you something you're proud to cheer for soon.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, mate. I really appreciate you coming on. I wish you all the best in the playoffs.
Thank you very much. Take care, man.
See you later. Well, there we go. We hear it from Canadian himself. Very level-headed, to be honest with you. He can be, very emotional sometimes, but in this instance, he was very calm, very measured, and I think he gave us some fantastic answers there, not looking at getting too excited, recognizing that there is still quite a big job to do here, and that making the playoffs is definitely step one in what is a much longer road here for the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, every time you speak to Troy, it's obviously in the game, he has that reputation, the whoa and all that, but as soon as you put him in front of the camera, you ask him a few questions, it's just very mellow, very chill, very laid back. It's weird to see that dynamic, but hey, he's one of those people, I guess.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the play of the day. We've got something coming up here for you. The Quida play of the day. I'm not entirely sure what this is going to be, to be honest with you. Let's have a little look-see. Oh, it's the it's from the earlier game.
Yeah, we've got a few here. Is that the play of the day? Was that the play of the day?
Maybe it's multiple plays of the day.
Maybe it's just the highlights.
I think it's highlights.
I mean, this was a great one. That was a great one, though, from Volps. Being able to get that quick peek, kill that Monte. Very few stuff here.
Flicking backwards and forwards now onto the map that we've just seen over on Bank. It was one of the earlier rounds there. I think DZ got off to such a great start on Bank as well. That was one of the things that really helped them on their way there. It did make me laugh a little bit how Canadian was like, well, it's a regulation win. It's not really that close. It's like he's one round away. Of course, it's quite close, but obviously for them, it's like, an overtime is, wins a win, and an overtime is what you really don't want to be going into. And you take the wins however they come.
Obviously for DZ, they will be playing tomorrow, and we still have yet to find the winner in FaZe versus ITB. Ollie, that's currently being played in the other stream, of course. ITB currently 3-1 up on Bank. So our boys are ahead. Can they stop Brazil from meeting their mates?
Well, that's it, isn't it? You're going to try and gatekeep that last spot as much as possible. You don't want to give Brazil that satisfaction. Let's have a look at the... I think we got some stats to show for the final game that we just had. Oh, it's the MVP. Sorry, we got the MVP graphic to bring up as well. And we can see who the MVP was for the day. I haven't got the feed at the moment, Demo, so you're going to have to try and help me a little bit.
No. I'm looking at the Abyss, lad.
Who was your MVP?
Oh, the
Pambazoo!
Well, I did say, based off the series, you know, Pamba was the consistent player for DZ across the two maps. Still think Nina probably was the best player in the series at all, but look, Pamba gets the win at the end of the day. But I still think you have to give credit to Nina.
Yeah, I would agree. I think, you know, honorary mention, obviously difficult to choose an MVP from the losing team. And Pamba was consistent across the two maps, +4, 20 and 16, 88% cost. He's put in a good shift, and he definitely deserves it. 1.21 rated. You really can't argue with a performance like that. And I think that Pamba and the rest of DZ are going to be happy with how they've played today, and they're going to look to try and replicate that again come the time of the playoffs. I'm not sure how the seeding's going to go for this demo. I think they'll probably do something on the main channel, I guess, after this next game is finished. Of course, we have got games coming up this entire weekend. Let's recap our groups and see just exactly how everything has played out. Obviously, all of this is going to be looking pretty well filled out at this point. We'll start off, as we usually do, in Group A and move our way through that way. BDS and Liquid both qualified yesterday. They had the easy route of things. 2 best of 1s, nice and straightforward into the lower bracket. Space Station did end up beating out against Team Bliss. That was a 2-0, and W7M, as we saw earlier on today, successful against Luminosity. So Space Station and W7M making it out of that lower bracket. As we move on to Group B now as well, we can see that we have got Furia and Bleed, both of those again qualifying yesterday. Dark Zero taking Furia into an overtime and it becoming quite a close game, but ultimately Furia getting the win there inside of that best of 1. Bleed as well knocking out FaZe. That was our surprise upset of yesterday, Demo.
Yeah, it was great game to watch. Definitely one that I would recommend if you didn't get to have a chance to see that one. Certainly go and have a look, because it was a great performance from Bleed, finally getting APAC into that top 8. And well, because of seeing Scars be eliminated, Ollie, Bleed are the only, you know, last men standing for APAC, the only sole representatives. Brazil still have a chance to get all 4 of their teams in. DZ and SSG obviously representing NA. And then we only have BDS at the moment, unless ITB can do a number.
Well, I'm very torn, because I want FaZe to go in, I want ITB to go in. I think probably I want ITB to go in a little bit quicker.
Yeah,
our broadcast is pretty much over now. We can be as biased as we like. I'm going to get stuck in and get that stream up on the side and get watching that game. I'm sure that it's going to be a banger, and the fact that it's gone to 3 maps does just go to show that Into the Breach are putting up a very good fight. It's always good to see those boys playing. But for us, that's going to do it. We will find out our games over the course of the evening. If you want to know what the games are going to be, I suggest that you tune into the A stream. I'm sure that we are going to host the A stream now, so that we can all watch that ITB game versus FaZe, and then we'll find out who is going to be playing against who in terms of the playoffs. But for myself and Demo, that is going to do it for the B stream. We thank you so much for watching, and we wish you a very good night.
Exceptional, way above average. Obstacles don't stand a chance. You against me, better make up the plan. It doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Playtime is over, now finish them. 100%, that's the minimum. I I don't listen to them, they some liars. Before you beat the odds, you gotta be put through the fire. Yeah, so I take on every challenge. Life is full of ups and downs, you gotta find a balance. When you're down and out, you find out who really got your back. Listen to me closer, cause you know I'm spitting facts. Yeah, we are not the same, I'm a Wolverine. You thought I was dead, just recovering. I was dealt a bad hand, I just play my cards. But all I need is one shot, like a shooting star. Running out of time, gotta take a stand. I listen to you long enough, I hear I'm not a man. Fate is not an option. Throw away your red light, cause I'm not stopping. Yeah, it doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Yeah, it's checkmate if we playing chess. If you got a problem, better say it with your chest. I'm the #1 contender, ain't no #2. Cause even if I fall back, I'm still ahead of you. Yeah, cause we the winners, now we can't lose. Ain't no mission impossible, now we can't lose. Even though we outside, still get it in. You want the crown, get in line, there's too many men. Stop me, can't nobody stop me. Lately I've been on my own, can't nobody stop me. All this tough talking for the birds, now I'm furious. This will never end, so period. So we gotta fly high.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما أحد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.